The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
It was another intense day of rapid chess at the Superbet Rapid Blitz in beautiful Warsaw, Poland. With crucial tour points up for grabs, players fought tooth and nail for any advantage they could get. After another dazzling performance, the Tiger from Madras, Viswanathan Anand, galvanized his place as the leader of the event. But Richard Rapport was not ready to crown him just yet, pulling off a hat trick, winning all three of his games to come within 2 points of the veteran. Will the Hungarian catch the Tiger, or will the legend reign supreme? Day 3 of exciting chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 3 of the Superbet Rapid Blitz, held here in Warsaw, Poland. We start the day in front of the Royal Castle, home of ancient kings of the past, while we have the kings of the chessboard ready to battle it all out in the final day of rapid chess. Let's go to the studio and start the action with Yasser, Peter, and Alejandro.
Wonderful views of the Polish capital as we welcome you to day 3 of the Superbet Rapid Blitz in Warsaw, the second stop on the 2022 Grand Chess Tour. Good morning, I'm Peter Svidler and with me is Yasser Seirawan.
Good morning, Peter. Always a pleasure to be with you and Alejandro here in studio in St. Louis. Hello, everybody, and welcome to our show, or should I call it the Viswanathan Anand Show, as Vishy has been leading the tournament from start to, well, day 3. Peter, do the honors. Where do we stand in our current standings?
It has been very much a one-man show so far, even though, as you can see on your screen, Richard Rapport tried to sort of crash the party a little bit yesterday,
he did.
Winning all 3 games. But Vishy so far drew only 1 out of his first 6 games, and that was a game to behold. I strongly recommend those of you who have missed yesterday's action to rewatch the Anand Duda game from round 6. Wesley and Jan Krzysztof Duda round out the people who are above 50% in our field, and then there's a very tightly a packed bunch of players awaiting the last day of Rapid today, and then 18 rounds of Blitz.
Well, let's go for the format. Tell us about the format, Peter.
The Rapid and Blitz tournaments in the GCT are basically 3 round robins wrapped into one. Today is the last day of the Rapid one with a time control of 25 plus 10. And tomorrow and the day after tomorrow there will be 2 separate round robins of 5 plus 2. Draw offers are not allowed, and as you can see on your screen, the Rapid games count doubles, so it's very important to start really well, and Vishy has been doing
Yes, he has, and our
very
schedule.
much on top of that.
As you were mentioning, our schedule.
Yeah, the schedule is, today is the last day of Rapid play, 3 more rounds today, and then we will get 9 rounds of Blitz on Sunday and 9 rounds of Blitz on Monday with colors reversed. And on Monday, if people are tied for first, there will be playoffs.
Excellent. And Alejandro, boy, have we been treated to a large number of decisive games. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning, Yasser. Good morning, Peter. Pleasure to be with you here bright and early in St. Louis, of course, here in the studio. We've had a great event so far, but 4 people that have stood out from the rest of the field are the people with a positive score so far in this tournament. Let's start with Wesley So, who in the Grand Chess Tour, remember, he's the Grand Chess Tour defending champion, started very well off in Bucharest in Romania, started with a win against Shakhmatyarov, but wasn't able to finish off the tournament properly. He had the event in his hands in the tiebreak against MVL, wasn't able to finish off his opponent, ended up sharing first and didn't win the tiebreak. Here little bit of a topsy-turvy approach. He drew his first round, lost the second, won the third. Hasn't really been able to string all of those victories together, but remember, he is a big blitz specialist. He has been doing very well in this rapid and blitzes. Meanwhile, the local hero, Jan Krzysztof Duda, has done a good job of bouncing back from his losses. He had a loss on round 2 and a loss on round 5 and strung together 3 wins, and that game against Vichy in round 6 was just dazzling. Meanwhile, Richard Rapport has been amazing in this event. Yeah, he had a bad event in Bucharest, but he comes back, had a 50% score on day 1, and on day 2, he's just hat-tricked. 3 out of 3 on day 2, and he is within striking distance of our leader, Vichy Anand, who has just been magnificent throughout the event. Really great chess, not just the results, but the way that he got there has been very impressive, with opening ideas, punishing mistakes, taking opponents' materials, finding interesting things to do on the board and putting the pressure. Vichy has just been all over his opponents in Warsaw and currently has a great lead, but still we have one more day of rapid for him and 18 rounds of blitz starting tomorrow. Let's see what's in store with him with our key pairings of the day. Let's go to Warsaw with Anastasia and Cristian to take a look at that.
Thank you, Alejandro, and welcome back, everybody, to day 3 of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz from location here in Warsaw, Poland, to call all the action and give you all the live updates. I am your host, Grandmaster Cristian Chirila, alongside my brilliant co-host, woman Grandmaster Anastasia Karlovich. Anastasia, this is it, the final day of Rapid Chess, as we are getting ready for the action to become even more fast and more furious. But in round number 7, what is the game that you have your eyes set on?
Hello everyone, hello Cristian, pleasure to be here and have chance to follow the games right near the playing hall and have a chance to chat with the players after the games. Of course, I will keep my eyes on the game between Richard Rapport and Radoslav Wojtaszek. Richard had a great tournament yesterday, he won 3 games and he has chances to catch up with the leader, Vichy Anand. And Radoslav doesn't have that great tournament so far, but he just came from the Polish Championship, which he won actually. So he's a current Polish champion and probably he's a little bit tired, but still, it's the last day and everything can happen. They have played already 2 times and 2 games Richard won. I think really Radek is trying to do his best today to fight for the win maybe in this round, so we'll see. It's not going to be an easy walk for sure.
That is such a big matchup, Anastasia. The one that I'm having my eyes on is the big clash between the young Romanian newcomer to the Grand Chess Tour, David Gavrilescu, against the dominant leader of the event so far, the 5-time world champion, Vichy Anand. And of course, these players have never met each other. In the last 2 rounds, David actually scored 2 draws, so that's quite encouraging for the young Romanian. But of course, the Tiger of Madras is still roaring. This one is going to be an exciting one. Guys, what games do you have your eyes set on for round number 7?
Well, thank you, Anastasia, and thank you, Cristian. Indeed, let's take a look at all the pairings, Peter, so we can settle on a favorite.
As usual in the GCT, there is
hard to pick a favorite.
Yeah, impossible to say this is not a great game. Leon Aronian is white against Anton Korobov, who's had a quiet event so far, but
always entertaining.
Extremely entertaining and a very interesting player. Jan Krzysztof Duda is white against the other Ukrainian in the field, the young Kirill Shevchenko. Gavrilescu Anand, we've just heard about. There's an all-American clash there.
Which would be a marquee matchup in virtually any tournament in the world.
Absolutely, yeah. Fabi White against Wesley. And then the game between Richard Rapport and Radek Wojtaszek, which I also am very, very curious about, because if Richard continues his
streak,
sizzling hot form from yesterday, he will be a force to be reckoned with in this tournament. And it's nice to see him playing well after the bitter disappointments of Bucharest.
And and here as we take a look at the playing hall, just getting ready for the start of the 7th round. Who's going to stop Vichy Anand? And if nobody is, you just got to run faster, right? That's Richard's attitude. Right?
I think so, yeah. And there's still 18 rounds of Blitz to look forward to, of course. And
there's the matchup that Anastasia is mentioning.
And we were in the run-up to today's show. We were discussing Bish's numerous illustrious achievements in the studio here, off air. And somewhat surprisingly, he has not, as far as I understand, won a World Blitz.
Yeah, that was the thing that was extraordinary for me. 9 times World Championship titles, 9 World Championship titles that he's won, 5 what you might call adult or FIDE World Championships, but only 1 Rapid and 3 junior titles. How he never won a Blitz title is
it's
impossible to
It really is
understand.
very difficult to understand, considering how much of a monster he, I think, still is and definitely was, specifically in the Blitz in his younger years.
Absolutely.
I remember my first ever experience of playing Blitz against Vishy was in the Chessable. That was way before Chessable existed. In Chessbay's offices in Hamburg.
Yeah.
I thought I was a good Blitz player. I was
Right.
like 20-something and felt I had this thing under control. And I think I kind of barely scraped like a 1.5 out of 10. And the feeling was he wasn't even in gear. Like he could have done more painful things to me if he wanted, but he was kind of friendly.
He was keeping it friend.
I remember my Blitz experience against Vishy.
Yes?
It was at the Olympiad of 2004. I played Classical, he played Blitz.
So you were 3 minutes behind on time by the time you reached the critical position.
By the time I reached a critical position, I was lost.
And in the game between David and Vishy, we have a Scotch, which, you know, if Nepa was in the tournament, I would understand who was the culprit. The Scotch.
What do we feel about the Scotch? As a coach that actually works on chess, I feel the Scotch is just
played out, right?
it's just not very good.
Or not very good, even, like not very good for an advantage, or not very
Good for an advantage. I mean, you can still equalize a lot of positions, and a lot of them are very dynamic. Specifically, this one's, I think, can get very interesting.
Right.
But when they get interesting, I think they tend to kind of become more interesting for black than
For black than for white. That's what I always felt.
Who's getting
That's
interested?
what I always felt, yes.
Yeah,
And,
Bishop,
okay.
Bishop D3 is a lot quieter.
Quieter,
of course.
yes.
Yeah,
Of course, E5 is the main line and also the sharper line of the position, but nothing wrong with the move Bishop D3.
Yeah, in the main lines after E5, my feeling as well is that if black knows what they're doing these days, white will be faced with a choice of going for lines which are kind of well known to be a draw, or if you want to try to mix it up, you will be taking risks, but potentially significant risks. And H4 these days, I think, is the
main line.
Yeah.
move de jour. But
There's so many choices, and they're very, very sharp, as you said. Bishop D3, this ending, the so-called Scotch ending, I've seen it numerous times where castles and bishop comes to G5, and it seems like, again, that's one of those endings that feels like it's been played. I don't want to say
this is slightly different though, because I think when they do it in this move order instead of sort of the classical 4 knights, and Gavrilescu immediately shows what the point is. Yeah, you use the fact that you haven't actually played knight c3 yet.
That's right.
To challenge the center with c4, knight c3, but it shouldn't really be anything much at all. I think black is generally extremely comfortable in these positions, and Vishy will not be concerned.
All right, very good. Well, we'll just take a quick gander at the game between Fabi and Wesley. As wow, they moved quite quickly.
They're playing one of the more topical lines of the anti-Berlin with.
It's the Rui anti-Berlin D2, D3. I don't even know what you call it.
And you also get positions like this from the Italian occasionally. Like there's a lot of sort of cross-pollination of ideas at the very least, and often they even transpose into each other. Black generally is doing quite okay in these positions these days, I think.
Which is kind of funny, because I just wanted to ask you about that. Like, if white's knight were on G3 and black were to play bishop C7, the position would be absolutely symmetrical. But with the knight on G6, how did black win that race? I mean, somehow he got his knight to the preferred square, I'd say.
White did a lot of shuffling. I mean, this bishop took a long time to get to C2, right? It went to B5, A4, C2, and... But white, the major issue in these types of positions is who gets to play either D3, D4, or D6, D5 first, and of course white would very much like to be the first one to occupy the center more solidly. And then behind the pawns on e4 and d4, if you get to, let's say, your knight to g3, you play bishop e3, queen d2, rook a d1, you do actually stand quite well, simply on the basis of your bigger presence in the center.
Okay.
But obviously, black has ways of dealing with this. The most clear-cut way to equalize these types of positions involves pushing d6, d5 in response. You do have to time it properly, and you do have to calculate your way out of those types of complications. It's not easy. It doesn't guarantee you equality if you don't do it right. But that would be the way to absolutely solve all of your problems. I'm not sure it works right now, for instance. I think it still needs to be prepared a little bit. But you can throw in, let's say, h7, h6, wait for knight f1 to happen and play d5 then as one idea, for instance.
Yeah, I was thinking that white maybe would try to reroute the knight maybe to the
Knight c4, bishop c7 as well, yeah, but now on e3 it kind of gets in the way. Yeah, this is one way of, this is something that Magnus does quite a bit.
Yeah.
It feels like you probably need to have a bit of a larger presence on the queen side. With the pawns on a2 and b2, I don't think this is much. If, let's say, your pawn was already on a5,
yeah, exactly.
you would enjoy it a lot more.
Right.
But this is definitely something that people do quite a lot these days, because people started realizing that these very, very symmetrical positions actually favor white a little bit if you get a foothold, and particularly if you get a foothold on the queen side.
And let's take a look at the lifetime record between these two in rapid chess, and they played a lot of games.
Oh yeah, that is.
Wow. A very dominating performance by Wesley.
Yeah, Wesley's ahead, even though it...
Significantly.
Yeah, whenever we get to, I don't know if you can call it a storyline, but whenever we get to these figures, I get the feeling that it is probably, like, if you took the last 5 years or the last 3 years, it would probably be a lot closer. Mm-hmm. Because I think they probably started. Yeah, because I think Fabi, he's never been, this whole narrative of Fabi, Fabi not good at rapid chess, Fabi not good at blitz. It was never true.
Right.
But it had some relation to reality. It was somewhat adjacent to reality. Let's say, I don't know, in 2015 or whatever.
Right.
It is sort of completely delusional right now. There's like no basis for it whatsoever anymore.
Right.
So I feel like whenever I see Fabi in a large minus against his sort of direct competition, my initial reaction is this must be because they were kids. Yeah, because they were playing a lot.
Right.
And that is probably a carryover from that period when he perhaps wasn't paying as much attention to that facet of the game.
I want to turn our attention to the game of Richard and Radic. People are just having trouble, and they're not embracing the open Sicilian as white. Whenever I see this move d6, everybody seems to be playing bishop b5 check, or knight c3, or bishop c4. They're sidestepping the stuff.
Yeah.
Why?
No, but
Peter.
Neither is. I think, in particular, in rapid, people aren't really willing to, discuss the main lines. It's people want to have fun, and bishop d3 is a kind of a new way of being somewhat unserious about things. I think in this particular game it basically transposed to bishop e2.
Yeah.
C3, bishop e2 specifically. Like this is a position which is very, very well known. Bishop e5. I'm a bit surprised by queen e2, but
that was also.
I thought you were supposed to take on d7, go rook e1 and d4.
Right.
But queen e2, clearly they're both playing very quickly, and Radek knows his stuff, and as does Richard. But I'm a bit confused by this particular sequence. I don't think I've ever seen this before.
I've just been told queen c6 is, in fact, a novelty as far as our databases go. I mean, okay, it has a sense. You're hitting the pawn on e4, but you are stepping on.
And the follow-up, I think, is the explanation for why he's done this. Because I guess if white plays d3, you want to play c5, c4 here, breaking up the structure straight away. So very understandably, Richard played rook e1.
So that he's been winding up for d2, d4 for some time.
Exactly, yeah.
And one day, I promise I will play it.
And that was instantly met by queen a6, continuing to challenge the white queen on e2. These endgames are going to be completely fine for black, which is, I think, very understandably.
Even if the knight's offside?
I think still, yeah, because without d4, it's very unclear why you should be worse. And if you do push d4, the knight on a6 isn't that stupid because it will jump to b4 in many positions.
Okay, it's one of those things. Again, I got to prep it. I'll go
Yeah,
8.
I'll castle. I'll play b5 before. I will claim that the knight on a6 actually does something.
That's what I'm trying to do in this whole thing, is try to claim that the knight's a little offsides. It's not inspiring now that we've traded a queen and a light square bishop.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming, therefore, that Richard's going to do something.
He's played queen d1.
Queen d1. Too sophisticated for me.
He's played queen d1. He does want to play d4. If you play d3, you're really not generating an idea of d4 anyway. So he's played queen d1. The interesting bit for me here is to ask whether we can play knight c6 and claim that we are ready to meet d4 by taking, and playing knight b4 here. I mean, it's legal. I don't know if it's any good. You can definitely do this. You probably get to win the bishop on c1. I mean, win by win. I mean trade for a knight. Trade for a knight. Yeah. But the thing is, I'm not entirely sure this is so great. Like rook e2, I guess, because rook e3 probably would cost you an exchange there.
Just watch out for those lurking bishops.
Yeah, and then we castle here. But white does have a pretty little center there. And e4, e5 might even be playable here with some sharpening up of the position.
We'll definitely keep an eye on this one as we turn our attention to Alejandro. Alejandro, what have you been keeping your eye on?
Well, we're taking a look at this game between Duda and Shevchenko, going into some kind of theory, but take a look at the times. Shevchenko seems to be very familiar with the variation that we have on the board, and Duda, not so much, because he is burning time in what is a very heavily theoretical position. We have a Shevchenko or a6 Slav in this game. And after the move knight e5, knight bd7, queen b3, queen c7, we start a mess that is more or less forced. This has actually been seen quite a few times in the recent past as players try to outright refute these a6 Slav. You see the black is not very well developed, and you try to put as much pressure on the queen side, including with the knight on e5, before black finishes off the development with the move e6. So cd, knight takes d5 is known to be bad, knight takes e5 is forced, d takes, a knight takes d5 here is forced. There's two moves here. Bishop c4 is one of them. Knight takes d5, c takes d5, bishop d2 is the other. This is still very heavy theoretical duels. There's some famous game between Wesley and Carlsen. Ding Liren played this against Shankland. I believe that ended in a draw. Queen takes e5 is one way of playing. Queen d7, I know the engine thinks it's not so bad, but queen e5 is the main line of this position. Still, a lot of theory to go down the board on this one. Usually white ends up either one pawn down. They could take on b7. It is also playable. But sometimes they just gift the pawn. They go bishop e2 and castle and just put the pressure on here because they're taking advantage of the fact that e6 sometimes cuts the bishop out of the queen side. So it's still a fascinating duel here. Queen takes e5 already played. Shevchenko very well aware of the nuances of this sharp variation. Duda is the one that was burning some clock getting here.
And we have also seen him do, I mean, not exactly the same, and it's too early to call, but he's done something potentially similar in spirit yesterday, right?
Yes,
Was it yesterday?
yes, absolutely.
When he went for a very, very topical line against Wesley and then spent 10 minutes.
Played a5.
And did something that you're not supposed to do.
Do one a bit
and ended up losing. I don't think white runs very many risks in this line in general, but still, he's already burned through 8 minutes on the clock, reaching a position even I have heard of, and I don't play this line. So
bad sign, perhaps?
Yeah, that's potentially not great.
Peter, I got to tell you, I didn't think I'd see it in my lifetime, but at last I've seen a bishop c4 Grand Prix attack, or whatever it's called, against a Sicilian, where white's actually got a good position. I mean, Levon has been getting terrible positions, as we saw in Bucharest with this bishop c4 line. I don't know why it's become a pet opening for him, but now we'll find out exactly why, as the players have reached a position, as I was saying, that I actually like white's position right after this move, knight c4.
Yeah, but I will say that Anton, I think, for this game chose a very, very sort of a quiet approach to meeting the bishop c4 line. The positions we didn't like for white pretty much every single time involved black developing the bishop to g4 and with the pawn obviously still on e7, something like knight c6 and then bishop g4, h5, which very heavily incentivizes white to play h3, g4, and go for those types of structures, which are incredibly double-edged. And those could backfire. Even though in this tournament we have seen Richard Rapport get a winning position against Levon on the white side of this. So it's not like it has been struggling every single time. But these are sharp.
Right.
Whereas what Anton has done, he just said, okay, I don't care, I'm playing.
I'm going to set up my Sicilian.
Yeah, like I'm playing my moves on my half of the board. Whatever you do on your half of the board is irrelevant to me.
Right, exactly.
And then Bishop C4 is, as good a move as any, honestly. It develops a piece, it allows you to get these types of setups. And yeah, this is a very nice little edge, I would assume, for white.
I would assume so too. I like these, especially, somehow in this exact pawn structure, this bishop on c8 really never ends up having a good life. Sometimes if you put your bishop here, you'll be met by f2, f3 down the left.
Eventually, yeah.
And white just seems to be enjoying the tidings as well.
It's not really horrible for black or anything, but yeah, you definitely take this as an outcome of the opening when you play bishop c4 and move 3.
Agreed wholeheartedly. And Alejandro, what do you have for us?
Well, let's take a look back at this game between Favi and Wesley, a classic matchup between two of the top players in the country. And we got this position, we left it off here more or less after the moves a4 and h6. And Favi went knight f1. You guys were mentioning the rerouting the knight. Wesley took this as his chance. The knight is not in the center anymore. Let me go ahead and exploit that fact by counterattacking in the center. You got d4, I got d5. Right. Let's see how we pair up here. My knight's already on g6, yours is not on g3. So perhaps this battle in the center will favor black. And indeed, after pawn takes d5, e4 was either missed or underestimated by Favi. With the knight on g3, you can't play that because knight takes e4. But with the knight on f1, you have the chance to play e4, attack the knight on f3. If the knight moves, you take back the pawn with your own pawn, creating a strong structure. I don't know why he thought that the move d6 was a powerful intermezzo. It's not really, because after queen takes d6, it's true, you cannot take on d5 and reinforce this pawn. But this is only relevant if you can keep attacking the pawn until you win it. So after d6, he went knight 3 d2, attacking the pawn, and Wesley simply defended the pawn, said bishop f5, no problems. And now, how do you continue as white? You can't move this knight to e3 because queen h2, right? This knight is stuck on f1. If you go to g3 with the knight, you run into e3. Again, knight takes, queen h2 is an issue. You don't have time to do that. And the pawn is overloaded defending e3 and defending the diagonal. If you go to knight f1, pawn takes f2 is going to destroy you. Don't even think about it. So you can't play knight g3. I was thinking, why not knight c4 and knight e3? That destroys the battery, the bishop comes out. But the engine was just throwing the move queen e6 on my face. And if knight e3, bishop takes h3. You don't have enough defenders here. Pawn takes, queen takes h3, and because you're threatening both knight h4 and knight g4 ideas, depending on how white decides to defend against the main threat, which is knight h4, you are just lost. I mean, there's the engine saying -7.
The curious part about this whole thing, and I agree with everything that you're saying, is that I actually got mated in a very similar fashion against Fabi himself in one of the online tournaments, I think last year. So he must be very aware how dangerous this is for white, because he's gone for some kind of a structure like this against me in a blink of an eye. He knew it was very good for black. And yeah, I also, I started thinking I have this wonderful e3 square for my pieces. I will be able to somehow maneuver my way around this. You get mated very quickly.
Yeah, and this is one of those cases where what is white playing? You see Fabi burning time,
right?
Perhaps because he is realizing that he doesn't have the time to maneuver his pieces around in this position. He doesn't want to play f3 and weaken all of the dark squares, but it is a top engine move to just give up the hopes of attacking e4, play f3, get some breathing room for your pieces. But playing f3 when there's a bishop on c7 and a queen on d6, barreling down on this diagonal, I mean, that's not very human.
No, not a happy camper there.
Yeah, the issue is if you don't do it now, you might never be able to.
Get to do it.
If black gets knight g6 h4 in, you're completely stuck. None of your pieces go anywhere, and black just calmly eventually creates one threat, and that one threat will be enough.
Yeah.
Including some positions where even maybe not right now, but our experience with similar positions from the white side, for instance, informs us that even ideas of like bishop takes h3, gh, and then let's say queen d7.
Sometimes.
Sometimes work out. So yeah, white is in desperate trouble in these types of positions if you're behind on developing your own play, and you seem like you're very much behind on developing your own play in this position.
Yeah. Well, maybe Fabi is recalling his game against you, Peter, and saying, wait a minute, I actually won this on the white side.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not my first choice, but that whole line
I think this is something like I did.
Alejandro-
Yeah, I played something like rook e3, queen e2, trying to attack the pawn on e4, and it just never worked.
It just never. I was trying to
never
defend
in time,
h3 because the lines that Alejandro was showing, where I go queen, knight c4, queen e6, and I get victimized by this sacrifice. Here, I was hoping that. I mean, I'm trying to win the pawn. I mean, the true confessions, right? I mean, I'm trying to win the pawn. Whoa! What?
I mean, rook e3 was a good move.
What? Okay. No.
Time out.
No.
It's like way too early.
I mean,
way too early in St. Louis for Fabi to be playing g4.
G2, G4. Oh.
What?
Yeah, that doesn't.
I mean,
look
I'm a
right.
pawn grabber, right? I mean, obviously his hope is to drive the bishop away so that he can win the pawn on e4.
Yeah, some kind of a
But
sacrifice
even
will work.
you know, would not. I'd be very hesitant. What about you, Peter, to play such a move?
Yeah. I just wanted to look up what. Yeah, this is
what
I
you
got.
did.
It's actually
Very,
better
very similar.
It's better than what he got, but I still got mated in like 10 further moves.
Oh
Yeah,
my
you can't
goodness.
see what's on my screen, but I just wanted to remind myself. It's very similar. G4, I don't know exactly how it loses, but I would assume it just loses. It shouldn't work. You don't have enough defenders.
Again, it's too early in the morning to make the sacrifice immediately.
Martial
because,
sacrifice. I appreciate it. Yes.
Oh yes, you see, your training's working.
Okay, but this one I accept. This one is a martial sacrifice.
You do.
Barrel bishop's queen side. Yeah,
Well,
I got
you don't
it. I
have to-
accept.
I mean, this
one.
is fantastic for black, but I want more.
You want more?
Okay.
I want
What a
more. I want
greedy
to
man.
play. I want to play something like knight h4.
I don't know why it works, and I'm not gonna put it on the computer. So it's up to you guys. E3 works. Go on.
E3
right
works.
E3 right away works, and I don't know why.
Okay, well, first of all, I mean, there's so many. I mean, this bishop.
I would like to play GF. I think everything else I kind of understand why I'm in desperate trouble. I would like to play GF and hope I don't get mated, but
Yes.
I assume I do get mated somehow. Like EF, King F2, and then something bad happens to me. Queen F4 check doesn't look right because Knight F3 is a good move. So why do we get mated here?
I don't know.
Dang.
This is very confusing. Yeah.
Dang.
Machines are strong. We can throw in, I guess, rook e8, rook e1, rook e... Yeah, I'm not sure about that, actually. Queen takes e1. If you play rook e8, I will quite happily give up that queen to limit the number of attackers.
Rook e8.
Yeah, I'll take on e8, take on g6 in a split second there, just to limit the number of pieces that are
Understood.
currently giving mate to my king.
Correct.
Yeah, no idea why this is so great for black.
Should I be looking at this?
But once, like, I go...
I'm not
knight
even sure
f3,
what-
I guess, right? And
I'm not even sure if this threat is. Oh, here I'm getting rook e2.
Bishop takes
Wait a-
no, bishop takes f4 exists, right?
Bishop takes f4 does exist. So sorry. Let me take a pawn with a slurp.
Yeah, king g2.
Now
rook
let me
e8.
now let me see if I can't. I still don't know what I'm finagling, by the way.
Yeah, knight e5 exists, queen h4 exists. Queen h4, rook e2 check I don't like very much, but knight e5
Right.
looks playable. Yeah, we're
struggling.
confused. Yeah,
We're
getting very
struggling,
confused.
Alejandro. Why does e3 work?
You take on f5, and then you just take on d2.
Oh, okay.
Don't think too hard.
No fair.
and then-
and just put the knight on h4.
Put the knight on h4.
Yeah, put the knight on h4.
It all collapses.
Queen d5. Yeah, everything comes in. Yeah, I can believe that. Yeah.
Yeah,
We were being a little bit-
White is strangely stuck, isn't
Yeah,
he?
we're being a bit too romantic.
Right.
Yes.
Sometimes brutal efficiency. Just
Boom, boom, boom.
hit him where it hurts. F3 is
Eagles.
where it hurts.
I think that's the hardest part of calculating e3 is that realizing that just taking on d2 is so good for black instead of going down those variations where you're trying to mate your opponent. That's the tricky part, I think, from a human point of view to look at the move e3. Otherwise, it's a very It's a very fancy move, and it's one that you want to make because it opens up so many diagonals.
Exactly.
Nothing wrong with just going bishop e6, though.
Yeah, but I mean, in this position, it's sort of like you want to punish.
You want to punish, yes.
White for making such a move as a g2, g4. Wow. Well, we'll keep our eye on that again. I just want to return to Vishy's game for a moment because a lot of things took place after the move c4. Castles takes on d5, bishop e4. c7, c6, bishop d2.
Yeah.
And I thought this move, queen c2, was really cute because I was wondering what Vishy was going to do about the double attack. And he answered the question very simply.
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
I'm going to return the favor by tickling b2. That provoked bishop c3. And
Which is
Vishy
kind of a
said,
sad concession, frankly.
right.
Yeah.
I will happily grab that bishop and I'll get my marshal. 2 bishops.
No.
Everything, it's 2 bishops, and it's not even a pawn sacrifice, Alejandro.
These are Grunfeld bishops, come on.
Oh, excuse me.
These are Grunfeld bishops.
Corrected.
And you get the feeling that it's maybe still within the margins, but you're not enjoying yourself with white here.
Yeah, what happened here?
I'm kind of about to agree with you. It all depends upon this. Close your eyes, Peter. As a Grunfeld player, you're going to love your 2 bishops, but at least you do not have queen b6.
I would have very seriously considered bishop takes c6 just to have something to suffer for. Yeah, I guess Black just goes bishop b6 for now. And
exactly.
I'm pretty sure it is white who is fighting for equality here, but I assume white actually equalizes. It can go rook a1. And also it gives you the fantastic square on d5 for your pieces.
Which I very much need.
Yeah, to play queen b6, bishop d5, or queen b6, knight d5 even stronger. Yeah, try to swap some pieces off the board.
Exactly. Give back the pawn.
Yeah, I'm curious why he didn't do that.
What has he done instead?
He has. I mean, he's still thinking. Yeah, okay. Sorry, for some reason I thought
a move had been played.
Something was played. Yeah. Otherwise, my second best move in this position, I think, is rook ac1, or maybe even the immediate b3, because the pawn needs to be on b3. If we're not taking on c6, we absolutely must ensure that the pawn gets to b3 without any material loss, because that the bishop on f6 will continue being very strong, but it will be shooting somewhat, into the void. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas with the pawn on b2, Black has a very, very clear target for attack, and he does go rook ac1. Vishy can still play bishop b6, but it once again invites the idea of bishop takes c6.
And let's just take a break here in studio and turn it over to Warsaw. What do you have for us, Anastasia and Cristian?
Thank you, Yasser. Well, we were just walking around the playing hall and trying to gauge the interest of the public as well as the players. Anastasia, what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, first of all, I would like to say that we have a very good tradition here in Poland. Before the rounds, people are applauding, like greeting the players, and at the end of the rounds, they do the same too. I think it's really nice. I feel this really nice atmosphere, chess atmosphere here in the playing venue. And of course, it's also nice to see many people gathering next to the playing venue and playing chess all the time. I've seen maybe about 100 people yesterday, and we're expecting more people today. Also, some Ukrainian refugee kids will come to play in the tournament. So actually, the organizers are doing a great job with all these side events, inviting many people to the ground. So, I mean, it's really nice to be here.
Absolutely. And what I do like about the announcers and the announcements is that they call the names of the players and then immediately the public is applauding. It's almost like a face-off during the fighting spirit, the fighting games. So that's quite cool. Now, I want to point one thing for you guys in the studio. I was looking at the games of the 2 young players in the tournament, the 19-year-olds, Kirill Shevchenko and David Gavrilescu. And I was looking at their time management, and I have to say they've made a lot of improvement compared to the first day. For example, if you look at David's game, he has 13 minutes, and Vishy Anand, who's a very speedy player, has 14 minutes. Not a big difference. Also, if you look at the game of Duda versus Shevchenko, Shevchenko is the one who has almost double the amount of time that Duda has. 18 minutes against 9 minutes for Duda. That is a very encouraging sign for the 2 youngsters. So I'm going to have my eyes peeled to those games.
Thank you, Cristian and Anastasia. Bishop d7.
Yeah, bishop d7.
He backed down, did Wesley.
You still pick black here in a heartbeat. I think white is.
But in this case, after bishop d7, the bishop e6, I understood. You know, you kind of go knight h4 and bishop d5. You challenge for the f3 square. With the bishop on d7,
I still want to play knight h4. You have an f5 threat here potentially. But the bigger question is exactly how are we supposed to develop any of our pieces with white? With the king side completely ruined, the extra pawn not really being felt at all, with the bishop on c1 and the queen.
Okay, let me go in Marshall style. f7, f5.
I can also play h5.
h5 is not altogether ridiculous either.
Queen g3 maybe. I assume your idea was to play queen g3.
It was. I wanted to play bishop d2 and queen g3 right away, yes.
Yeah. Bishop g5 exists here, though. H5 allows bishop g5.
Thank you. Yeah. I'll take it.
Why didn't we like f5?
Yeah, let's go f5. Yeah, I don't know why.
I was going to take, and
bishop
I
takes.
assumed bishop takes, and I was going to play bishop d2.
But queen g6 check probably wins material, right? You've a lot of bishop. There's a bishop on c7.
Bishop queen g6 wins a lot of material.
Yeah, queen g6 wins like all of the material. Yeah.
Good morning, St. Louis. Coffee. I need more coffee. Knight h4 just, okay.
Yeah, my issue with white here is that I don't quite understand how we are supposed to deal with the
develop.
Yeah, black is clearly much better. The question is whether it's already decisive, or whether the engine with its usual precision somehow holds this together.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it just looks horrible.
Wow.
Just looks absolutely horrible to my eyes.
Okay, Fabi not making it out of the opening. I just wanted to, I was wondering how Duda was going to solve this issue. Of course, if you're white, you're dreaming. You just get your king out of the center, put your bishop on c3. You've got great play as white. But the problem is the d2 bishop is hanging. How are you solving it?
King e2 seems logical. Yeah, we can play queen a3. We can play queen b6. I quite like queen a3.
Queen a3.
Yeah, because white. If white is ever to be better here, the outside passer on the a file will have something to say about it. It actually makes a ton of sense to block it on a2. It's surprisingly difficult to shift those types of bishops. Like you get the bishop to a3.
Yeah,
and you ask white to physically move it from there, and it's not as easy as it sounds. Yeah, so I like queen a3 better than I like queen b6. Something needs to be done with the threat of rook b1.
Correct.
The reason I'm saying, I'm only naming queen moves in this position is because you don't want to be allowing rook b1 with a tempo.
Exactly, and I love the move queen a3 because I'm kind of like, I want to play queen c7. I want to move my queen. I want to play rook to c7, but rook to c7 is kind of an empty. Yeah, and maybe on a good day you just take it and play rook a8.
Yeah, absolutely. I think black is completely fine. Black has a very solid central structure. The bishops even if they don't go to a3, the bishops on d7 and d6 will provide enough cover for the potential advances on the a file. And honestly, in many cases, I can very easily imagine the a2 pawn actually being a weakness and not a strength. If black doubles up on the a file with their rooks later in the game.
I get that as well. And as we say, black has no weaknesses. I mean, it's intriguing. Again, quick gander at Vishy's game, queen a5.
Yeah, Vishy's fine. The question is whether he is better or not. I don't think so. I think we can play. I keep on trying to play b3 because if you take on c6, I think the larger issue is not maybe even bishop b6, it's bishop f5. Bishop f5 is kind of awkward to meet.
Is a2 hanging in this particular case though, Peter?
I think like these types of positions I think they very often just end up with everything getting traded off, but I don't immediately see how.
I hope I don't get my hand stuck in the cookie jar over on the queen side. But
very often it ends up with everything coming off the board. And even here, let's say I can consider at least playing rook a1. You will take on b3 with the queen, I assume. I want to take.
Rook takes doesn't make any particular sense.
Yeah, takes and take on a7, put the rook on c7. I think I make a draw.
David has made an interesting decision. He played knight a4. I think he's channeling you. He just wants to get in b2, b3.
Yeah, but I wanted to do it. I wanted to do it without playing knight a4. The knight doesn't really belong on a4. And it kind of completely gives up control over the d4 square, right? So if black can somehow, let's say I go c6, c5 straight away, right? Because I currently can do this, you don't have a convenient. But now b3 and knight takes c5 next, right?
b3, c4 though.
B3, C4.
This is cute. Yeah, this is very cute.
Oh, no.
This is very cute.
I get scared. And Vishy, Johnny on the spot.
C5 on the board. Yeah, I assumed that David was intending to play B3 here because this is why you play knight A4.
Precisely.
But yeah, C4 will be very awkward. We can take with the pawn, right? But then rook B4.
Rook B4, rook takes C4.
Yeah, rook B4 looks very, very
I'm getting my pieces all messed up. I'm not a happy camper here.
Yeah, no, this is kind of horrible.
No, this went south on me here.
And this is why I wanted to play B3 with a knight steal on C3 and try to be perhaps like my ideal setup in my mind was B3 and then perhaps bishop F3, knight E4. Something like this.
Right.
This knight needs to be in the center. It doesn't. I would like to keep it on some reasonably central squares. Even this position, as a Grunfeld player, I play bishop d4 here, I play c5, I take black with a very, very comfortably. But
well, here's the chance. C4 is a huge move for Vishy.
Yeah.
Okay, and again, Vishy is running away with our show.
So far in this tournament,
I mean, when you win 5 games in a row, and you get top billing.
Yeah. So far in this tournament, he hasn't missed those little tactics at all, and this is something I expect him to get
right away.
Yeah.
Richard, of course, again, he's not standing still either. Richard is really at least putting a lot of pressure on Vishy. But for Vishy, I mean, wow, just spectacular. I mean, you have these dreams sometimes, you know, like you'll go to a tournament and you'll perform very, very well. But this is certainly off the chart with his wonderful streak. Turning it over to you, Alejandro. You've got a very confusing looking position over there.
We just saw it, actually. It was the game between Duda and Shevchenko, but instead of queen a3, Shevchenko played the move bishop b4. I like this move as well. It's typical for this variation where the queen kind of jumps back and forth between b2 and e5, and it's just important that it has the e5 square. Because after rook c2, any other queen move loses, but queen e5 allows you to be able to take on b4 and then return the rook to b8 in case of an 8th rank check. So queen a8 check can be made by either rook b8 or queen b8. That's why it's important the queen goes to e5, not to f6 or anywhere else. And the engine's liking black's position, thinking they're absolutely fine. Bishop takes can be played, rook takes, and then black is ready to castle and start actually putting more pressure on white's king than white is going to do with the passed pawn. Remember, keeping the queens on the board means that we're really far away from an endgame. These queens might not be in danger of being exchanged at any time soon. Wesley played a curious way in this position because after the take on e4, we did consider the move f5, which the engines thought was strong, but they also like this move bishop e6. f5 can also be played the next move, but it is preparing bishop d5. It looks like a waste of a tempo compared to the lines we were looking at, but still very strong. What does white do in the meantime? So very big, strong advantages here for black. Let me see if Vishy has found c4. Of course he found c4.
Yes.
Yeah, c4 on the board, and that's a huge move. Rook d1. The engine's saying bishop e6 plus 5.
What?
5 for black. Why?
Because if you're a Grunfeld player, you would understand that it's a very good position.
The queen side is just collapsing.
I guess so. Even if you take, I guess rook b4 just starts winning material.
Yeah, you just start losing. You
just start losing everything.
Heavy pieces, yeah.
And then you just start losing everything down this. And
he's played it.
This game is just going to be a disaster.
Yeah, this is
wow.
This is a pow-pow.
Pretty much over, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it looked reasonably safe, and then David made
later,
like 3 moves which weren't all that great, and the game is over.
I think that this is one
Grunfeld is a strong opening.
Especially when you start with
if you get your chessable cores, if you get Peter's chessable cores.
You know, Grunfeld is even better when it's a scotch, right?
Right.
So, something. Yeah.
If you don't mind, Alejandro, I needed to ask you a question about the Duda game against Kirill, because I have no problems with the move bishop b4 either, but I did have a real problem with the move queen a3. I didn't find any way. Peter suggested queen a3. I didn't find any way.
You mean queen a3 for black a couple
yes.
of Yes, perfectly fine as well.
But just give me the computer's move against queen a3, because I didn't come up with anything at all.
Queen a3 in this position, exactly?
Yes.
Well, you can play something like rook b1. The queen is defended, right?
Yes,
so you can
of course,
play rook b1 and fight for the file before black finishes development, or you can be a real computer and play the move rook c6.
Nice.
Not going to happen, right? but
that looks like a decent move.
But rook b1 is a very human move, right?
And then I go rook a8.
And then you rook a8, and then I don't trade. You can't.
That was where I stopped.
According to the engine, if you take, it's equal.
Only.
But you can't play the move queen b7. You don't actually force the trade of the queens so easily because you don't want to give up the 8th rank, right? You don't want to play queen a7 takes rook b8 check.
No, that was not the intention.
So you want to start with bishop d6,
right.
But after rook hc1, you're still not really ready to play queen a7 because takes rook b6 is still annoying. Okay. So black has to do the same thing white did here.
King e7.
King e7 and put the rook on b8, and it just says equal. It doesn't say that there's an advantage because, for example, rook c7, you cannot take because bishop b4.
That's awkward.
And you start hitting the bishop. It says it's equal, but the variations kind of go on. More than one way to play for both sides, but queen a3 is certainly possible. Instead, we have this position on the board, also an interesting one. Black here is threatening to castle. The moment you castle, this king is just worse than this opponent. This pawn on a2 we mentioned could be a target eventually. Black just needs to coordinate his major pieces again. So white is in a little bit of a clock, not just because he has 5 minutes and 30 seconds left, but also on the board to generate something while the king is in the center, whether it's to harass the major pieces, to push the a pawn, to make a threat against the pawn, something. He needs to do something while the king's on e8, and black has not fully coordinated his pieces.
Thank you for that, Alejandro. By the way, in a lot of the bird's eye view of the players that I've been seeing, Duda in particular, he always seems to have that kind of frustrated, like he's not happy with a lot of the positions that he's
It's
achieved.
not flowing as freely as he often makes it look in this tournament.
You
so
see that
far.
little shake of the head? I see. Yeah, I see this
Kind of
coming from him, very much so. A game that we kind of lost track of is the game between Anton and Levon, and after Anton's last move, bishop takes e4. I think it's safe to say the game just blew up on us, Peter.
Has this been missed by Levon?
Well, Levon's last move was he wanted to try to tickle this rook, which is protecting the bishop. So he played the move bishop g3 in order to essay bishop b8, and Anton said, well, wait a minute. I mean, that bishop is not defended along the 3rd rank. Let me take it. But
bishop b8, rook a4, knight b2.
Exactly.
How do we reply to bishop b8?
What am I missing?
Bishop b8. Now, you'd like to return the favor to the knight, but as you said, Peter, knight b2 will fork a lot of units.
Yeah, the problem is I'm not even losing an exchange here.
Yeah, we're losing more than the exchange.
Because I was thinking maybe you just go bishop d5, take on a7, take on c4, you play compensation, but you just play knight b2 anyway.
Compensation?
Yeah, knight b2 wins a rook.
Wins a rook.
I mean,
you don't get any compensation for that. Wait, what are we missing? Bishop b8.
We must be missing something.
Something, right?
Well,
You would like to play
sure
rook b7, but the rook on b6 isn't hanging, so I will just take the bishop there.
And the production team just said bishop b4 is a blunder. I like that we have this like intense grandmaster discussions, and then the production team's like, "What are you guys talking about? It's a blunder. Stop talking to each other."
Just put us out of our miseries. We're sitting there trying to sacrifice and rook a4 and bishop d5, and do we have enough, Peter?
Yeah, this doesn't work.
Just doesn't work.
I mean, he had other moves in this position after the move bishop g3, because well, you are threatening bishop b8. Main threat of the position, but you can move the bishop back to a8 or c8. Whether this is comfortable for black or not, we can argue that later, it doesn't matter. Because bishop e4 straight up loses material. Knight b2 to begin with is actually a funny way of refuting this, because the rook needs to stay on the 3rd rank.
Right.
And if you move to e3, then bishop f2. So that already wins material, but this one wins more material. Bishop b8 hits the rook. The engine says, there's no better move, rook a4. Knight b2 hits everybody. And
That's quite the party.
And now I guess the idea is to go here, take some rook d2. Can't move the knight because I take on g2. Even then, I'm up a piece.
Right.
Yeah, conversion is very hard. A lot of counterplay. Computer says actually black's fine. But you do have rook b1.
Right.
Defends the knight. It's awkward. It's awkward as heck for a few moves because this pin, very annoying. This bishop kind of trapped after e5. So you have to finagle your way back into the position. But you will, because you're up a piece, and the rooks are not coordinated just yet. The bishop also can't really participate. So you will one day. The edge is saying it's a winning position for white, even though it might take forever to actually get your position back into coordination. But a piece is a piece, and I don't really quite get it, because bishop b8 looks
Excellent.
Excellent, yes.
Yeah, just simply excellent.
And there it is.
Wow.
Bishop b8 is going to be a good one.
And usually this is a bad sign. When your opponent plays a move like bishop takes e4, and you go, oh my gosh, is that playable? And then you go, well, wait a minute, I got bishop b8, and then he's frozen. You're the one that's putting all your pieces on 3, Anton. Come on. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I wanted to say that it's mystifying because it's impossible to miss bishop b8. That was the threat created by the move bishop g3, and
right.
you know, it's not like he didn't know this was coming. So it's
I didn't notice it. Right? Yeah.
Bishop g3 came with the telegraph, signed, delivered by Levon.
No, I was about the horns were blowing. There.
I'm a bit confused as to exactly what he could have
Possibly
missed when he took on e4. Yeah.
So bishop b8. We'll keep an eye on this one. I just want to quickly check on Vichy's game.
I think it's probably bishop d5 not bit. So I think he thought, okay, after bishop d5, bishop a7, bishop c4, he's not doing that poorly. And it might be true.
Yeah. But why
he's
do
not
you have
getting
to
that position.
Yeah, but why do you even have to rush to lose an exchange?
That's also a good question because black wasn't actually worse.
Exactly. You're rushing to lose an exchange until, like you say, Peter, okay, I get it. You missed knight b2, but was this position required? That, I mean, you have other moves here.
It's a bit annoying, but yeah, you can play bishop c8.
Bishop c8.
Bishop a8, bishop c8.
Rook d7, and rook a4, knight b2 very quickly, rook a2. And again, this is the at least an exchange sacrifice.
Yeah, likely a piece sacrifice.
It's a piece sacrifice. I can take on e4.
Yeah. Exactly.
Knight d3, bishop d3, I can imagine not winning for white.
But what? Really?
Yeah, I can imagine sometimes. But I mean, sometimes.
Knight d3, bishop d3. You're not going to
do. It's not that bad. Like if I get c4 and d5 in, I'm not. Yeah, bishop d6 is an important thing. Yeah, but here I take. I play c4. I play 6 c5. You know.
It's not that easy.
No, this is a tricky conversion. If I get the pawn to h4.
It's the problem. I don't get.
Yeah. If I get h5, h4 in, I would suggest maybe I'm not even doing that poorly at all. And the rook on e1 is very, very restricted.
Yeah, that's unfortunately true. Yeah, but okay, in that case, it is the piece sacrifice. You take on e4, you get your doubled rooks on the second rank, and whether it's with e5 or whether it's c4.
Yeah. I think you need to cut off the bishop on b8. And now the hope is to somehow play c5, c4. I don't know. I'm choosing between e6 and e8 is difficult for me this early in the morning. Let's say e6.
E6.
Yeah.
And I've got to get my...
And my hope here is to play c4 and bishop c5 check, and then maybe the bishop gets to some good squares somehow. Even then, I don't really understand what my threats are.
Yeah, I feel like I'm playing g4 and I'm shuffling my king.
Yeah.
Somehow, you know.
You are?
I'm making a beeline towards the knight. I mean, it's a kind of a strange thing. And there's a certain case, if I can get my king to c1, I
understand.
Yeah, the problem for black also in many lines is that c4 helps.
e5 on the board, by the way.
Yeah, but c4 will help white bring the bishop back.
Yeah, it allows me, if I'm allowing bishop a7, I'm not playing c4. I think in most cases I would like to play c4 under conditions which don't allow white to play bishop a7 in response.
In that case, I'll start with king.
We're all in agreement. We should probably watch something else because this looks like...
All right. I want to turn our attention back to our tournament leader, Vichy, who's dominating.
Yeah, this
game is over.
Oh, this
terrible. This game is over, and we are watching it because we are vultures of the chessboard.
Yeah. Exactly.
Bishop f5.
We want to see blood and bone.
Bishop f5, and you can resign. Yeah, the c-pawn just quins. Basically, it's just you're a pawn up, and you're also crushing.
C-pawn express. I agree with you.
Every single piece is stronger than its counterpart. Yeah,
well, these bishops are just raking. You've heard it here, folks. You heard it here first, folks. The Grunfeld. Strong.
Like the Benko gambit, it is strongest when reached from another opening.
Right?
Right?
Yeah, the transpositions are so good.
Yes.
All right. Well, we'll just kind of wait for the handshake after bishop f5.
Probably.
I think we can wait for bishop f5 handshake, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
thinking.
Queen
b3, c2, without even trading the queens.
By the way, one of the things I've always I like. It's not that I'm a stat guy, statistics, but I always liked, outstanding performances in terms of TPR, tournament performance rating. Like, what have been, the most outstanding 2,900 results, 23,000 results? Who's got them? Bobby Fischer, Garry Kasparov. If Vishy wins this game, he's on a 3,000 performance clip. I mean, it's unbelievable.
I think it's higher.
Right?
I think it's higher, and it's sort of, in terms of those conversations, it's very important that he already made a draw. Because until you make a draw, those figures are
meaningless.
They look absurd.
Right? Yeah, cosmic.
He's going to take on a4, isn't he? No, he's not. No.
He traded?
He just, rook c4.
And he just said, by the way, what you doing with your knight?
By the way, your knight. Hi. Hi, knight. That's it.
That hurt.
Yeah, for the people that are wondering about Peter's comment, specifically the performance rating formula.
There's the handshake.
The performance rating formula depends on at least one result being less than perfect or more than 0. Otherwise, the formula just breaks. It actually doesn't work.
Right.
I once had a performance rating midway through the tournament of like 3350, and then I made a draw. And it's
and then you made a draw.
And then it like started resembling something real. Yeah, I think Novgorod opened 95. I started with 4 out of 4 in a very strong open.
Right.
And and they actually had it, in those days it was a printout on the wall somewhere.
Yeah.
And for some reason it included the TPR.
Right.
And it was legit like above 3,300 for sure.
How did you finish?
I didn't even win the tournament. It was very
So you had like a 2,700 rating per TPR after all
It was still a
good
tournament, but I started making draws, and then I lost a very painful game to Semyon Dvoiris, who
can do that,
is a legend of Soviet chess.
Right. But Peter, when you do think about historical great TPR events, which is like some of the
Fabi,
first,
I guess, right?
Yeah,
That's the one that comes to mind first.
7.5 won, and we were when we were doing the streak, when we were calling the streak, we started looking up those things. By the way, it was Anatoly Karpov in
that Linares.
Linares.
That Linares must have
where
been.
he went like +6 over the course of the
like
night.
the
94,
the first half of the first. I'm sorry, I'm blanking there, but
there he is, our tournament. What a performance he's got.
6 wins, 1 draw for this man.
Yeah, I just wanted to say about that Karpov event. Second in the tournament was Garry Kasparov. Garry Kasparov was the world champion, highest rated player in the world, and he gained rating. Did Garry Kasparov?
Garry did
and he was like a point out of first.
Garry did not have a bad event.
No, it was
very have a bad event.
It was pretty funny. I mean, I laughed. One of the greatest TPRs ever was by a lady. By a lady. One of the greatest TPRs ever by a lady player. I'm stumping our panel. I'll stump our viewers. I'll tell you the answer, but I want to give you one of the greatest TPRs in the history of chess was by a lady player.
Yeah, I don't know.
Blanking. You're thinking, of course, of Judith Polgar, who had wonderful results.
I would guess it's Susan.
Sophia in Rome Open, yeah?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
You got it. But you had to get past Judith, who stands there.
8 out of 9, I think, in Rome Open.
Yeah, and a glorious, she was like 3,100.
Really?
Yeah.
8 out of 9 will do that.
That's pretty good.
No, it's really good. Just something to tease you. I just wanted to bring our attention to Richard's game. Vishy has won, by the way, and he.
This was a very, very exciting endgame at one point.
Crazy.
Yeah, we're not really. Now we're on screen.
Yeah.
And this looks like it should be very close to equality, but it really isn't because of how awkward the black pieces are. And
whoa!
Yeah.
When you're forced to play at Bishop D4 there, and
you're not very happy. Yeah.
No.
No, that's it. He just resigned.
That's it, and he just resigned. And
So yeah,
Well,
Richie keeping
I mean,
pace,
nobody stopped being fishy,
But Richie's on his
Richie
heels.
is running as fast as
That's
he
the
can.
4th victory in a row for
Yes, it
Richie.
is.
That is amazing. We will be talking about this man and this man alone normally. He has a
Right.
crushing score when you think about it. It's just that Vichy's in the tournament.
Right.
Yeah.
By the way, in many of the post-game interviews, I see Richie coming in. I'm not playing very well. Oh, it's all gone. It's really, really bad. There, he cracked a smile. I swear. I mean, he liked that 4 in a row. By the way, turning quickly to
Levon is also
versus
winning because the
Levon
king.
is winning.
Anton.
He runs to B1, right?
Yeah, the rook on b6 will
Wow.
provide the end of checks. Yeah, and he is threatening mate in 1 on the other side of the board, meaning that black cannot play something like rook g2 check king f1 and put the rook back on a2, creating 2 threats of mate on both sides.
No.
But yeah.
So in this position, as Peter is mentioning, rook b6
And he resigns.
to b8. Mate is unstoppable.
So we should be watching the All-American pair. I think that's the,
Yes.
that's the interesting position left.
And by the
Fabi
way,
has stabilized to a degree.
they have been playing very slowly. We've been seeing numerous endgames. Sorry, but Peter, you were saying that...
It doesn't look as lost as it used to look. It still looks kind of horrible for white. Like you can see what Fabi had to do to stabilize. He went bishop h1,
and I like it.
and then he entombed it himself by playing f3. Yeah, like it's
Right.
Oh my God.
Right.
The length he had to go to kind of not get mated immediately are quite remarkable. But he seems to be still kind of borderline alive.
That's the thing about them, right? They're almost dead, but they don't die. They keep fighting.
You stab in the heart 5 times, and you might as well make it a 6th.
Yeah, it's a very it's a very sad idea of playing queen g5, f6, queen h4, and then potentially back to f2. But you still do have that extra pawn, which allows you some kind of a leeway if you have to give up some material.
It's all Yasser needs.
Yeah, just hang on to the pawn.
Just hang on to the pawn, defend, win the endgame.
Defend. Yeah, well, it's not Victor Korchnoi. That was his formula. I mean, he walked through the Gobi Desert for a pawn. Barefoot. I mean, what suffering he went through.
This is clearly horrible for white.
Yes.
But you still don't really see a decisive blow.
Yeah.
You just know you're doing really well with black, but
Okay, at a certain point,
there's
though,
no immediate conversion that I can spot at least.
I think everybody has fallen for this. Is you fall in love with your position. I mean, Wesley's sitting there going, got a great position, got a great position. You let it slip away. Peter, where do you go here if you're Wesley? F6 on the board, by the way, queen h4.
You need to start creating actual threats. And
is bishop c4
yeah, bishop c4
and knight
definitely.
e2
Yeah,
check?
that's definitely on the menu. Yeah, he
g5, just
drives it all the way back to f2.
that, unless there's a refuge, that feels helpful, doesn't it? For white?
Not really.
It also kind of cements the knight on f4, right?
True, it's well protected, I'll give you that.
Yeah, white isn't going to have any counterplay on the king side. We don't have to worry about it.
Is it time to play moves like c5?
In some
bishop
positions,
c4?
yeah. If you can open up the queen side here
Bishop
or the center,
c4.
it probably leads to collapses. Bishop c4, we go rook e1, knight d3. No, hang on, I will take on e8 twice, right?
That's
so
a
maybe,
check.
Maybe we can play rook e1 question.
Well, rook e1, I like your knight.
e1, I mean.
Yeah, I like your knight d3 a
Really?
lot. Yes.
I mean, you will win
Your
the
queen is
endgame, I
trapped.
guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's not trapped. I'll play queen e3, but you
Clear.
will. Actually, it's not that bad for white because queen e3 hits the queen on e8, and then I will take
No,
with
but
the knight.
I try take them on e3 and bishop b3. This looks pretty bad.
I mean, compared to everything else we've been watching,
yeah,
I
the
think
bishop will slip out. Oops,
even though
excuse
I
me.
might lose my entire queen,
You lose your...
like
That's the
b2,
problem.
b2 and a4.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you lose the entirety over here.
I go gh here. Yeah, I go gh. I remind you that you haven't included hg yet. Then I go knight g4, and I claim that I have counterplay on the other side of the board. And it's not even as ridiculous a claim as
It might appear.
It might have been in some other positions.
Maybe you do throw in.
Yeah, he
hg.
has played rook e1. Yeah, you can include hg, I think, in
From the very start, maybe.
It's just
maybe
it's not a very easy move to make sometimes.
yeah, king
hg.
f7. I think
What?
Wesley is being a little bit too
To feisty?
No, not
fancy.
feisty.
Not feisty enough.
Not feisty enough, I think. Yeah.
I don't know.
A little too
King,
fancy.
King F7, I have the feeling.
Can I just take
Can I
and play
just take
b4?
B4, wow.
I mean, a moment
Well,
ago,
93 is a threat now, right? So we need to take on e8, queen e8,
and b4.
and let's say b4, and move.
He's gone bishop c1.
He's gone bishop c1, which
What?
looks like a blunder.
Knight d3, takes, queen e3 at the end.
Well, I mean,
King
rook a is no longer a check. This blunder is an exchange, no?
Oh.
He wants to play queen c2, maybe? He wants to play queen c2.
Whoa.
No, Fabi.
What a tricky guy.
Wily little fox, eh?
Yeah, look at that.
He wants to play
Eyeballing.
knight d3, queen c2.
That's a nice cheap. That's an easy cheap.
That
one
is
to
a
fall
very
for.
nice cheapo to miss, yeah. And
Yeah.
suddenly the game is over in the direction we did not
Anticipate.
really anticipate. Yes.
Right. Okay, but bishop c1, double.
Bishop d5 played
confusing.
by Wesley.
Bishop d5.
This is improving for white. You start seeing the outlines of how you actually come out of the corner here. I can take on e8 twice, play knight e3.
I liked your
Knight
taking on
d3.
h4. Yeah, take twice on e8 and take on h5.
Or take on h5 actually and start luring the pieces away from my king. Yeah.
On a very good day after taking everything.
You
off
can
the
you can
board.
definitely start seeing how he goes queen c2. He actually wants the maximum before he starts trading.
Actually has the threat.
Yeah.
His first in the game.
He might actually get to play knight g3 next and put it on f5. And like this position is like
It's blowing up. I don't even know who's better anymore.
unrecognizable from what we've seen
A moment
earlier.
ago. Yeah. This is definitely
much,
three
much
result.
better. Yeah, much better than it used to be
Suddenly.
for white. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wesley
and
did not land the blow, and now I think if he goes king g7, we just take on e8 twice. We go knight e3.
He went king g.
King f8. Yeah, I
king
like
f8.
this because knight f5 check will not be a check.
Yeah, there will be no check.
But I still do the same. I think I take on e8 twice. I go knight e3.
I agree.
Because I need, like, I'm attacking the bishop on d5. I would like to
And
start
there he
challenging
goes.
those pieces. Yeah.
And he's going for it, I think. Taking already twice.
Knight e3 looks very sensible.
Yeah,
I mean,
we're
that's
not
a-
really potentially we're not threatening knight takes d5 yet because of queen e1 check. But we can play something like bishop d2 or king f1 or something. And
Man,
the bigger issue we've
Knight
stabilized.
e3.
We can play queen f5 and create a threat.
Finally HG on the board.
HG, it's a very useful inclusion for Wesley. Yeah,
Especially while you cannot take with the f pawn.
Exactly.
Yeah, black probably is still completely fine, but we're now actually discussing if black is fine, which was unthinkable,
A few moves ago.
earlier. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Wesley has a great night, but he's had a great night for quite
bishop
some
f1,
time.
bishop
I mean,
f1, bishop d2.
it's starting to
knight
get to
f1.
the point where Wesley's only compensation is the great knight
Right, which he's
Yeah.
which he's been holding on to.
for a while.
But he hasn't improved. Whereas we can definitely
Knight
say
f5, queen e1 is too dangerous. I would maybe like to play queen h2. Knight king g7 is a bit
I know.
empty. It's not the best square on the board.
exactly.
Maybe queen b3.
I had
d6,
this
bishop
very
d2.
confusing idea that this bishop could have been pinned. Like, you want to go queen h2 and somehow dislodge this knight. But no, queen f2.
f2, yeah, very solid. Very solid. Covers
By
some
the way,
squares.
if he had played queen h2, king g7, queen f2, and it turns out, 4 moves later that the king is worse off on g7 than on
Queen e6, you're kind of
What are the
hinting.
clock times, by the way? I'm feeling that the players are getting
35
nervous.
seconds for Fabi, a minute 23 for Wesley.
I see some nervousness between these two players.
It's still easier to play with black, but yeah.
Last move, queen e6, introduces idea of penetrating on the queen side.
And this is why I kind of wanted queen b3 to maybe get the light squares somewhat under control, but yeah, it's just difficult to play. He goes knight f5, aiming to offload some of the
Simplify, yeah.
pressure, but yeah, black is back to being better. But you get the feeling that it's holdable if you take on f5 twice, which I think you do, and yeah, Wesley
done
has
it.
done.
I think you take on f4, right?
Oh, I would really. Yeah, I mean it's ugly, but you have to.
He took on f4.
That was the
getting
intention of
bishops
knight
above-
f5. I
bishops
really,
of
really
opposite.
hate it, but
Maybe I like to take with a recapture with a bishop.
Either way, I
a
think I'll go
sensible
queen e2.
choice, Yeah.
Yeah.
If the queen lands on e4, white holds, but
Queen takes.
yeah, queen takes.
And I think you do go queen e2 here.
Bishop d3 is another option.
Yeah.
One of the things that was remarkable about Wesley's success from Bucharest is he won 2 games with queens of opposite color bishops on the board. I mean, is he going for a trifecta here, Peter?
It's annoying for white. The king on g1 is very, very unsafe. It's very annoying. You lose this, despite equal material and no immediate threats, you lose these positions quite a bit with white on a low time in particular, because it's just so much easier to somewhat improve your position and not blunder anything. You play bishop h3 here with white. Let's say Wesley goes f6, f5.
Right.
And ask
That's
the
kind
question
of
again.
dead end as far as the bishop is concerned, right?
And with the bishop on with the king on g1, you never really generate a single threat. I'm surprised he allowed bishop e6.
Finally, the bishop actually has a life.
Yeah,
Oh, I think queen e6 here, yeah.
or even queen e6 actually.
Well, what? I was loath to allow queen g3 check, but maybe.
We can go bishop g2.
King
Yeah, bishop
F1.
g2.
King f1 as well. Yeah, but why are we allowing f5?
But I didn't
F5,
understand
bishop-
why we didn't play bishop e6.
Yeah, I
It just-
really wanted that bishop out of the chain. Yeah, like
Right.
I'm back on f6. Why? Yeah, this is a very strange sequence to my eyes.
Time control, time pressure. Pardon me, is
Yeah,
the major
sequence-
factor now.
This sequence is weird to me. King g1
Okay.
back. I
King
don't
back
like
to
this.
g1.
We have
Well,
to
you
play-
said it yourself very well. It's very hard to hold these positions as well.
Yeah, but I think instinctively you need this bishop. Like I'm very worried about. Let's say if if you allow f5 king f6, the bishop on h3 might never return to
That's my fear as well.
to the game.
Oops, sorry. We're talking about black
Yeah.
getting in
And
those two
I
moves.
think the reason hasn't been played yet is that Wesley is trying to gauge whether f5 allows queen e6 and queen h2 check. It
Queen
doesn't.
h2 picks up the, yeah.
And he goes c6, c5, which is also understandable, but it sort of opens up some diagonals for white as well. Even if it wins the pawn on a4, I would much rather just kill off the pieces first. Like f5 king f6 looked like in particular in severe time trouble, looked like a much more annoying idea to face.
By the way, Wesley playing very swiftly these last few moves.
Yeah,
once
definitely.
he set his mind on the move c5, then it went bang, 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 and he
Against
gained
the bishop d6, you have to play.
important time. And there goes the pawn.
Yeah, but now it gives
that's-
us a tempo to play something like queen e6.
I've got queen d1 check.
Queen d1, yeah, queen d1 check is strong. Yeah, queen d2. This is a good move, by the way. This is a very good move.
Yeah, because there's
I
no
like
queen
this.
f4.
But I've got
Yeah.
queen c6.
Queen c6 we go queen d3. It's a huge improvement. We get to play bishop f5, bishop b4. Then we will probably hold. Honestly,
Yeah, if
I think in practical terms, you probably want to play queen h4 here and ask the question whether you want to play the queen ending or not. The queen ending is probably okay because of how active the queen on d6 is, but nobody really likes playing queen endings on 15 seconds.
usually it's all about kings and
Let's play queen b5 check. Yeah, we missed that altogether. Yeah,
And
this is
queen d5,
this
a
is
much
very
better
strong.
consolidate.
Yeah, this is a bit.
So essentially, Wesley has the same type of position as he had a moment ago,
But with an extra pawn on
with
the
an
d4.
precisely. But with an extra pawn.
Yeah, and there was a brief glimpse there of one other remaining game in the round where young Krzysztof is playing rook and bishop against rook against the young Ukrainian Kirill Shevchenko. This might go on for a bit, yeah. This might go on for a bit,
deserves
yeah.
at least one rook and bishop versus rook.
We had a rook and knight. I think that kind of covers it. No?
I don't know. The rook and knight, nah, you just
No?
never get anywhere with that. Here in St. Louis, we had a U.S. championship, a ladies. It was Anna Zatansky versus.
Queen h2 now. Yeah, queen h2 with the idea of bishop g3. And the king on h6 is surprisingly safe.
Why surprising?
It's very, very difficult to give a single check. I think you kind of have to go all
It's
in, play queen
checkers.
f5 or queen d4, yeah.
Yeah,
something
queen
like
f5 or
that.
queen d4 seem that they threaten checks at least.
Yeah, you need to get the queen to d8 or c8 and start threatening checks from the back rank.
Right.
Before you've gotten mated, because if you allow bishop g3, you probably never generate any counterplay anymore in this game.
This move, queen d4, does have a nasty sting to it. Give me the pawn on.
Yeah, and you can play king g7, but then you don't. Actually, you can play king g7, and you should probably play king g7.
Can I take on b6?
Well, yeah, but I guess we take on b6, and after bishop g3, there's currently not a threat on the board, right?
Yay.
So we go, I don't know,
Bishop f5.
Bishop f5 actually maybe drops the f3 pawn with check, which you
That's
probably don't want to be doing, right?
true.
Yeah. So it's not that easy to make a. Maybe we just give a check from a7, and he's going king g6.
G6.
That's
Whoa.
very fancy. Yeah.
Whoa, what the heck is the king
really
G6?
like it.
Quickly queen e4 check, quickly king G7.
All right.
And again, there is this queen B7.
Yeah, check from b7 and go queen c8 or queen c6.
Oh, that was nice by Wesley. He just played the move bishop c7, blocking the check, but defending b6 as well.
Yeah, queen c6, he's gone all the way to e4, also
Queen
understandable.
E4.
Yeah, queen d6. Ah, that's a huge improvement, obviously. If the queen got driven back from h2, we can go king e2 now.
Yeah, I think king e2.
Yeah, just start getting the king out of the corner so that there's
And he's
never any
done it.
mating threats.
And one day the bishop will land on f5 and e4, and
I think now
the
white
worst,
holds, yeah. I think
the
now
worst
white
is
holds.
behind you.
I
Yes.
think, yeah, white survived the worst from this
Yeah.
position.
Now that we have king d3 as a reply to any checks, yeah, we just hold this.
I think you go king d3 immediately.
Yeah, you can go king e3 now. You can also go queen e6 just to improve. Oh, queen f5 might be an immediate draw, actually.
I think everything is okay now.
Yeah.
Now that the
Yeah.
king has gotten out of that corner, the bishop is active. White got everything
Right.
he wanted.
Yeah.
Queen f5,
I don't think
ideas
yeah.
of queen d7, check. Any queen trade will be an instant draw. There'll be
Pretty
no
much,
problem.
yeah, pretty much.
King d1.
Also
Yeah,
fine.
also fine, yeah. Just get the king over to c2 and claim that,
You're not
we
actually
are
worse.
now the side with the attack.
The attack.
Yeah, and by
Correct.
the way,
initiative.
Your extra pawn is firmly blockaded on the f5 square. So.
Well,
Okay, he's got a point.
well he's
Absolutely. I mean,
yeah, why not, right?
why does win like one out of 10 in these types of positions? You just kind of overpress and like
The best way to
blunder
make
some
a
kind of
draw
mate.
is play for a win.
Yes. Yeah, I very much endorse this.
Wow. Still, I have the echoes of a Bent Larsen story where he told me he was playing in a Scandinavian tournament where his opponent went into one of these bishops of opposite color endgames of pawn up, and Bent nearly got a draw. But Bent thought he was lost before his opponent allowed this, and he said, it was an old grandmaster from Sweden. I forgot his name for just a second, and he said, "But why did you allow me this chance?" And the guy answered, "Young man, don't you realize I never lose such positions?"
Yeah.
Young man.
Yeah.
I never.
I mean, this is sort of the old school, right? Like
Right.
that famous aphorism. I will now misattribute it to the one of the pair of Bondarevsky and Boleslavsky. That,
Yes, interchangeable.
When you analyze an adjourned position, first you find a draw.
Yes.
And then, having secured the draw,
Right.
you start looking for an advantage.
That's right. That was
Yeah.
Pal Benko's. First you secure the draw, then you play for advantage.
Yeah, so
Nice.
this type of an approach.
Queen
right.
C7.
Yeah,
Thank
Wesley.
you. We will
Yeah.
now make a draw.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is also that's quite
Get the
tricky.
king over to e4 and yeah.
Yeah.
You,
Yeah, that's
you
it.
kind of want to play b3 and c4 just to make sure that some kind of a weird
You don't
thing-
blunder.
Yeah, that like if your pawn gets fixed on b2 and then you somehow blunder bishop c1 at the wrong moment and you lose, that would be suboptimal. But
Suboptimal. Correct.
but you still have time. You don't have to do it immediately.
As we now expect this game to be drawn, let's just jump back to the Duda game for a moment, because this is the famous rook and bishop versus rook.
The pawn is still alive, which in a way I think hurts black because you're
50 move rule.
First of all, your 50 move rule is not in. Yeah, it's going to get restarted, and secondly, I mean after rook h6, it's not like what I was trying to say is no longer relevant, but there definitely are some positions in which the stronger side can just ignore the pawn is there and try to give mate.
Right.
Anyway, because the pawn is very well controlled, and as a defender there, you get kind of slightly distracted by this idea that maybe I can hold on for it for a bit longer. And then
Do you think it's practically better to just chuck it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've seen people just play h4, h3 in this types of positions. Just like-
Definitely. Definitely.
so that your brain kind of completely
Yeah.
switches
Yeah,
to...
yeah.
And it's an entirely psychological thing, right? You immediately are able to focus into just defense instead of defense. And you know what? The pawn is also.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should hold on to my extra. What?
Right?
No.
Yeah, no.
No.
No, let it die.
Let it.
Yeah, if it dies, it dies.
So, because you mentioned the Germans, I had an adjournment. I had the weaker side, if you will, against Israel Zilber in a Hastings tournament, and it was an adjournment. And I was staying at this like Yelton hotel, and the crazy part was in the hotel's library they actually had a book with that position. And I studied it all night, and I achieved what was the Zen position. And it's spelled S-Z-E-N. And he shows this way. And after learning, thanks to the adjournment, I always got the maximum result in the rook and bishop versus rook.
So you won every single time with what?
Every single time with the better side, and every single time a draw with the weaker side, except I was one-upped by Hikaru Nakamura. He won with the weaker side. Against Magnus Carlsen.
That is impressive. That is.
Magnus flagged. One of those tournaments in Oslo where you don't get increments. Magnus was not a happy camper, by the way. But hey, them's the rules.
Absolutely. Yeah, the pawn is still on the board, and yeah, the next round is basically on hold now because
Exactly, as we witness this game. By the way, Fabi, Wesley still going? I'll be darned. They're still going. Wow, as far as I can see, there's nothing to be playing for over here.
Yeah, the point here is that this specific setup that Fabi has established with the king on d3 and a bishop on g2, it sets up a perimeter where he doesn't have to move anything anymore. Like
Exactly.
It covers all of the potential entry squares from the black king.
Exactly.
So we just go bishop g2, bishop f3 forever.
Right.
Yeah, you can even play king c2 if you want, but you don't have to. Yeah, black can play b5 before, but that just limits the number of pawns
remaining
on the board,
amount of material. That's right.
and allows for even more of the.
I don't dispute anything that he's got his fortress. The crazy part is he's even achieved more than I thought he did.
Actually, b5 before is a little bit tricky.
Exactly.
It's a little bit tricky because I think this is the only way you can potentially lose. If black plays, let's say, b4, c takes b4, yeah, you do this.
Right.
You do
and
this.
on a good day, you get in b3 check.
And with the bishop specifically on g7, it's not that easy to trade the pawn on b2 for the pawn on a4.
Precisely.
In order to do that, you would need to play king b1, king a2, and then we play bishop f8. And once again, you are kind of stuck.
You can never play b3.
Yeah,
in this
and in the
position.
meantime, the king, goes attempts to get to e3. I'm interested in how exactly how Fabi is planning to draw this, because I think he should probably not have allowed this if he had a chance. Yeah, and this is why I was talking about playing.
I just don't know
b3
how he got in f5 and g4. And
yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why we allowed the pawn to cross from f6 to f5 and to,
exactly.
Yeah,
How easy, here we go.
Yeah,
here we go.
How easy of a draw is this?
I don't see it at all.
I don't see it either. I mean,
but the only annoying thing for Wesley is that once you play the move king d4, you're not hitting b2.
That is right.
So then we go b3,
a2. King d2.
King d2, I think.
Or you're saying b3.
No, but we can maybe cross. So, I can play bishop d4 here, right, and go c5, d6, e5, f4, e3.
Oh, he's played king
king
d4,
d4.
allowing
b3?
king d2, but also allowing your b3. Maybe. No, b3,
no,
a3
b3 wasn't.
No, b3 is not very good. Just a3, right?
b3, a3, bishop f8, and must win.
Must win, yeah, that wins.
And so he's had to. Now here's the moment of truth.
Is king e2 a draw? King e2, king c5. No, king c5.
What?
It's not a draw.
Why is that? Why is that not a draw? King c5, king f3.
Bishop takes b2.
Bishop is on h6.
He played bishop h6.
Yes, check.
Oh no, you play king e2 here. Oh, I think that's a huge mistake.
No. It's not at all. Hold on. I have to disagree. Just a second.
This looks like a draw to
Bishop
me.
c1.
Bishop c6.
Bishop c6.
No, you can't allow bishop c6. No, the bishop had to stay on the long diagonal. That is a very strange decision by Wesley.
Oh my goodness.
That's
King
the answer.
c5.
King c5, we go king f3.
Bishop c1.
We take, and we go bishop h3.
And you're way fast.
And we get.
Oh, now he's allowed bishop c6.
Yeah, now we go bishop c6.
No, then he goes king c5.
Yeah, this is a clever move. But I think we can go king f1.
King f1.
King c4 then.
King c4.
How do
You're
we...
not getting the. I know what you want. You want your king on g. Yeah, no, that's right. You are getting it. I like your king f1 a lot. King f1, king c4, bishop c6.
King b3.
And
then king
g2.
And then king g2, and
g2.
we're in time. Yeah. He's played king f3, bishop f2, and I guess king g4 is the idea. I don't like it on g4. Bishop h3 is the way to go. And now we just go bishop d7, king b3, king g2, and it's a very easy draw. Yeah.
Yes, what we've just saw.
Yeah. This is the way to go. Yeah, just king g2 and we pass forever.
I mean, he made it hard on himself, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, my goodness.
I have a feeling this was lost for a second there.
Yeah, I asked the engine. Always drawn.
Always drawn.
Always drawn?
Okay, that's good. Because I hear what you're saying. Right here, when we saw the move king d2, bishop h6 did feel like a mistake. But maybe king d4 blew it.
The annoying thing, if you can get to the Yasser's board in this position, is that despite the huge open diagonal, you can't cross to the king side.
No, but this was my plan. I wanted to go bishop d4 here.
Yes.
This was my plan.
I just passed with the bishop.
Wait.
King c5.
Yeah. I just keep passing.
King d6.
Yeah, and at some point I go b4.
That holds, yeah, okay.
b4.
You probably
I'll probably do it the other way. How about this way?
No, I mean, you probably want me to play king e5, king f4 even.
Something like that, yeah. You get yourself to f4 or something. And when the time is right,
I go b4.
And
then I can force the trade.
And then you force the trade.
Oh, yeah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes
Okay, we're back to our sole remaining game. We've had a number of victories, 3 out of 4, with Duda trying to keep pace with these leaders. Nobody's stopping the guys
they're winning
at the
every
top.
game.
Yeah.
They're winning every game. It's hard to keep track.
Right?
Oh, I keep forgetting this is actually round 1 of the day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, by the way, the Zen position, which is actually kind of funny, we're going to get to it. If
What is
the rook
the Zen
goes
position?
rook to e1, the king goes to e8, right?
Yeah.
And whenever you go with your king to break the pin to the other side, you go to the other side.
It's a
Cochrane.
right? I was told this is a Cochrane.
Cochrane defense.
Yeah.
You go to the opposite
to the book
side.
that I had. Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
you go
yeah,
to the opposite side. And he's done it.
Yeah, and this is sort of weirdly more intuitive than the second rank defense.
I thought this was way easier than the second rank defense.
I've seen people lose the second.
The second rank defense, I feel people blunder it all the time.
Right.
And this one,
yes,
it's just
instantly.
easy. Go the other way.
Go the other way.
Pin the bishop, go the other way. That's all you need to remember. It's much easier than the other one.
And we're all about ease and
We're all
comfort.
about the lazy grandmaster.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eagles are all about efficiency.
Correct.
And 20 moves have been played so far of the 50 move rule. And there goes the second ranked defense. Well, not quite.
Not quite, yeah. This is the best version of the second ranked defense.
Right.
Yeah, let's acquaint ourselves with the numbers here. The numbers are the pawn got picked up on move 77. So
you need to go
127 is the cutoff.
127.
127 is the cutoff. We're currently on move to 96, so there's a ways to go.
We're far.
A ways to go yet.
And by we, I mean Kirill. All right. Very nice.
That's all very nice. Walking into a discover check, that does nothing.
Yeah, easier to calculate those when you have
nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose.
Yeah, but your own chains.
Right. Time is not a factor, Peter?
Well,
it's very much is.
Very much so, right? You'll have 30 seconds per move.
Yeah, it very much is, but no, not 30, it's 10, right?
No.
Oh, it's 10, jeez.
It's 10. It's, no, this is half a minute against half a minute with not a very large increment.
Yeah.
So if at any point it becomes tricky, it becomes very tricky. But so far we haven't really...
I understand the move. I understand you can't blunder something. But
Yeah, I'm not putting it on
don't
light
put
square.
things on light
squares,
squares.
right?
Yeah, I'm not putting
No
it.
way.
I'm
No
not
way.
putting anything on light square. Yeah, like this is young. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm very tempted to say.
Don't blunder your bishop. You're
Here's
in
Rook.
rook a6.
Yes. And he has to move it to
He's
F3.
right.
And look at his look of disgust. Now that was deserved. That was a look of disgust that was quite deserved by
Yeah,
Duda.
that was-
Yeah, he's lucky he has a square.
He's lucky he has a square, yeah.
He's lucky he has a square, actually. Yeah.
A quick rook H3 just to make sure. And look at the camera. Like, I'm disgusted with myself.
Oh man, rook b8 would have been a funny way to end that game.
Yeah, rook b8 would have been quite something.
He's laughing. He's like, yeah, I can't believe I
I got
blundered
away
my
with that
bishop.
one. That was good. That was good.
Yeah, but he didn't release the piece, so everything is fine. But yeah,
Right.
it was kind of a.
And the dance continues.
And so it is.
All right. And he finally got the move he wanted rook a8 in. And now he's doing the second rank defense on the third rank.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, which doesn't work because it's not a stalemate.
Also
True, yeah. Also true. That's the problem of doing it there.
also true. Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah,
a little nervy there on that one.
Yeah, because here you go, bishop e6. I think that's e6.
Yeah. But now you can go all the way across the board, right?
No.
Ooh, we didn't want to go all the way across the board. Rook h4, I think, would have been my choice in that exact moment. Of course,
Rook h4 illegal, yeah? Rook
I am glitching.
Rook a5.
Yeah. I am glitching hard right now because I wanted
Yeah.
to say, isn't rook g4 mate?
Rook g4 mate is... Wow!
In my mind, the rook on g4 was somehow attacking the king on f6, and it has no squares.
I mean, there is a... What is the name of the piece? The elephant?
Yes.
Elephant g4 would be made.
I
yes.
am glitching really, really hard right now.
Yeah.
Oh my god. This is not the way you should start the day, is this game?
Right? Good morning, St. Louis. But guess what, guys? Only 18 moves to draw. Now,
That is
here's the
fantastic
point
news.
that I would play a number of quick checks here in a row, like if I'm black. And then I just ask the arbiter. I'm making a claim.
I mean, they have the...
And they're going to say it's not right. Yes.
They have the notation next to them, right?
Yeah, they have the board. They have the board very visible.
Well, that doesn't
We've seen
help
shots.
unless they know what the what
But you
the
can
last-
look up. You can play h3.
Well, you can't just scroll down the move number on the screen.
No, but when you are playing h4, h3 and putting it on prise, at this point you look up and you memorize
make
the number.
a mental
and you
note.
make a mental note. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
I think that's the way to do it. Of course, you can't scroll, but you do have both the board and the notation there in front of you.
Right. Here you go.
Once again, king g5,
Yeah, or...
king e5, king h5.
The Zen position.
The Zen position.
I'm not really sure
You
how I
got
feel.
the Zen.
I'm not sure how I feel about taking this away from my boy Cochrane. He did so many things for endgames.
Exactly.
Yeah? Give him
Well,
something.
The Cochrane Gambit. But no, I mean, ooh.
It's fine.
That's fine.
Because you go rook g1,
King h5.
king h5, and then we have a familiar position.
Right. And there we
King
go.
h5, shot technique, very good.
And now whichever way you go, if you go king e4, you'll go king h6. If you go king
And
e6,
vice versa, yes.
Yes. H.
Yeah, 15-ish moves to go from here.
And
It looks like he's getting there quite safely, but
Yeah.
and by this point I think even if he blunders into the Philidor, he doesn't lose because there's just not enough time left.
to yeah.
Right. By this point, as long as he keeps some kind of a track, and honestly, like if you misplay it badly enough to feel like maybe you're losing, you do actually stop the clock and ask, right?
Yes. Yes.
At some point
yes.
you have to, yeah.
Even if you've lost track and you don't know how many moves it is, you like the moment it becomes dangerous, you actually like resort to asking the arbiter. Rook a1, but yeah, whatever does that. We go rook c5 here, or
Yes.
Yes.
That's okay. The king's marching away from the king.
Yeah.
Ooh,
is also fine.
Also fine.
It's
yeah.
also fine.
Yeah. I remember I wasn't a member of the rules committee for the very first Garry Kasparov versus Deep Blue match, where they were, what happens when we reach a table base? Instantly, the game is stopped, and you say whatever the result is. Because Gary's point, it was very, very well made, that the computer has the table base.
Yeah. Playing against actual perfect play is not much fun.
No, no, it's not. Again, there you see the clocks, 58 seconds versus 14 minutes?
No,
14 seconds.
seconds,
Sorry.
Yeah.
10.
Let's
Somebody's
not,
clock is
let's
ticking.
not meditate too much here, young Krzysztof, eh?
Yes. With 3 seconds, plenty of time. You played it with plenty of time.
I like the pauses in this game.
Right? They're using that whole...
There's the whole 10. I wonder what they're thinking about in those 10 seconds.
Exactly. There you go.
There you go,
4
Ricky.
seconds.
Yeah, we were there earlier. Yeah, he's gone King G4 in a previous spot like this.
Now again, I don't mind awarding my opponent the 2 minutes by making the claim and saying...
I have a feeling he actually knows the number, yeah. I mean, I think...
I also don't feel he's in any danger. I feel like those kind of tricks you put out there when you feel your position is in danger or something.
They're a beautiful move.
Yes, Zen.
The Zen.
Zen.
The Zen position.
'Cause I think King H4 is already losing, right?
Probably pronounced Shen, by the way, I have a feeling.
I'm afraid you could be right. But it's just
afraid,
like one of those beautiful things that, you know, like I've always enjoyed this. I'm getting the Zen of the position, you know, really. Nice.
Because I have a feeling I've seen that.
Yeah, it's almost like
transcribed.
it's almost kind of like a 3-fold repetition, but it's not, you know, it's the same idea that they've probably reached the Zen position a number of times, but from different angles of
from
the
different
board.
Angles,
Yeah.
And we are now like 5 moves away, so at some point, yeah, you could actually just legitimately
Leave your rook and free.
stop. No, I mean you don't do
Blunder
those.
your rook in 10 moves.
You blunder a rook and you stop the clock.
Yeah, that's sort of one of the rare cases of, you know, BM potential in chess. Yeah.
BM potential, yes.
Yeah, BM potential, very important.
And we are all about the BM
Yeah,
potential.
And young Krzysztof says, yeah, let's not and
I think the arbiter. No, I've been told the arbiter can interfere after 75.
After 75, but I think they both know it's
Somebody-
127. So I think they looked up, they realized it's 127, and there
they're
will now
happy.
be a small consultation. But yeah.
I understand there's going to be a 10-minute break between now and the next round. Remember, we've got 3 rounds of Rapid to go, folks. As very appreciative audience applauding the players.
And I want to say, nice to see young players clearly be very, very at home with this endgame. Because,
Yes.
yeah, it's
he
made it look
felt
easy.
comfortable. Yeah,
He made it look he made it look like it was a rook and knight versus rook.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's
very,
very,
very
nice.
nicely done.
As we go on break, Peter, we've got a very nice, handsome board.
Yeah, there it is.
Tell the good people what they can afford.
First, I want to take a good look at it myself.
Yes.
It's a premium 20-inch vinyl roll-up board featuring the official GCT logo, as you can see there on the bottom.
Yep.
It's a burgundy and cream 2 1/4-inch squares, perfect for your traveling needs and rolls up nicely. And as with many other things we are promoting here, available at cubiticstl.com. So go take a look.
Indeed. And we'll take a short break, and we'll see you on the other side of the break.
Hello and welcome back to day 3 of the Warsaw Superbet Rapid and Blitz. We are 1 round in to today's action, and it feels like 2 or perhaps 3.
Yes, that last round, Peter, really did take the wind out of our sails a bit. As our leaders, however, are doing what they need.
Yes, very much full speed ahead. Vichy continues winning, and Richard is still
13 out of 14
very hot on
Vichy.
his tail,
Yeah.
and they've separated themselves from the rest of the field.
There's a
very much.
5-point difference, guys. Vichy has a 5-point difference over Wesley. That's an incredible performance. The fact that Richard is just putting some pressure on him is keeping this tournament interesting.
And let's take a look at the pairings after this very lengthy round 7. This pairings for round 8, Peter, they look very important, don't they?
Yeah,
Wesley so Rapport.
Yeah, but Wesley
Anand,
versus Richie is
Fabi.
very interesting, and yeah, Vichy playing against Fabi, who's been quiet so far, but I think slightly, playing himself into some kind of form.
Levon, Aronian, and Duda. Levon just winning a game. He's on the outside looking in. And by the way, this is our last day. Let's remind everybody who hasn't been following, this is our last day of Rapids, where the games are worth 2 points. And then, Peter.
Yeah, as you can see, starting from tomorrow, we get to watch people play Blitz. That's going to be a lot of excitement.
Yes.
And this is why we shouldn't really oversell Vichy's lead. I mean,
9 points
it's a huge lead,
yeah.
but there's still 18 games to go starting from tomorrow. So there's still plenty of time for people to catch up. We'll have
in the Blitz, it's all about the streaks too. You know, sometimes the people go into the spin cycle, or they get on the hot zone.
Yeah,
but look at what Vichy has done.
This is incredibly impressive, considering he hasn't really played chess in a bit.
Yes.
What was his last tournament? Was it
He said 5 months
Kashimov Memorial
ago.
in Baku?
He said 5 months ago.
5 months. Sounds like the Kashimov Memorial in Baku at the end of December. Yeah.
He does a lot of work now. He does a lot of very good things for chess in India. Works with youngsters.
Yeah.
So he obviously never lost touch with the game.
Yeah.
He still works on chess very diligently. We all know that. But still, when you take such a long layoff, it's not easy normally.
Yeah.
To come back and perform, but seemingly for him, we just recharged him properly.
Exactly.
He's just blasting through the field. So
Very natural player, and not only all of his good work that he does, but he's also the author of one of my most favorite quotes. Vichy was asked by an Indian journalist, Mr. Anand, said the journalist, what does it feel like to be world chess champion? And Vichy said, every day, I feel like an athlete. Some days I feel like a scientist, some days I feel like an artist, and some days I feel like an idiot. But every day I feel like an athlete. I love that.
Vichy is people who I've been lucky enough to have been around Vichy for a very long time. We play for the same club in the Bundesliga. I've worked with Vichy on a couple of occasions, and people, I think, severely underestimate how funny he is.
Yeah.
He is one of the quickest wits around.
Yeah.
People don't see that side very often, because I
know.
think he is quite buttoned up during press conferences in general.
But this is his opponent once again for this round. Look at this. Wow. 14,
Deadlock,
14, 19. This could be the tiebreaker.
That's a good one.
Guys,
this is a fun match.
This is it.
This has always been a good pairing for me. It's like a generational clash, right?
And you mentioned here in the Sinkville Cup an amazing game, Alejandro, we were calling.
I'm trying to remember the year.
Yeah.
Maybe the audience can help us out there. It was Fabi with the black pieces. I believe it was an English opening in which Vichy just demolished Fabiano Caruana. Just brilliant sacrifices.
Yeah. And by the way, we're talking about Blitz, so none of us could understand why Vichy never won the World Blitz Championship, but we played in Interzonal in Manila. Gosh, it was maybe, I want to say early 90s, but we were like on the same floor, and we just played a lot of Blitz as a kind of a training for, I mean, in those days, the databases weren't, great and so forth and so on. But, we wanted to get in shape by playing a lot of Blitz. And I was really upset that somehow Vichy was even.
How dare you?
And I mean, I didn't understand why this young punk from India was giving me such a hard time in our blitz sessions. Well, I found out as he qualified from the interzonal. And they're off into a Petrov.
Yeah, no
an old
messing
friend
around here.
An old friend for Fabi's World Championship match. And it's remarkable that Bishop F5 has become the go-to. Everybody used to play Knight C6 and Bishop E7, but Bishop F5.
It's the...
And I'm told it's a sink field, but which year?
27. Yeah, that sounds right. 27.
I've been scrolling through the games they've played, and there it is, I guess. Yeah,
it's a lot of games. By the way, in the matchup, key matchup between Wesley and Richard came to this event saying, I'm going to have fun, and he's not back down from the King's Indian. And he's gone also not for the conventional, not for the conventional Knight C6, but after Castle's Knight A6, a move he's also played already.
He's also played this against Anton Korobov yesterday.
Precisely.
So, yeah.
A little difference though, because a little twist with Knight G4 and F5. Now here.
Yeah, they normally play, I think in these positions you would like to play Knight G5. The question is, whether it's any good in this particular setup. And
I feel like you're underdeveloped compared to most of them, right?
And the Knight on E6 is very useful here to stop C4, C5 threats, which sometimes happen in these types of positions. Probably not Knight G5, because I don't see the follow-up, let's say, after Knight F6, and at least not any kind of an immediate follow-up.
Also, it's always kind of interesting to look at these positions where sometimes this follow-up here, Knight G5, I can sometimes win the E4 square.
I think the knight gets dropped back to F6 pretty much straight away.
Yes,
so
exactly. I'm kind of thinking of, my goodness, I mean, it's so rare a bird these days, the King's Indian. It's like Garry Kasparov played it, and nobody else really did at the very highest levels. It's considered too risky. But I've seen so many of these types of lines too that they kind of get all jumbled up.
Yeah, we'll give Wesley time to consider. A very kind of a old friend is on the board. At least for me, the line that I've.
Wow! Look how fast they go.
It's a very heavily theoretical line of the Petrov, obviously. So not such a shocker.
Vichy, one of the few top flight grandmasters, very happily parts with their bishops for the knights. I mean, everybody loves the two bishops, and everybody's very good at handling the two bishops, but Vichy's pretty good with the cavalry.
Yeah, I think you can understand why in this particular structure, because the bishop on generally the dark square bishop here, if you're not doing what Fabi was doing against Shahryar in their game in Bucharest, where you try to win, force the trade of the bishop on e7 for the knight on g5, and then perhaps if you provoke g7, g6, as we've seen in that game, the dark square squares might become weak. But in general, the dark square bishop is the least important of the white light pieces in this structure.
And this dark square bishop on
also
d6 doesn't do a lot.
It looks very nice with the structure black has going, with the pawns on c6 and d5. It has a very nice porch on d6, but you get some pressure. You want to play knight e3, knight f5, I suppose. If black stops knight f5 by playing g6, maybe it goes to g4.
I kind of feel like I got to start that with h4, h5.
Well, you can also.
I kind of need a little space over there. If I could get you to play h6, now I'm all excited.
Yes,
you know, let's
yeah.
put my knight on f5. But it's the fact that I have the perfect control over the e file for the moment. I put a knight on f5, Peter. It looks good, but then how do I leverage it once it gets
I'm not
there?
sure. If I'm entirely honest, I get the feeling that maybe Vichy, for the first time in this tournament,
Says draw okay.
is saying, I like my tournament situation,
Right.
so I'm okay with a very, very minuscule plus. And if it leads to nothing, it leads to nothing.
Right.
I am playing against somebody who I respect greatly. I don't have to win every single game in this tournament.
Their record of
Yeah.
14-14 and 29 draws speaks for itself.
If he were on 100%, maybe the idea of 9 out of 9 would have been attractive. But he's already made one draw, so you get the feeling that perhaps he is playing this in the spirit of if Fabi does something wrong and he gets a sniff, of course he will press. But
exactly,
he doesn't need to. Do anything outlandish here.
Again, here I'd be kind of thumping the table to get in h4, h5. One day, yes, I'm going to need c3, but like Peter's saying, it really has a lot. It comes down to, can I leverage the control of f5 into something or not? It's basically it. Let me take a look around the horn for a quick sec, because the game between Levon and Duda is one of those games that, while maybe the position itself isn't that interesting, it's the outcome, the result.
Yeah, it's a very relevant game for our tournament.
Very much so.
Yeah. And looks like a game between two beginners.
I'm so glad you said that, Peter.
I mean, I think we all thought it. Nobody wanted to say it.
Nobody
I'm glad
wanted
Peter
to
went
say
ahead and did it.
I'm shocked.
And I mean it in the nicest possible way. You do get positions like this when you just learn how to play chess.
Scholastics.
Yeah, you develop knights to the most obvious natural squares. You play bishop c4, it gets traded on b3 because you don't prevent knight a5, even though you were told to prevent knight a5. And black, on the other hand, did not play h6, so now there's this pin on the knight on f6. But this has become a lot more, like, people are doing a lot more of these things these days. It used to be considered to be completely safe for black. And if the bishop wasn't on b4, I think if the bishop is on some kind of a better square, where, in particular, if it's already on a7, stylistically, I would actually prefer black. I don't think it's correct. I think white is completely fine.
Of course.
And there are some lines like this where white actually tries to claim they have some kind of a
the
pull.
double pawns, the two bishops.
But I'm picking black there every day of the week. But with the bishop on b4, which still needs to somehow return to good squares.
Okay, so let me challenge you just for a moment, though, Peter. Your turn as black. Are you playing g5? Yes, no?
Probably, yeah.
Of course, you know what I'm asking.
We can prepare it for one more move.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
We can prepare it for one more move.
You don't. I mean, even when
it's
I know
it's unnecessary.
Even when I know that this is good for me as black, I still don't like playing against these kinds of.
And instead of h3,
pins.
by the way, Levon played king h1, which is he is one of the. I'm very used to him doing this on the black side of all kinds of Spanish structures, but he is sort of the spiritual leader of the movement of king h8, knight g8 in the Spanish, right?
Exactly.
And he is sort of doing the same thing here. I'm pretty sure the intention is actually to play either knight g1 or h3, knight h2. Rook e8 he replied to with h3.
The beautiful thing about that movement of Levon is entirely based on the dark squared bishop that's on a7 attacking f2, and he traded it off here, like almost immediately.
He does it with the bishop on e7 as well. He does it in all kinds of anti-marshals, and he is very, very much about just freeing up the f-pawn and pushing it forward.
But I feel your angst.
Where's my bishop? Every time I look at this position, it's like, where's white's bishop? Where did it go? What happened to it?
The bishop is not pinning the f2 pawn. You don't have to preface your... And look at this. He's done h2, h3 as well. You had mentioned yourself, Peter, that you don't have to play h6 right away. You could play a move like rook e8.
No, I meant if we want to play h6, g5, we play h6.
No.
And then, I mean, rook e8 is already slightly off topic, but I wanted to say if you play king h7 actually prepares g5 because you give yourself access to rook g8, g6 immediately prior to playing g5. So once the sacrifice happens, we immediately go rook g8 attacking the...
So just to put that in perspective
here,
for the folks.
Here, h6, bishop h4, and king h8 or king h7.
I understand that it's not our pieces. But
we're ready to sacrifice them, right?
What does happen if I just go g5?
I think that you...
Yeah, we take twice.
Take, and I go... I wanted to go king h7, but I wasn't sure.
f4.
Rook g8.
Yeah, you can definitely play like this, but, I mean, the game sort of continues, right? We play...
I understand, but I have two bishops.
Queen f3, queen e1, maybe?
Yeah, the game continues. It's just a weird position. I just didn't know how to evaluate it.
Queen d2 as well, creating a threat of f5. Yeah, but queen. I like queen e1.
Queen e1 maybe, yes.
Well, I just wanted to. I wanted to take the pawn.
But rook g6 kind of solves that, right?
This first game really killed us, right? This first round
The
really,
first round was so
really
long.
destroyed the
It's made
commentators
us
today.
giddy.
My
It's made us
God.
giddy. I was going to take the pawn, guys.
Yeah.
Come on.
Queen c1. Come on.
Come on.
That has become a meme here on set. For those of you who were watching the Bucharest coverage, you'll know exactly what we're talking about. Shak Mamidarov had some marvelous interviews.
There was a stunning press conferences. Yeah.
Just killed us on
Interviews,
set.
yeah.
Because he had these positions that were just mind-boggling. And it appeared that he was winning. Just visually, I'm winning against Duda, the king's in the middle, I've got all of these wins. And he was very dissatisfied that he made a draw.
Although the quote actually came in the
Later,
that was the game against Jan, where
He's definitely not winning against Duda. Duda didn't play the tournament.
right?
no, that was the game against Jan when he thought he was completely fine throughout, and then it was explained to him that he was getting mated in 3 moves.
And it was like, come on, come on.
Yeah,
Everything he was saying was essentially wrong.
Yeah.
And that
was fabulous.
The oh, come on.
That was really, really
That
good.
was beautiful. What do we have here?
This is what I wanted to talk about. Yeah,
please.
this is the line of the Najdorf which I used to play a ton with white, specifically the bishop e2
With king h1?
The bishop e2 with king h1
I
specifically.
played that against Nepo in like 2003.
Damn.
This is an old line.
I played
What
it
are you
even
guys
I played it in
comparing notes? This
the
is great.
mid-90s. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the idea of king h1?
King h1 is supposed to be like,
It's a useful passive.
it's a
move,
useful,
basically.
yeah, exactly. It's the dumbest thing.
You need to pass.
It's a useful passing move because black is in Zugzwang because you can't play b5.
Because
You can, but
You can, but you need to know a lot. And after a4, surprisingly, this doesn't hold up so well for black.
This doesn't equalize as easily as you would like.
As you would like, yeah.
Okay.
And an additional point of king h1, I can talk. Yeah, I can talk about this position quite a bit. Like if you go
Knight c6.
well, we don't want to cost you your chessable
no.
Core's audience. You know.
This has been known for so many years already. Yeah.
Knight 6 we go f4,
F4,
and also
yes.
after bishop e6 we go f4. And compared to the position, like you can play f4 without king h1, of course, but there's some kind of a difference here. And importantly, like maybe the major importance is this. Yeah, if you play queen c7 here, king h1 is hugely beneficial for us because we instantly go f5 and g4, and we very much like the idea that the g file is open for our rook if we need it later, and the king is away from checks. So this is like the biggest payoff you can get, I think, from king h1, and nobody really allows this. This is a little bit too risky. But yeah, plenty of moves here. Knight 6 being, I always thought it was probably the most direct response.
I understand why queen e1. You liked Levon to play queen e1.
I think
you've got a history. With
I stopped playing this line with white when they discovered that even b5 equalized. Like when they were supposed to, because b5 was supposed to be the bad move, and you
After
get
king h1.
King h1, but they even equalized that. And at that point, I was like, I'm done with this variation.
Yeah, where
Man, even when they fall for your tricks.
That's when it's bad, right? When they fall for your tricks and you still get nothing. Why did you play this line at all?
Like,
yeah,
my goodness.
But this looks perfectly fine for black, honestly. We go rook c8, rook e8. I think, you know, if I have to pick, I'm
black.
I'm wondering if black can be better.
I think so too. Yeah.
There is a weakness. But
I didn't like queen e1, yeah. As you were saying as well, I didn't like queen e1 here at all. No.
I thought that was your go-to weapon.
No. I'm not sure what the move is.
Yeah,
I think maybe knight d5 actually.
I kind of liked what you mentioned a moment ago. Is it too
I'm reluctant
slow?
to play f5 here, but maybe actually, like my memory of what you're supposed to do with black in these positions actually says that after bishop f3, knight a5 is, or at least, you know, when I last studied this, which was 25 years ago or whatever, knight a5 was supposedly the move to make in this position, immediately trying for some counterplay. Because we're not sure we want the bishop on b7. In many of these positions, it's fine on e6.
Right, for kingside defensive purposes.
So going knight a5 and asking the question is good. Yeah, maybe a 4 or 5 is playable. I just really don't like queen e1, specifically because of knight d4. I think it's a very good reaction.
Rook e8,
Rook e8, bishop f8. It's probably actually more urgent to play rook e8, bishop f8 than it is to play rook c8. because the pawn on e4 needs to be challenged
I'm
immediately.
not happy here with white. I mean,
Yeah,
I've got two pawns on the 4th rank. That's just about it. Everything else seems to be more or less Fisher random. You know, like,
a little bit,
I mean,
yeah.
you know, like you put the bishop on, I don't know, B1, and wouldn't you say, yeah, that came from a Fisher random?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
I think it's very ugly. From
Yeah, we're looking for equality here. I'm not sure where it is.
Exactly.
You know,
exactly. Well, we'll keep an eye on that one. Again, we'll just quickly check in on the Wesley.
This is a
game.
very, very sharp King's Indian now.
We left it F5, A3.
I like A3.
Okay.
F4.
4.
And yeah, Richie immediately commits to the sharpest possible continuation. I very much like DC, BC before, because having played F4, I think Richie was very happy to play C6, C5 next move if it was allowed. So
Yeah, and to close things down.
to close things down. And now it very much resembles positions, you know, like this would be my King's Indian position when I played the King's Indian. I didn't really play Knight A6 very much, but generally these types of structures were sort of the dream. And I still think Black hasn't equalized.
I feel it's not. I think it's. I think Queen A4. You kind of like start. I mean, I don't think G5, G4 is ever
Fast enough. Yeah.
Fast enough
Compared to what White is doing. Yeah, Queen A4 is on the board. It's a very annoying move to face because if you play Bishop D7, you get hit by Queen A5, maybe even immediately, and then Rook FD1, C4, C5 will become a threat. And you would like to start your quote-unquote mating attack on the king side, but what you're actually doing here is pairing threats every move. And yeah, how happy are you about all of these things?
And you never really go very far because after something like this, tables could get turned. Let's just put it like that.
Yeah, you have to start throwing things at...
We'll keep an eye on this because it's such an important game for our tournament leaders. I just want to get to Vichy's game. Well, we talked about the F5 square.
5 is completely fine.
Yeah.
It's completely and utterly fine.
Great game, nice Petrov,
here.
open e-file. What else do we have?
I think that's about it. I'm not even sure this whole knight escapade. Again, I was going for the whole H4, H5, trying to get some sense of squares. Yeah.
No, nothing to talk about.
Nothing to talk about here. Again, I'm just going to check in on
This one we have to talk about.
Yeah, this got very sharp.
What happened?
The typical idea, we saw that in Wesley against Fabio, right? One side gets D5 in, but the other side gets D4 in, and now you have this counter in the center, everything's hanging, and you have to calculate a lot. Because pawn takes D4, I can take with the queen. I cannot take with the queen because rook E4. I can take with either one of the knights. I can play E5. I can take on D5.
What's going on here, Peter?
Well, young Krzysztof clearly feels that the pawn on F6 will get picked up. Queen D4, Rook E4 is very strong here. I think he is right.
Queen D4, Rook E4.
Yeah, Rook E4 protects the bishop on B4 and also kicks the queen away from the D4 square, meaning that the pawn on F6 falls.
I was dreaming. I had a dream that my queen would one day land on H4, and I'd be a very happy camper.
So far, it feels to me that young Krzysztof is correct in his evaluation of this position, because if you take on D4 with a knight...
Of that one?
Now?
Any FD4 maybe?
Yeah.
FD4 is probably the way to go, yeah.
Well then, but no, I wanted to be able to play E4, E5, Alejandro.
Well, then do it that way. Go E5 first.
Okay. G4.
G5.
G5, sorry.
Yeah, you
Knight
have
FD4 now, yeah.
Now,
or E.
Or move the bishop back. And what the engine really likes to do is just move the bishop back to G3.
Okay.
Knight E4. And now you go knight F takes D4. Not knight E takes D4. Knight F takes D4. So you have to move F4 to throw in. And this just about works out for white.
Black has lifted his kimono there on the king side. Pawn shields forward. Should get punished.
I mean, you have the bishops, you have a pretty... I mean, the thing that actually hurts Black a tremendous amount here is the fact that he had to spend, well, in head is maybe a strong word, did spend a tempo on B7, B5. I'm guessing to prepare bishop before C5 so that he didn't have to worry. Like if we show the viewers how we got here.
Yeah, it was way back here after H3.
Duda played B5 here, I'm assuming with the intention of playing bishop C5 so that he doesn't have to worry about knight A4. Okay, because the bishop on B4 needs to be brought back into the fold somehow.
And the immediate, as you're mentioning.
Yeah, you have to at least think about knight A4, and it's annoying. But now,
After
white
B5.
gets this very, very important tempo, because whenever you recapture on d4 with the knight in the current position, whenever the white knight lands on d4, black has to spend a tempo thinking how to protect c6.
Exactly.
And that tempo is...
That's the downside, if you will, of b5.
Yeah, and that tempo probably is quite important in positions like this, because it's a very, very
And by the
concrete
way,
situation.
he did not, after takes, and of course of great importance to these two players is their GCT standing, and you've got to pick one of the Rapid and Blitz events to go along. Everybody on tour has to play in the two classical events. You get one of these, and look at how tight it is.
Yeah, it is. We've only had one event, but yeah, Richard, as we've spoken about earlier, has had a bit of a nightmare in Bucharest, but all the rest of the full tour participants had a decent event. Fabi ended up tied for fourth, and both Wesley and Livon were in that tie at the very top of the leaderboard.
Intriguing. No e5.
No
by
e5, knight f4
Livon,
straight
just
away.
immediately taking the pawn.
Yeah, once again, knight c6 is a big threat.
Huge.
You do sort of deprive yourself of immediately 4e5 next move, but there is no particularly comfortable way of protecting c6 that you kind of instantly like, because if you play bishop d7,
I don't like the going into this isolated
exactly you
pawns.
get yourself this structure which you
A little bit ugly move.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Queen d6. I was wondering if I can
thrilled.
play e5.
I think e5 just wins something, right?
Oh no!
I don't know if it wins anything, but because I have queen e4, queen e5, queen e2, right? But the resulting position I think is much better for white. I go knight
With
c6,
the knight taking the
knight
pawn.
c6, queen e2, knight takes before that.
Agreed.
And this is going to end in a nice repetition, as Vichy has sacrificed a piece, I think,
For
on the
perpetual
king
check.
side, but
A rook currently. Yeah.
A rook, sorry,
But
yes.
yeah, it's gonna end in a draw in a moment.
Well, for Vichy, it's been a wonderful tournament, and he says, I want to go into the blitz portion of the event with a comfortable lead, everybody. Forgive me for shutting this game down.
Yeah, he played it very safe. I'm sure if Fabi would have done something wrong in the opening, the game would have continued. But I think he had sort of one eye on these types of outcomes.
Right.
And yeah, f6, knight takes g6 there is a very nice kind of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge kind of a sequence, because you're not obliged to play f6 here.
No,
like you can
of
go
course
knight
not.
g7, and the game will also be completely equal, but there is no immediate draw.
Exactly.
And if you play f6, you are kind of saying there is this,
you like a
there is this
perpetual?
combo which ends the game on the spot. Would you like a draw, sir?
Exactly. Again, we'll ask our producers what are some of those great grand TPR performances, and I agree with you that Fabi's 7-0 win streak, certainly one of the best. Karpov's, Linares, we mentioned already.
Topalov in
Sofia.
2005, obviously. It was slightly, it went down in the second half when
San Luis.
Yeah, San Luis. Yeah.
He scored like 6.5 out of 7.
He started
starts.
6.5 out of 7.
Candidates. That wasn't bad. That was really good.
Yeah, but
then
he drew every single game in the second half.
Down. But let's jump across the Atlantic to Warsaw.
Thank you, Yasser. Actually, I just want to give you a funny story about Richie Rapport. I was having dinner with him actually last night, and we were discussing about his selection of openings for this event. And I was saying, look, I'm very impressed about the way you're handling the opening, because you're always up on time, you're always surprising your opponent. And what he was saying is that, well, these openings that he's playing in this tournament, they usually don't work for classical chess. He had this repertoire back when he was like 12, 13, 14, and he told me that he has a lot of this type of weapons. So this is exactly why we're seeing Richie Rapport surprising most of his opponents in the opening. Let's remember the first game from today. He played e4, c5, knight to f3, d6, and now he played a move that I actually haven't seen maybe ever. Bishop to d3. Followed by c3, and then bishop to b5. Some complete nonsense, of course. Now, tell us a bit about this game, Anastasia, because you were analyzing with some people in the Skittles room.
Yes, we are spending time sometimes during the games. We're talking with guests, like now Natalia Zhukova and Alexander Onishuk and Alina Kashlinskaya were in this room for the players, and we discussed this position a little bit. And they said that I like somehow White's position, and girls immediately replied, but Black has such a nice plan with G5, H5, G4, you know, and probably Richie will try to give a checkmate to Wesley. And but then Alexander Onishuk said, I know that in these positions, this checkmate is not working, this attack is not working, you know. I don't want really to break all your hopes, girls, but I don't think it's going to be working. And then Rich immediately played Rook D8, you know, like leaving those hopes for the attack on the king's side. So it was interesting discussion. And in general, actually, all players, when they come back to this room, they keep talking about the games, and it's really nice to hear them talking about that. If you want actually to see more information about it, you can always go to the official accounts of Grand Chess Tour in Instagram. We are publishing the stories, and you can follow them as well.
And another quite interesting story is about this game between Shevchenko and Gavrilescu. Well, this is a big one for the standings, but also a battle of domination between the two youngest and most fresh competitors in this event, Gavrilescu and Shevchenko. And this one, well, it's quite an interesting affair because Shevchenko started off with this King's Indian attack. I think Richie Rapport actually essayed this against Gavrilescu, surprised him, got a winning position, and actually went on to win quite an easy game. But in this one, Gavrilescu came much better prepared. Also, he played much faster, and right now we see he has 19 minutes on his clock against 10 minutes for Shevchenko. And the game is heating up because at some point we're going to see some sort of a sacrifice coming on H6. A lot of very exciting games. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Anastasia, and thank you, Christian. Indeed, I always like these events where, you know, you really do have a heavyweights, and these two players are snuck in as wild cards, and they get to sharpen their blades, you know, in this great competitions, and then they suddenly face each other, Peter. And they look across the board and they say, "You're not Vishy Anand. You know, you're not Magnus Carlsen. You're my target." Oh, no, you're my target. Yeah. And they've got quite the Donnybrook going between themselves as well here, as Christian was mentioning.
It's interesting to hear the opinions of people sort of on site about the very, very sharp King's Indian that's
the Richard game.
Yeah, being played between Wesley and Richard. And like we were saying that it never, like the Black attack never materializes and White is clearly much better. And things may have changed. I'm not sure Richard has done this in the most optimal way possible. But while we were listening to our friends from Warsaw, I briefly checked what the onboard engine is saying.
Okay.
And the engines really thought Richard was much, much better.
Wow.
And specifically in the position you have on your board right now, the engines were throwing in G4, which probably is more precise. Instead of knight d4 here, I think if you include G4,
I have to take.
And you play knight d4 here.
Okay.
The engines were saying this is very, very strong.
I'm taking two.
And now we go knight b3. And the difference between this position and the position that they got in the game, I assume, is that Wesley will be able to establish a lot of control over the light squares, even though White in the game, if we return to what they have on the board, Richie played knight d4 straight away without including g4.
So
and
there's
Wesley
going to be
very
a
quickly,
g5 pawn on the board.
Wesley very quickly took on h5 and played queen a6.
Please take my rook.
It's going to be much harder for Richard here to open the king side because the g file probably never really gets opened anymore.
We do have, in fact, he played after knight b3, queen a6, rook b8.
Well, that puts a strong threat on the board.
Rook b6 is a bit of a threat, yes.
Do we
I think
take
we
on
have
f7?
to play c5. Bishop f7 doesn't stop rook b6, right?
I understand. I was going to sacrifice my queen in a...
Well, sacrifice is a...
Strong word, yeah.
Yeah, like here.
Kind of in a funky way.
Yeah, I don't think this works because we don't have enough attackers. I will just take on a6, take on b4. You only have two pieces for the queen, and I don't think you have a mating attack. Because you just don't have,
quite.
You don't have enough pieces.
I don't have it. Yeah, I've got some nice...
It's like you're missing a queen.
the insights. I mean, you know, he gets paid good money at the St. Louis University to teach his students.
As he should.
As he should.
As he should.
Very nice. Okay, C5. I agree. Give me some room.
Yeah, but now I guess we start picking up material. Like we take on D2.
Let's say I take.
Yeah, we take on
C5.
C5 probably, yeah.
Okay, here I pause for just a second because I do have
There's a
ideas.
number of options, but I am planning to play Bishop E6 next. What? He played Rook B2.
Whoa.
So he's just giving up
Whoa.
that queen. Yeah, he's
Yes,
just saying,
yes.
I don't have a choice. The queen needs to be parted with. Yeah.
Okay, Rook B2. First of all, he's got a pawn on the king side, and as you said, some good light squares. Now he's got a rook and a knight. So
Yeah, bishop
materially
E6.
speaking, even Stevens.
Yeah, it's not that bad actually, optically. Bishop E6, Bishop E2 simply. And then we try to play before B5, I assume, try to establish some kind of a control over the D5 square. The king side is very safe. If we need to, we will play F2, F3 later, put the knight on G4.
But for the moment, it's that the knight on F7, the bishop on G7 are a little hobbled. It's not what you call very active pieces over there.
In terms of purely in terms of material, we're not really that far behind. Yeah.
No, we're not.
I was thinking about that before the producer ruined all my fun, but can I take on B4?
Yeah,
Ruin our fun. It's probably a better move.
It's actually a good move, right? Because Rook B6 is threatening again.
Yes.
I don't know when Knight C5 is a threat.
Yeah, so I assume Bishop F7, we go back to the idea of...
I think Bishop F7, you just take on F7.
Rook
Oh,
B6.
you give away D6.
D6
I'm not giving away
Rook B6
anything.
will continue being a threat.
Thank you very much.
Put it
but
like that. I don't give anything.
What do you mean? Rook
That's
B6,
like-
Rook B6 wins the game, right?
No.
No. I take on
Even
F7
here, I think
first.
it's pretty good even here, yeah.
Okay.
But Queen F7 first, yeah. The issue here is, as Alejandro correctly points out, is that the threat of Rook B6 doesn't really go away.
That is true.
And we can cash it in pretty much at any point.
And I think when I take on C4, it's just a hugely different thing.
And
your queen is
he's
active.
actually gone C5, shedding both B4 and the C pawn.
Did Wesley so.
Did Wesley so to get that queen back.
Yeah.
So Rook B4, C5, Knight takes C5 on the board, Queen E2 on the board. Clearly things have gone wrong for White. Probably you have some compensation because D6 is weak, Bishop F7 is a threat, Rook takes, of course, B4 is a threat. But is it enough?
And by the way, I mean, you know, Vichy is stolen the show. There's no question about that. But if Vichy hadn't stole the show,
yeah, Richard is doing...
Richard would be doing a darn
great
good
things,
job.
yeah.
He's 5-0, or 5 wins in a row, I should have said.
If he wins this one.
Yeah, Rook D4, Knight F3.
Knight F3 is that wasn't what what I wanted.
Yeah.
I wanted the big. I could play A5.
A5 is a good move. Just clamp down on that side, start preparing for moves like Rook B8. Play it slow.
I want to.
Knight E6, Knight
I
E4.
really want to get my knight, like I'm jumping up and down.
All of these are good ideas, but
Yeah.
the Rook is hanging. You don't want to develop White's pieces. Start with the move A5.
Yeah,
I mean, the issue with making a move like A5 is that you are giving up the pawn on D6, right? Bishop F7, Rook D6 actually wins that pawn. You have to assess it correctly. You have to convince yourself that your extra pawn is not as important as perhaps getting rid of that light squared bishop. It's not immediately obvious.
No.
I mean, I understand why it's good. If you like, now that I've been told it's good, I can I can explain why. I assume it's actually Rook D4 in the end there, like A5, Bishop F7, Queen F7, Rook D6,
And
we get hit by Rook D4.
Richie, A5 on the board.
Wow.
Very good.
Rook before D4 here is extremely
He's been
strong.
playing some real boss chess.
Yeah, absolutely.
In this, and their head-to-head matchups, not that many games. I wanted to say.
I don't remember that win.
5 draws, 1 win for Wesley. So Wesley still has the upper hand in rapid chess. A5 on the board.
Not in the current game. Yeah, this has been going quite well for Richard. Yeah, and if Bishop F7 is not great, then you have to make some kind of a quietish move. Perhaps Knight F3 to keep some control over the D4 square, re-establish the idea of taking on F7 and either G5 or D6. But Black has ways of stabilizing here. Bishop D7, E6, for instance, protects many things. In general, you would like your knight there. you would prefer to play knight e6,
Of
knight
course,
e4.
clear.
But bishop e6 followed
Not
by
bad.
perhaps bishop f6, king g7, just solidify everything.
I mean, I feel that Wesley is worse, full stop, but worse than being a pawn down as well, kind of makes me think that, okay, I should take while the getting's good.
But I mean, I think
Peter.
rook d4 kind of wins, no?
Rook d4 just kind of wins. Well,
we got
Yeah,
there.
that was the
were-
issue.
Yeah, I think this is kind
Rook d4 just.
Rook d2, yeah.
Knight b3.
of. But knight
Excuse
b3
me.
is kind of strong, yeah.
And knight b3 just attacks too many things.
Wow, that's a lot of units hanging. Yes.
Yeah,
Oh.
there's just no defense to rook d4.
Rook d4.
Yeah, rook d4
Boy,
kind
that
of
clears
it's
the
a lot
cops,
it's a
well.
lot it's a lot stronger than it looks. Yeah.
It looks strong at first, and then you
And
analyze
then
it.
it really, the impact is kind of like asteroid. Like, wow, okay, oops, I'm not doing that then. I guess I'm going knight.
And
F3,
Wesley is also,
knight-
if I understand, no, that's not right. No, he
Let's
is on
take a
10
pause
minutes.
and throw it over to Alejandro. And we do have bishop g6, by the way, Alejandro. Sorry to interrupt, but I kind of like that. Oops, no, a5, bishop g6. Sorry, it does have a threat, Peter.
Does it?
Well,
Queen
sort
h5
of, yeah.
check.
Knight h6 still exists, or king g8 even, to be honest. I'm not sure what the threat is.
Well, I would then. I mean, if you let me play a move, I don't know, play a move. I'll go over here and see what I can drum up, right? I mean, I'm kind of looking for tricks. is What
I like the move because it introduces like a new dimension to the position.
Right.
Like white did not really have much in the way of counterplay. If the queen lands on h5, it's always slightly uncomfortable to allow, and it can't really be comfortably stopped. So the question is how you react to it. You can't really stop it altogether.
But let's stop ourselves and turn it over to Alejandro. Jump right in. What's happening over there, Alejandro?
It's a fun game, so let's update it. It's not the most relevant for the standings between Korobov and Wojtaszek, but it's still a good one. This knight that doesn't look too much like a knight anymore, but a little bit, now is clearly in black's control. Black has the good queen. The structure's not very good. Yes, you have an isolated pawn, but look at white's development. Just almost non-existent. The bishop coming to c5. I'm hitting your queen. No surprise, this is a winning position for black. Queen d2 was played, and then the threats kept piling on. Bishop c5, king went to h1, and very clever. Bishop c5 and then bishop d6, now attacking the pawn on f4. Korobov decided to defend it with the knight on d3, didn't want to weaken himself with the move g3, but was hit with this beautiful move.
Yowza.
Knight g5, can't take on g5 because queen h2 is checkmate because of the action of the queen. And the point is that you could either take on e4 or knight e4. Both of them are huge threats in this position. Black's pieces keep piling up on the board. This queen doesn't have a good square to go to, but this bishop on c1 is not participating. And while it's not participating, I'm going to bring everybody on the e-file and just win the game with my pair of bishops and extra activity. The moment this bishop gets released onto the g2 pawn, which is not too far away from now, it's just going to, white's just going to die. And this is, I think, it's going to happen to Korobov's position. Currently down to 6 minutes against Wojtaszek's 14. I think this is Radek's game.
Yeah, it looks really, really nice for black. I love that move, knight g5.
Knight G5.
That's a visual. I want to go to the junior matchup because this is like, this is where they really take a measure of one another. And here we have a King's Indian attack. Pawns on h5, and in a previous game, it's almost like you wanted to play g4, g5. These sacrifices, we discussed them on that broadcast, Peter, and you're just said, I'm shutting it down. My queen will.
Yeah, this is the setup we were discussing even during the Rapport
To F8.
Gavrilescu game. That bishop f8, queen d8, knight e7 basically puts spade to the classical sacrificial attacks you try to generate on the king side. So yeah, Richard eventually broke through by removing that from g4 and going g4, g5.
Right.
And you might have to do this here as well. But black is much further progressed on the queen side.
Yes, he is.
You play bishop c6, you play a3, rook b2, and at this point, white is so distracted by what is happening on the queen side that your mating attack kind of gets put on hold.
Is white kind of all in here, Peter? I mean, at some point, can you pull back and say, okay, I'm not crashing?
Well, the queen side hasn't been ruined. It's just that black has the initiative there. I don't think you're entirely all in, but yeah, obviously, a lot of energy has been expelled on the king side trying to generate a threat. And,
Exactly.
And this setup has been at some point figured out, I think, maybe in the last 10 years. I think some games of Linier Dominguez in particular, I remember the King's Indian attack became kind of popular around maybe the turn of the 2010s to, and then it started getting played at the higher levels. And then I saw a number of games, specifically by Linier, who I think had it figured out. He was probably not the first one to establish the setup, but he, in game after game, very clearly demonstrated just how solid this is, how difficult it is to create a single threat for white in these types of positions. And yeah, I remember I was very impressed by specifically Linier's treatment of this with the black pieces.
Good to know, as we can use Linier as a guide for defending these King's Indian attacks. That would be terrible news for the lazy man's guide to how to play against a French, Sicilian, you know.
Yeah.
If the King's Indian attack isn't bringing us goods, the results, oh dear, oh dear. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. And let's just jump back to the game of Wesley So, because, again, that's such an important game for our standings. Bishop g6. Okay, the queen's coming to h5 and you're not stopping it. So he went knight h6 in preparation for queen h5. The queen h5 showed up on the doorstep. Okay, knight b3.
Everything is stopping rook bg2 mainly, I think, and also perhaps it might still go to d4, but
it's another way of getting there. And by the way, don't forget, knight comes with
knight h1 is a threat now.
Yeah, and rook drop back.
So Wesley has sort of stabilized on the queen side, and I guess he wants to play knight g4, get rid of the, or knight f3, knight takes g5 is maybe also a very strong threat.
He wants to play bishop a3. That's a good move.
And he's done it very quickly, in fact.
Knight g4,
And
bishop a3.
Knight d4, I thought was great. Not only is it visually very attractive for black, but it also does slam brakes on knight f3. Rook c4.
Yeah, control has been somewhat lost here by Richard. I suspect he's still doing quite okay, but actually no. I took a brief glance at
the machine.
At the machine.
At the
machine
Remorseful, huh?
And the machine says control has been lost entirely, and actually likes white's position here, despite being a pawn down. And I mean, black can play rook takes a4 here, and there's no immediate refutation that I can see. But simply that the queen on h5 is just extremely annoying. And
I'm assuming it's going to be based on some kind of thing.
Rook a4 played.
Like you're welcome to snack on the bishop.
I'm not sure how much you can. This still doesn't generate, I think, enough of a threat. I suspect you probably
did he snack on?
He snacked on a4.
He took on a4.
Like, hey, I don't have to ask me twice. Okay, sorry, Peter.
Yeah, I'm guessing you probably make one more move in preparation somehow, and then you do have to go in.
Okay, let's just let's not give away our pieces, or at least not give away all of our pieces. Here, at least, I can see that I am threatening. Bishop takes d4 because the knight on
knight f3 continues being the main thing that worries
That's
me
what
here
we're
with
all
black.
about.
Yeah,
of course. That's what we're all about, in truth.
These are very difficult to navigate for black. I just want to briefly take a look at the clocks. Richard still is in control on the clock. He has 11 against 7 and a half. But
just as you're saying, if I can induce you to play a move like c5, which isn't a bad move, now you start to see that there are some serious issues to be faced.
The entire queen side is gone, but if we actually launch a very serious attack on the king side, it might not matter. And
rook takes a. Anastasia was invited to. Was looking at the game of Richard, and he was explaining to us like all the women's grandmasters were like, okay, black's going to checkmate white, and the old veteran Alex Onishuk, no ladies, sorry to disappoint you.
Yeah.
And isn't it ironic that it's white who's going knight takes d4, knight f3, knight takes g5.
It all started with that very, very clever move, bishop g6, and I wonder what the proper response to it was, because I think at that time the position must have been quite good for black, but without really committing any kind of obvious grievous errors against
bishop
chess logic.
Yeah, bishop b2
and he's done the bishop b2 variation. Wesley is just hoping that c5 will allow knight f3. Sorry, Alejandro.
I don't think I'll get to the bottom of this, but rook d3 was almost borderline winning according to the engine.
Instead of knight takes d4?
No, knight d4, pawn takes, and then defend the bishop with rook d3.
Keep the b file open.
Keep the b file open, keep rook b7 on tap.
I think it's specifically rook b7.
I think maybe it is specifically rook b7.
Wow.
And it really hates the move bishop b2.
Wow. Rook, I mean,
me.
the rook landing on b7, Peter, that's what it was all about. I mean, bishop b2 is such a natural move. I'm not going to...
It's both, I think. Bishop b2 looks very natural, and also rook d3 looks like you're putting yet more pieces on very precarious positions, but like black can play c5, c4, and like wherever you put it next.
Right.
Rook d3 is really not a particularly intuitive move to make. Bishop b2 a lot more recognizable as something that should be okay. But yeah, machine apparently disagrees violently with this assessment.
Well, the machines are so good in the tactics, but like you're saying, rook d3 seems to invite c5, c4. And if you lose the game, you know, in it, like just in a horrible fashion to c5, c4, people come up to you, how could you have played rook d3? What were you thinking?
What was that? What was that?
Why are all your pieces on pre?
Yeah, I mean, why didn't you play bishop b2 like a normal person and threaten to play bishop takes d4 and win back the pawn?
Yeah.
And a very, very critical decision now for Richard.
Well, you have to play c5. You can't drop the pawn center.
What's the follow-up after knight f3?
I haven't checked with an engine, but I'm not really sure what the generation of threats is. Like, if I just save my pawn and go can I go g4? Yes, I can, right?
G4, knight g5.
Yeah.
I'm threatening knight f7.
Just go king g8, I guess, maybe.
Ooh. Bishop c1 in order to play rook b7?
And also f4 is hanging, yeah.
Oh, I didn't want to tell you about that. I just wanted you to focus on
Found
rook
it.
b7.
Yeah.
There's still issues.
I mean, like in a blitz game, you just take white here without a second thought, because it's just...
so many threats that you've got to deal with.
But I assume something like rook b4, bishop f4, rook f8 might be okay. I think the bigger issue here is that the b file the b file is going to be... I don't think why you're doing... You can take on f4 without actually...
sorry.
Giving me connected passers. I also originally thought rook b4 was necessary, but it's not.
Okay.
And yeah, I think maybe we covered our king side here, and the queen side with the rook on b4 is just going to be completely safe for the rest of the game. But still, it's now pretty close to material equality.
And we're going right into that.
Yes,
and perhaps our big mistake was to actually put the king on g8. Go f4, go rook f8. Since you're going to go...
that makes a lot of sense, yeah. g4, knight g5, rook f8.
The moment I started to make the threat of knight f7.
Yeah, rook f8 and then rook b4 next move. And then we will start stabilizing.
And he's done it?
Yeah, g4 played. And yeah, you get the feeling he will not waste a tempo on king g8.
Agreed.
And currently we are 2 down with white. The b file will get comprehensively closed with rook b4. And my point there, let's say if you go bishop c1, rook b4, bishop a3, I have a feeling we just never move it. I have a feeling we're quite happily allowing bishop takes b4 there. If you play bishop a3, yeah, I just like queen e5 or something. Bishop a3, I just want to play something like maybe GH, queen e5.
From the Tigran Petrosian school of chess.
I'm just leaving it on before that.
Nothing like 3 connected pass pawns, Peter.
I'm just...
It's true happiness, right?
I'm just leaving it there, yeah.
Yeah, that's giving you the real zen of the position. Okay, let's just take a quick walk around the horn. Want to check in on the Anton game. That was a game we thought that white was toast.
Yes.
Yeah, still toast. Still toast.
Still toast.
Less toasty, but still
less
toasty.
Okay, but yeah, that's a lot of extra pawns for black.
That's 2 down. Yeah. You assume this is convertible. You go rook d5, bishop c3, h5 or something. Yeah.
And you start
or h6.
Yeah, you start walking the king towards the bishop that happens to land on your doorstep. Yeah. Bishop c3, but yeah, this is too many. 2 pawns too many.
Yeah. The choice between h6 and h5, I think, very much depends on whether you believe you will win the endgame after rook e5. But I think you will. So I think you don't have to prevent rook e5 here. I mean, prevent the rook trade after rook e5.
I understand. H6 was one of those. Then I don't have to think about rook e5.
exactly. I think it's like culturally, so to speak, a better move than h5. But I think
culturally,
I don't
it's
think
funny. I wouldn't bring myself to play h5.
Yeah, I just kind of allow that rook trade.
It's not about the rook trade. It's that I feel that at some point I'm going to get blockaded on the dark squares. And I'm going to be wondering, why did I put everything on a dark square, on a light square?
I think it's unnecessary.
Put your pawns on dark squares and roll them that way.
And then it's sort of like, if my pawn were on h6, I wouldn't have been forced to play g4 or whatever. Okay, politically, was it a good move politically? Culturally, yes. Politically, well, jury's out.
h6 is there.
The junior play, by the way, I mean, the juniors are following the games that the g5, move the knight, play for g5, and this is really quite the Donnybrook. Who's going to land on the queen side first or the king side?
Well,
rook is.
I just want to
fourth rank.
Without looking at black's moves, what were like white's last few moves?
Knight g4 h2,
and then g4
g3 g4 g5.
So he's all in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he needs to be. He absolutely needs to be.
He's absolutely all in now.
He's played g5 and sort of the d takes c4 might be strong, but you could also maybe not even waste MP on this. Yeah, because I have rook takes c4 here.
What?
Rook c4.
Rook c4 works. Yeah.
I beg
this was sort of the entirety of my board.
I thought I was recapturing with the tempo. Good morning, St. Louis. That was my excuse.
Halfway.
But you might have stronger options. But yeah, d takes c4 is a very understandable move, which he also played quite quickly. 2 minutes against 5 here.
And again, this is the junior game between Kirill and
GH. I
David.
think we ignore, even though it's not that easy to. Like I think c takes d3 is strong enough for us to be. Okay with allowing h takes g7. In general, of course, this is what white wants, but
and he has captured on c4, has black. You know, it's funny. Again, we're talking about being all in with white here. I don't like the fact that the rook across the fourth rank is doing so much. Could I just throw a bone and hope you?
Well,
take
it gives
somehow?
it gives so many squares. Like knight
know.
bg5 or knight f5 first. I don't know. It just looks
GH. I am.
What? Oh my God, that is wow.
What?
No, this position is just it looks so dangerous for white. Yeah. I mean, I'm even thinking like if rook b1 wins immediately.
Rook b1.
That is a cute move. Yeah.
That could
rook
be
b1,
pain.
queen b1, knight f4.
Knight f4, knight f5, and like
like switch.
switch gears, right?
Yeah,
You
turn
immediately
the tables
switch
a little
gears.
bit on white. Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay, but we do have g5 captures on c4 on
And
the
Kirill
board.
is thinking he's also down to a minute here. It's not a perhaps we should maximize the view player camera because that's where.
And we have.
the actions
guess what?
He has played
d3,
d4.
d4. I mean, I love your idea there.
Yeah, knight d5 rook b1 is beautiful. Yeah, very
Beautiful
much.
and doesn't work.
Oh dear.
That's the best things in chess, yeah?
Right? Beautiful.
I mean, it doesn't work
Why-
for kind of an amazing reason.
Oh, please share. Knight d5.
Yeah,
GH,
rook b1.
Yes.
You take on b1,
Correct. Take
knight
on
f4, and
Knight-
knight g5
knight
somehow
g5,
wins the
yeah.
house.
Oh no.
I don't understand why.
Mate on h7.
And also h7, knight f7.
h7, knight
F-
f7.
Yeah, baby.
Oh,
Let me show you my puzzle rush tactic. You're welcome to snack a
King
rook.
f1.
and you can take on g2 with
You're welcome
check.
to snake.
No, you take on e2.
And then you take on e2.
Because you don't want to allow queen d5 check, actually. It's very
Right.
important not to allow queen d5 check.
And due to h7 check, knight takes f7, not to mention
Queen h7 is mate.
mate.
That's kind of gross, this tactic.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That is really nice.
Oh man, okay. So now we understand why Kirill made this boss move d3, d4.
I'm not sure he saw any of this. He just Because
what else to do?
you need to see rook b1 to even start calculating this.
Right.
It's simply exactly what you said. He didn't really hated the idea of the rook on before participating in the defense by
Along the fourth
by
rank.
playing along the fourth rank. So he's blocking it out.
And he's got a minute.
And he's also got a minute, yeah.
Versus?
4.
Yeah, rook b1 immediately.
So he's a happy
Oh, sorry,
camper.
not
He's
rook
got a
b1.
whole minute.
Whole minute.
I
for
mean,
Kirill.
he's been living on
30 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You know, a minute might be a luxury. Oh my.
Yeah, and
Very exciting. And again, we
David
haven't
has
even,
3.5, but it's just
I hardly know what's going on in the other games. Levon Aronian's game,
Whoa.
that looks...
It looks like white is up a pawn, but it's definitely not pressing.
Right.
It's actually
Bishop.
getting pressed. Right?
yeah. He
Whoa, whoa,
found
whoa,
a very.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Hang on a second. Why did we take on d4 with the rook? Can we take that's
The last
very
few moves?
clever, because if you take with the bishop, you get hit by rook e1 check and queen c7 check, and you don't have a good reply at all. You might lose. Rook e1, you can't go to f2, and after queen c7 check, you can't go queen g3 because of rook h1 check. And g3 bishop e4 is not much better. d4 is such a clever move by Levon, because it looks like, you know, this is the square that is the best
great
defended
move.
square, the best defended square on the board. And he just goes d5, d4, rook d4, queen e2, and you have to find a draw now with white. I'm not sure it's such an easy draw to find, maybe.
But there are some weaknesses there. Can I go down and hopefully angle for queen g7?
I'll take on f3 and go rook e2.
Oh, that's the other. Yeah, okay.
And maybe bishop d4 still holds. Maybe this is what you have to do, actually. Bishop d4 now, and allowing bishop takes f6 gives white a lot of counterplay, and otherwise I will play c3, c4.
Holds, I'm sorry, holds for who?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I don't know who's
And
holding.
c4, b5 is coming.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. We'll keep an eye on that one too, because there's some real, I mean, great struggles. And again, the Wesley So Richard Rapport game is blowed up.
Yeah, he played knight h7 here. I'm not
After
quite
rook
sure.
f8.
Yeah, I guess the idea is just to return to g5 if the rook goes somewhere.
Right.
But yeah, Richard says don't really have to defend it. Goes g8, bishop g4, queen d5, and just spends a quiet tempo taking the knight. Rook on d1 is still hanging. We have all these pawns for the exchange. HG will also become something to consider. I quite like what he's doing. I don't know if the machine likes what he's doing, but I very much like it optically.
Well, it's very, very nice to be capturing all of these pawns. I'm sure Wesley is feeling the heat at the moment. Queen d5, I can't leverage that into anything.
3 minutes
Queen
against
e8.
4.5 as well.
I mean, I'm desperately, looking at sacrifices on the d4 square, but
Not even close, right?
not even close. Rook d3 is a step. No, he's reaching for his bishop.
He wants to
doing
go
with his
bishop
bishop?
d4 and bishop and rook b7, I guess, with like rook h7 mate threats.
Exactly, and he's thinking,
Yeah,
look,
he's
I got
done
no
this.
choice.
He's
I've got
done
no
this.
choice.
He took back quickly with the pawn.
Rook b7, he has bishop e6, I think. This is what he wants, question mark. No, I don't know.
I got to play rook b7. Let's have a look.
B7.
He's done it.
Maybe he just wants to play bishop takes d1 and say I have
Yeah, I
a
mean,
bunch of pieces.
you have a
But
gaggle of pieces, and queen
simply queen
e6.
e6. Whoa, that's clever. Queen g5. Is there a threat?
Rook
h7, bishop
rook
f5,
h7
yeah.
check.
Yeah, queen e6, clever move, lost the game.
No.
Yeah, there's
Queen g5, rook h7,
there's no defense.
and bishop f5 is Wesley. Whoa, you see, Richard's played a wonderful game, he really has. But one fast move can destroy
Yeah, bishop
your
d7
best
was winning.
efforts.
Simply bishop d7.
Simply cover the
Block the...
block the rank. Block the
rank.
yes, the rank.
But he played queen e6, queen g... And what's the clock situation?
2 minutes 52 for Wesley with plenty of time, and Richie down to 4.
Oh,
And there's nothing.
it's done.
I mean, the engine says you have to play queen g8, and the game kind of continues. The problem is that the attack will play itself because you go rook c1, rook c8, and rook c1, rook c1, rook c8, rook c1, rook c7.
Rook c7.
Yeah.
So you're saying queen g8 is necessary to stop the rook from landing on h7.
Well, what else do you play at this point?
He played queen e5, which I think just straight up loses to rook h7, bishop f5, and rook takes h6, I thought.
Well, no, it's just, you got it, bishop g7, right, okay. Queen e5 on the board, I follow you, Peter.
So we give a check. Sadly for us, bishop f7 is not mate.
No
It's very
mate, so you have
beautiful,
to go
but it's
bishop
not
f5.
mate. Yeah, so we play bishop f5, bishop g7, and I think we just take on h6 here, and we're now an exchange up, and the attack continues. You know,
Good enough.
beatings will continue until the morale improves. Yeah.
This is one of my favorites.
And I'm assuming queen d8 is not stronger.
I'm just amazed that, yeah, you almost feel like you start to harvest everything with the tempo.
Yeah.
It does feel like
he's
queen
queen d8
d8
straight away, which is apparently +8. Yeah.
Yeah, plus it's actually stronger.
+8.
+8. Yeah. Queen d8 now without the check. Yeah,
Exactly.
Just,
You're just
ends
hitting
game.
the bishop.
It just ends the game.
Because you can't defend. Yeah, queen g7 the only way not to get mated straight away, and now we're queen down, and yeah,
now we got the
beatings will continue.
Yeah.
Like,
But morale, not improved.
not sure about the morale, but beatings definitely will continue. Rook c1 played.
I was
And
about to
I
say,
think-
now this rook
yeah, I
that has
think we
been
need to stop.
hanging for
We
the
need to
better
put a
part of
stop.
5, 6, 7 moves suddenly makes a grand entrance.
There's the thing about these sharp positions, right? They can change so quickly.
Yeah, and I've been kind of itching to reintroduce this quote for a number of days because positions keep on showing up, which make it relevant. There was a very interesting quote when Magnus was talking about his match against Fabi.
Yes.
And specifically the choice of playing the Sveshnikov on the black side, that particular Sveshnikov after 95, the very sharp positions, which are very risky for black. If you analyze them with the engine, you will very quickly come to the conclusion that you're fighting for equality and it's unclear if you have it.
Right.
But he said, basically, we came to the conclusion that those positions are very interesting to play and would be good for a match because if it goes well for us, we give mate.
Exactly.
And if it goes well for Fabi, he wins a pawn on the queen's side. And it's just
And that's
so
a
much,
technically good position.
And the pressure of sort of the stakes makes it a lot easier to play for the side that is playing to win the game as opposed to, you know, make incremental progress on the other side of the board. And we're watching this here as well because like White's position is in ruins.
Yes.
But it's completely irrelevant because he will give mate on the other side of the board.
Ah, that's the connection there. Mate ends the game, you know. I mean, it's still that's
It's just
the way it works.
so much easier to play when your goal is the ultimate goal, and
Right,
your
I
opponent
mean-
also knows that.
Yeah, Richie's got the pass pawn that's going to make a queen. I've got your king.
Yep.
And rook, bishop e8. Was that necessary? At first I thought rook c7 was winning.
I mean, that's
Probably was, yeah, I think it was.
It's
Rook
all right.
c7, king c6, queen f8, I think is mate,
it's
but
all
bishop
right.
e8 is also completely winning.
I mean, it hits the rook on a4.
Yeah, among other things.
Oh, I
among
forgot
other things.
about that. I really did. A shame on me. I mean, I'm looking for pawns. You're fishing for rooks. I mean, come on.
What are these things? What are these rook things you mentioned?
The rookies. Oh, nice. Okay, guys, this looks like it's done and dusted.
Yeah, it's done and dusted. I mean, Wesley will win this one easy. Meanwhile,
let's go back to Kirill and our. Whoa!
That
I'm
is
seeing
another
a pawn on
pawn.
D2.
that is another pawn that is promoting.
But I could, like you said, be taking your king.
I don't think you actually get there. Rook
What?
g4 check. I think we just go bishop g7, right?
I think so.
Rook c1 check.
Rook g4 check, bishop g7.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
we go
And- and of
king
course-
h2. King h2, right?
Yeah, I mean, king h2 is the only move, actually, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
King h2.
So I'm guessing
rook c1.
d2 was a very big mistake.
D2 was a massive mistake.
Really?
As Korobov has resigned, we expected that from a while ago.
Anton has lost.
So king h2 is played, and the issue here is rook c1, queen b2, and the queen and if you queen your d pawn, queen b8 check is kind of strong.
Oh, he's taken on g7.
Also a mistake.
Yeah, and queen d4. I don't quite understand this. I guess he wants d1, queen g4.
And then we have to run with the king? Wow.
There's no. Queen h6 is not a legal move. We have to run.
Okay, so this is what he's done.
I don't think there's a
queen
choice
d4.
here. Actually, rook g7 was a bad move according to the engines. I don't care about the engines.
Right.
I like this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's understandable.
It's very
certainly.
understandable,
I mean,
yeah.
you're taking this pawn. You're going to go queen g4.
And if you have to
d5.
promote queen g4, king f8, in 20 seconds, you just hope you have a perpetual.
Yeah, of
I
course.
mean, whatever, right?
You throw
it.
your luck to the wind. I mean,
Well, actually, you just play
to
h5,
things.
h6 somewhere, and you.
My king is very safe on H2.
It is very
Actually, it's very
It's
safe.
kinda safe.
And 20 seconds. 20 seconds for Gavrilescu. This is going to be a great, exciting finish to this game.
And for these juniors, what
Whoa,
it means.
whoa,
Knight
whoa,
F5.
Giving up, it's a queen
on.
sacrifice.
No. What's queen?
It's a queen sacrifice because you're giving up d2. D2 was a queen.
Yeah. Oh, I
But
see what you mean by
now the
by
h1
that.
actually starts running. Yeah, you,
Right,
you give a
queen
check and then you go
G4
h6.
check.
Yeah, an h6, I think, right?
Yeah, you go h6.
H6.
And like d1 h7 is legitimately like black has no meaningful checks.
Right.
With the knight on the 3 and the bishop on g2 protecting
And
everything.
there it
H6
goes.
there.
H6.
Yeah, you have to take an h6 because h7 is just such a humongous threat.
Oh, for David, this would be such a turnaround. He had this game.
And this is about the pressure of the junior game,
Exactly.
right? If you get a winning position against Shevchenko, you feel
And
this
now
is
we
the
go
guy
knight,
you can
and now we
beat.
go knight takes g2. If he finds knight takes g2, he probably will end up winning this game because queen takes g2 loses the queen to queen h8, queen d8 check, and queen takes g2.
That's a pretty line.
Meaning that he gets
Well
to
done,
continue
Peter.
the attack.
Knight
For
takes
free.
D2. Get rid of
Sorry.
the
That's it. Yeah.
The-
Excellent.
And he
Wonderful
also
move.
takes the c6 square under control, creating a sort of there's a bishop on a4.
Bishop
sorry.
C6 check. But
But it does take the square under control. In some cases, the
king cannot
runs.
run. Yeah, the king cannot run. Yeah.
Okay,
It's
and-
actually somewhat
and the
relevant.
point
yeah.
is that in case you do
Yeah,
take
you
the
don't,
knight,
because you don't pick up the queen.
check.
It's just mate.
Oh, he's done it.
King d7, we can simply take on h6 now if we want, right?
Exactly,
Just take
and
on
he's done
h6
it.
and continue.
Yeah, and continue. You're up material.
We're now up material.
And now you have the attack as well. Oh, what a turnaround!
A huge turnaround there. Yeah, huge turnaround by the young Ukrainian player.
But it's not over. 20 seconds for
Bishop
Shevchenko.
c6 is
By
a
the
good
way,
choice. Yeah,
I like
trying to trade some of the attackers
Rook
away.
on C1 is hanging to the queen on H6.
Yeah, knight e4 played with that in mind. Because
blocking the attack and opening up an attack.
yeah, it's just black has no real counterplay.
Hello, no real counterplay.
Commentators curse.
Hello.
May I introduce
May
my
I
queen?
introduce my queen? Queen G1, Queen H1 is a bit of a threat.
No,
So,
no, Queen G1,
I got
King
King
G3,
G3,
but we will
sorry.
have Rook C3 check there, which is very relevant.
Ooh, and he's done
yeah,
Queen F8.
So now
that
we
was
go.
my question.
Now we go Queen G1 check, King G3, Rook C3 check. I think.
okay.
I think.
And then
After F3, I'm not sure what we're doing. Maybe Queen E1 check.
we just take the knight.
I just took a knight.
Oh my, guys, this is a
F7?
great game.
Yeah, this is
Whatever happens,
This is a fantastic
I
game.
mean, this
yeah.
is wonderful.
Well, you
This
can if you take on E4, you get mated, right?
He's done it. He took on it.
No, I mean like white. If white takes on E4,
Yeah.
you get mated.
Okay.
Now you can take.
Oh no!
Because Queen A8 check. Yeah, you have to run with the king. Yeah. King
Yeah, you have
Oh, the skewer, the Queen A8 check.
the Queen A8 check.
And
yeah.
weirdly, because the bishop on f6 can't really connect with the king on b5, you probably don't have mate yet. Like,
Yeah, you have to take off the E5 pawn so you
Yeah.
can't get your king
Yeah.
down to C3. Once again, guys, what's the time situation on the clock?
14
14
against
seconds to
37, yeah.
35
30
seconds.
something. Yeah.
Wesley won, but we expected that.
Yeah,
Actually, that took forever.
Yeah, that,
Right?
that took long. No, I think the game has been over for a while. It's just
And look at this King A4.
we're watching something very exciting. So we.
Oh my gosh! I mean,
4,
black
3.
F2 is hanging.
Not
She's
anymore.
good, and he
Which is
just
Queen
defended.
A7 is very good.
Yeah, I think this is why he played this move. Yeah,
Nice.
to have some semblance of control over what's happening on the other side.
Okay,
You can
king
even maybe
quickly
play
went to
something like
Queen B6
King
check?
A2. Yeah, just don't allow Bishop B7 check.
Queen B6 check, perhaps.
Queen B4.
Oh,
How do you feel
That's
about-
actually kind of smart because the endgame is very unclear. But yeah, Queen F7. Yeah, maybe I'm not sure, but yeah, this wasn't.
Now
maybe
you
not
gave
so
up
smart, yeah.
the ideas of Queen F2 and Queen G1. He snacked on the F7 pawn. That's a big pawn to snack on too. He gets to play Queen takes E6 check.
maybe, but yeah, you should. Yeah, Queen B4 was probably a mistake.
No,
yeah.
Queen B4 was not a mistake. He has to find either Queen D2 or Rook E1. I don't know about Rook E1. I don't understand that move, but Queen D2 I understand.
And
Yeah,
then
I
Queen
would like to
C3,
play
yeah.
Bishop.
Queen
Yeah.
D2, yeah, Queen D2 is a good
I
move,
would
yeah.
like to play Bishop to G5 as
Oh,
ooh,
no.
C3. Very
No,
understandable.
Really?
E6 is so.
No way. The thing I don't like about it is the moment you get E6 in, the bishop on
will stop.
F6
Yeah, the bishop will
returns
stop.
to the
live.
game.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. So,
Queen F5, and then you just go E6. Next move.
by the way, Queen F5 protecting F2, so no. hits there.
No funnies.
No funnies.
Yeah.
And you're right. E5, E6
could
is
go,
going to
could
kill.
go
Still a
really
game.
either way, because yeah, if the bishop goes somewhere, queen h4 check becomes kind of a topic.
Queen h4 is protected by the bishop on
I'll
f6.
keep sideways chess is difficult.
So we're expecting bishop to d3, just sideways chess.
We are
I
watching
thought the variant.
We're watching it from the side. We were
From the
describing-
side.
yeah.
Bishop d3, he's done it. And
Oh,
look,
that's a threat.
Oh, that's a threat.
I assume that's a threat.
That's a big threat.
I actually have no idea what the
no
threat
counter.
is.
Oh, mate? No.
Is it?
It's not mate.
Where is it? It's like 2 checks.
Well,
possibly just a
3
two check.
checks.
3 checks, yeah.
And 3 checks can win you the game.
that's
He
true.
doesn't- yeah, he-
And Kirill says, yeah, where's the... Show me the checks.
E6, go for it. Make your threat.
E6 is such an insane move. I
Oh
love it.
my gosh.
I love E6. It's such insane to play E6.
And look, he's just, they are really challenging.
This
one
is a great
another,
game.
with no time on the clocks, but that bishop on f6 is now alive. What a great piece, in fact.
Check, king f3.
Check and check from h1. I thought about this. Yeah, I think.
you... How do you get out of this?
Yeah, it's well.
I want to run.
Run which way?
You actually are supposed to run along the h file. It's impossible. I think it's in real life you can't. Like you're supposed to like go king.
He's just gone king
f3,
g3.
g4, h5, and have bishop h4 there. I think
Queen check. Guys, if this ends in a draw,
it's
once again,
somehow quite fitting.
it really is. But, wow.
Yeah, but
Wow. Can he crawl up the H file?
Machine says he can.
So king g4 here.
King g4.
He's going for it.
Of
Yeah,
course.
Shevchenko doesn't back out from these things. He calculates his things very well.
Impressive. Very, very, very nice.
It reminds me of that game of Liniers in the in Bucharest where he went bishop a7, right? Where the against the weird game where he got his king stuck on a2 in the Sicilian against Deac. Where
Yes.
because here as well, we're
Yeah.
getting line mated, but we have bishop h4,
We have bishop h4,
and it actually
right.
is enough.
Yeah, sideways chess. Right?
Yeah.
Bishop h4 check covers the check on h1. Not only,
Yeah, doing this on 20 seconds is
wow.
some very, very impressive stuff. Yeah.
But first of all, rook h1, bishop h4. That at least releases the c3 pawn.
And where do you go with the c3 pawn?
It's covered on c2.
It's under control. Yeah, this is the point. It's everything is completely under control. But
Okay, no, I'm starting with check.
Okay.
And then
And
bishop
then?
h4,
But
queen
this is the question.
a8.
Queen a8.
I don't think queen h8 check is actually a legit threat.
Yeah, I'm not even sure this is like e7 queen h7 might be good enough, right?
Right? Oh,
No
my
way.
gosh.
Really?
Wow.
This is remarkable, yeah. And this will be
And
kind of
there he goes.
queen b7.
But queen b7 really doesn't have a threat.
No, I wanted to, yeah.
Stop c7. I think
No,
his
but this
point
just
is-
finishes the game. There's no checks,
Oh,
and
bishop
that's a fork.
e4.
That's just a fork.
That's a powerful,
That's
that's a
game.
boss move.
That's game, right?
That ends the game, yeah. That ends the
Oh.
game. Such a turnaround. It will be heartbreaking for David because he played that game really well. Up to a point. He played that game really, really well. But yeah, this is now like completely hopeless. You don't have checks. C2 is never a threat. Yeah,
Exactly, in your piece
Yeah,
down.
it's just king h5, whatever.
But what a great fight.
Seriously,
This is a great
applause to
fight.
both players.
I mean, what a gladiator type of position.
Right?
It felt like both sides could have won. It could have been a draw.
I know.
And this is the
There's
result.
the handshake.
Understandably disappointed is Gavrilescu because he
But
had
how-
this game. He just let it go.
How entertaining it was.
Right, it was incredibly
One game
entertaining.
left.
We still have another game. Wow.
A very important game for our. And we looks like a repetition. Is it
No,
not?
he went to b8.
Oh, he did.
He went to b8, and now he gets, I think, to put the pawn on a2. But
And
even
then-
that doesn't really guarantee.
and then we draw, yeah.
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 But guys, we already had one rook and bishop versus rook.
No.
Trading b5 for b4 here is quite difficult. I don't think we're likely to get another one in this particular position, simply
Okay.
because the pawns are too locked in.
Levon
It
is
might
just
go on forever simply because
dreaming
white.
his king could somehow magically appear on the b6 square.
King to b6 with mate threats.
Yes.
Yeah, we don't have.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
Yeah, a2. A2.
I think that's just it.
Now it's just. Hang on, you have rook h4 check. Yeah, it's important.
Oh yeah, and a2 is defended by this bishop.
Yes. By the way,
By the way.
Black's making great progress in that case, right?
Yeah, how do you hold on to this? I think I need to put my rook on the first, right? Like if I go king e3 or whatever, a2, rook g1.
It starts getting annoying, right?
Right.
You
Pretty
start
annoying, actually.
Yeah, like if the king.
And he's
Whoa.
King f5.
Whoa.
Now.
This isn't.
He's
yeah.
allowing a rook check, rook takes b.
He's allowing bishop d3, rook b4 as well, which is fascinatingly weird to me.
Ooh.
Rook is on the third, right?
It's on the third for now, but I assume that at some point you have to move it because I thought.
No, for me.
What
Rook
a
h1.
move! Look at that.
I thought rook h1 was kind of an idea.
For me, the
Right.
bigger issue is that now the king will be sort of
Good move. Rook check, you got to go to the g file because you can't go to
like
e7.
G5 is still sort of
But
legal,
now,
but yeah.
now we go rook e6.
Rook e6 is a move.
No, I think he's going to go rook,
Rook
h1, actually.
Yeah, rook
H1
h1 forces rook a3.
Yeah, my
king
bigger
b7.
issue is that now the white king might not be in time to shoulder the black king, and the black king could appear on somewhere like the e4 square.
Once again, rook h6 check though, Peter.
I very much like king 6, king d5. I think we.
Yeah.
There's no reason to fiddle around anymore, right?
Yeah, we get the king to e4, and then the diagonal for the bishop on e5 becomes much shorter, and eventually we cross over to d3 and c2, and somewhere around then it becomes hopeless.
Exactly.
I think by this point it probably is just lost.
I think it's just lost, right?
I think it's just lost. The king needed to be closer to, like with the king somewhere around, I don't know, the b2, c2 squares maybe.
And if we
fold.
just don't find any plan, rook b1, rook takes b4, rook b1, b4.
Yeah.
b3.
That's
No, but
a good
this is
plan.
how you
Plan,
play.
yeah.
I think you
good
found
plan.
a good plan. And for Duda, by the way, this will be I mean, it's not a victory over a fellow candidate, but Levon
Yeah, just king d5.
is
Yeah,
a
king
huge
d5,
rival.
king
of these
d5, and at
events.
this point you can sacrifice the exchange already.
Even
Then
even
you
that in
start-
some
yeah.
positions,
yeah, like bishop f6, rook f1, give up the exchange is winning.
and then bishop b3, king
And bishop
c4.
b3, king c4.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, this just
Yeah, rook f1, rook f6, I think is very
now you
easy.
can just do it straight
Yeah.
away.
Yeah.
Just ends the game.
Nice.
Yep.
Yep.
And you take that.
Yeah, he has 59 seconds, so he will make sure he doesn't miscalculate.
And
But yeah,
there's
it's a
some
very
shaking
easy
of
victory.
the head there for Levon, but he recognizes that rook f6, bishop b3, king c4.
Yeah, and there you go.
So
Yeah, there
does
we go.
Duda.
Grandmaster professional chess, right?
Seriously.
Lazy man, just get as many pieces as you can off the board.
Yeah,
And go
and-
king c4 takes b4.
Yeah, and there's bishop a4 there as well, so you don't even need to get the king to b2.
Precisely.
You just take on b4 and you win the rook straight away, because if it goes to a7, bishop a4 wins the pawn on a2 and 4.
Gotcha.
For
For
nothing.
Duda, a huge win
Result.
against.
Very nice. Keeping this
their king.
tournament interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
I
He's
mean-
closing up on Richie.
Yep.
Closing up on Richie because, well, we know
And-
we know who's in first place.
Yeah, Vichy sitting there. Good effort, everybody.
yeah.
Good effort.
Wesley, good job.
Good job. Good efforts, everybody. Well done. And that's round 8. Wow.
What a wrap up.
That was good. That was good. After the rook and bishop, man, I was feeling tired, but the juniors.
The juniors brought it.
Brought it.
I mean, the juniors brought it.
Inspiring chess there by Krill and David.
Yeah, it was kind of a pity
Where
for
was the
David.
miss win? He played D2. How could you not play D2? Come on.
Wait, how can you play D2, you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah, D2 was a bit of a miss. I think he just underestimated what was actually happening to his position, and he felt that he had defenses,
Right.
but it was just not enough. I think he must have missed.
specifically king h2, yeah.
Yeah, I think king h2 specifically he missed in this position after bishop g7. King h2 is a great move because you get out of these checks and it just gives you enough time to play something like what happened in the game rook g7, queen d4, even ideas of putting the queen on b1 and going to b8 in certain positions. He couldn't play d2. It was just not the time to do so. He had to prevent rook g4 or give his king a little bit of a flight square. Knight h6 is a weird move, but once you realize that the main and
G4
only
is
threat is rook g4, Knight h6 just deals with it. The easiest, I think, was the move bishop h6 because it immediately threatens rook c1, finishes the game. And if you put this check on g4, yeah, I think king f8 is fine. King f8, I think queen a3 is an issue. But king h7, because the bishop covers on g5, I mean, you can throw in the check, but so what? And then I'll start running my pawns, and that was just completely winning for the black side. And I think by this point, David still had 49 seconds, so a lot of time pressure, didn't calculate the variations properly, and then was the huge mess we saw. Then things
From
flew
this position,
up
Black's
and
king
down.
went to V2.
I mean, this king went all the way there. Like, a lot of things happened in this game.
Yeah.
Peter, bring us up to date on the current standings
Yeah, let's
after a
take a look,
very
yeah.
eventful round 8.
Let's
I got to
take a
tell
look.
you, that was fun.
And, for the first time in this tournament, Vish's game was the least eventful of the round.
Right,
Yeah, but
that's a rarity.
he's still sitting very pretty there on 14 out
Huge
of
victory by Wesley.
16. Richard in clear second. But yeah, two people are now within touching distance of Richard at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wesley with the victory and Jan Krzysztof with that very, very important win over Levon Aronian.
For Livonian, that's a big, big step backwards. Again, the Rapids are worth 2 points. Fabiano, well, 2 draws. He's not going to be too satisfied. We got one
I need
game
to
left.
message him and explain to him the importance of my
And
predictions.
Yes, exactly. And our final pairings, Peter, for our ninth and final
Our
rapid.
final rapid round. Jan Krzysztof, who just won that game against Levon, is white against Korobov, who's having a kind of a non-event by his standards. David Gavrilescu, white against Aronian. Fabi, white against Shevchenko. And then we get the clash of the two leaders in the last round of the day. Richard Rapport, white against Vichy, obviously very incentivized to try and get a game there.
Absolutely.
Against the rock-solid repertoire that Vichy has. And Radek is playing white against Wesley, so...
I mean, if I had given you the pairings before the start of the tournament and said, okay, in the 9th round, 2 of these players are going to be playing for first place. Who are they? Pick the game. That would have been prescient. If
Yeah,
you-
that would have been difficult to
and
guess
Vichy.
exactly, yeah.
Very
Although
nice.
I don't know which one you would have guessed out of the 9. If you had to pick 2 that are leading the tournament.
Let me
Right?
take a look again.
Of the 9th round,
I don't think there's like a hugely it's not like Wesley's playing Fabi.
I'm actually picking
Right.
Rapport.
You're actually picking Rapport Vichy, right?
Considering the pairings for the last round, I'm picking Rapport Vichy.
Yeah.
wow.
Once again, if you know nothing about
the
the first 8
results.
rounds and you have to pick a game here, it's probably, it's definitely Rapport against Vichy, and then probably, I'm guessing Duda Korobov actually.
Yeah.
But let's jump to Warsaw as we have Cristian with Wesley.
Thank you, Yasser. Wesley, this was a huge victory for you against Richie Rapport, who was just on fire. He won 4 games in a row, but you stopped him in this one, and this was a crazy game.
Yeah.
What are your initial feelings after this
Well,
one?
first, thanks for having me, Cristian. It's good to see you again. And it's good to see your uplifting spirit and uplifting
Great to
face.
see you, yes.
Yeah, so he played the Kings Indian as he played before. First of all, I think this tournament, the level of play by almost everyone except Vichy is very low. Like, I was looking at the games yesterday, there was a lot of blunders, a lot of mistakes. Also, I didn't feel that I'm 100%. Also, I'm not playing at my 100%. But when you play the
Do you
Kings
feel this
Indian,
maybe is due to the fact that a lot of players are coming from a classical competition to a rapid and blitz competition?
that's what my mother says about this. But last year it worked very well for me in Paris because I had opening preparation, all that. So it's hard to say which is better with blitz and rapid before classical or classical first. But in any case, when I played the Kings Indian,
Give us your thoughts about this crazy game, because
Yeah.
it felt like you had the advantage out of the opening, then he had the advantage, then you got the advantage, and then some mates came on the board.
yeah, definitely. I want to get an interesting game. If I lose, I lose. But I think I mix up my preparation here. Like Bishop D2, this usually is good with the Black Knight on D7. But here wasn't exactly sure what was happening.
Given that he himself and Vichy were kind of running away, creating a big
Vichy
separation. Mostly
Vichy,
Vichy.
yeah.
Was this a must-win game for you, in your mind?
Probably, but with the way I'm playing, I just wanted to survive.
Got it.
But probably, like here, for example, just to show you about my bad play, like I played Rook C1, but in fact, I could have saved the tempo maybe if I play Rook A2 and then Bishop C1, Rook D2. But instead, I played Rook C1 first, and here I didn't know what to do. So I played Rook C2, and then Bishop C1, so I basically lost a tempo and whole tempo for nothing without even realizing it. Like, this tournament, I was missing a lot of opportunities against LeBron, against Fabi. So if you can't convert great positions, then it's not your tournament. But
Well, sometimes
today
you
I
need
was
some
very,
luck, yeah?
Yeah, this I was very lucky.
These
Like,
events.
like here, I wasn't sure exactly what to do, but I guess I thought My bishop on c1 is passive, so I got to activate it, but somehow my queen got trapped. And after I played a4, I realized that he has this g5, h5 idea. My queen got trapped. But it didn't seem so bad because at least he doesn't have an attack. Maybe
It's just a wild game.
maybe he should play g4 first, as the computer says. But anyway, here, after rook to b8, I guess rook b2 is a mistake. Maybe c5, and I'm okay. But like here, everything's falling apart. He's a pawn up, and as you can see, the board is full of black pawns here. But I guess it's not so bad, huh?
No, it was still quite balanced, and then it did seem like you're getting an advantage here. Mostly because of this point. Right now, rook to d3 seems to be a critical move. Nevertheless, even after c5, the computer doesn't really understand exactly what the assessment is. e5, and then you have to follow it up. But you see, it jumps from like plus 1.5 to plus 0.3. It doesn't understand much.
And also, it's depth 22.
And this was a normal move, bishop to b2, right?
Yeah, bishop b2 was a mistake. I mean, yeah, rook d3 as computer. But yeah, like here, I was just hoping for some tactics. I guess knight h7 was a mistake too.
And I don't want to keep you for
E5,
very
E5,
long, Wesley, because you
yeah.
do have a game coming up in 5 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
And I do hear some applauses from the playing hall, so they might be starting without you. I don't want them to start without you.
Yeah, it's a funny game.
This was the critical moment right now. You saw rook h7, and a big victory for you. You're playing Wojtaszek. What's the strategy going into the final game of Rapid Chess?
Just want to play fast, play solid, try to get advantage on the clock, and try to attack my opponent psychologically. That's the best I can do.
Excellent. You have 5 minutes to get ready for the final game. We'll let you go. Good luck in the last game.
Do fast. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
And we're actually, as we are getting ready to start the final Rapid game, we're going to go to a feature. Let's see what that is all about. How does it feel to be here in Warsaw for the first ever Grand Chess Tour held here in Poland?
It feels great to be back. I played here relatively recently for the World Rapid and Blitz Championship, and it was a lot colder. It was during the winter. It was very hectic because we played every day, like 6+ hours a day. But the city's beautiful, and it's good to be here. And hoping to improve a bit on my last tournament, which it was nice to play in Bucharest, but my level of play wasn't really there. So I'm hoping to improve a bit.
Special feeling is that I can play against Vichy, with whom I was working for many years, and now we are, let's say, rivals is a strong word, but let's say that we will play games.
Very nice. I played an event in Poland 22 years back. It was a Blitz event, World Blitz Championship. But this is very nice. I've come to visit my seconds here, but to come and compete here in this wonderful venue, it's going to be a very nice experience.
It's a very nice feeling. It's really a dream come true for me. I have been watching the top players for the last few years, and I'm thankful to have the opportunity to face them on the chessboard.
Yeah, it's a very special feeling that actually Grand Chess Tour is held in Warsaw, in Poland. I'm not quite used to play such strong events in Poland, so it's a nice thing.
Oh yeah, it's very nice. I like to be part of this debuting events. I think I haven't played an event before, which was the first time organized. But I have been to Warsaw just quite recently for the Rapid and Blitz, so I was kind of sure that it's going to be well organized, and Warsaw is nice. But this time at least it's a little bit warmer than winter, right? So it's nice. Yeah, I feel good.
I feel very privileged here. I'm very happy that they have decided to become part of the Grand Chess Tour. They have a large tournament here with some of the best players in the world. So it's a good addition. My first time Poland, never played here before, and I'm very excited.
Warsaw is a great place. It's a place where I've played a zillion times, but rarely in the summer or in the spring. So it's absolutely wonderful. I had a long walk in the old town yesterday. Ani loves it so much, and so I really enjoy being here.
It's very amazing that I am invited in this Grand Chess Tour, and it's a very big pleasure for me to play against such a top grandmasters, and I'm very excited.
I'm afraid all the time, when coming to the Grand Chess Tour. My feelings are the same I had in Bucharest or in Zagreb, more or less, ready to be a victim in the tournament and to be tortured until the very last round.
Welcome back to the final round of the final day of the Rapid. No more Rapid after this, and these are the standings prior to these round 9.
And the key matchup, Vichy versus Richard, or should I say Richie as white?
Yeah, there you have it on your screen, the game in progress. And it's, Vichy even has an opinion about this quite clearly, which is quite funny in a way. You will notice there's this pawn on a4 there. It looks like a very normal 4-knight opening, but there's a pawn on a4, and this is, I will sort of unironically say it's the recent trend. People basically at some point tried making every single move that exists in the position after e4, e5, knight of 3, knight of knight c6, knight c3, knight f6.
4 knights.
There, I think, currently grandmaster games which feature the move rook b1 in this position.
G3.
No, G3 is surprises nobody.
Rook,
specifically
B1,
like a3,
bishop
a4,
E2,
rook b1.
A3.
Bishop d3, I think maybe somebody.
Oh my gosh, that's really reaching. But a4.
Yeah. A4
for some reason, it has maybe some advantages.
Well, basically what Richard is saying here is that I would like to play this position with black, with a a7, a5 move included.
And Vichy says, be my guest.
Yeah, and Vichy says, I'm not interested in bishop b4, not interested in d7, d5. I'll just play d6. And this is actually kind of interesting to me because this is now a pure Philidor.
But you threw in a4.
In which a4 is not necessarily the most useless move in the position.
Exactly. Many times you do see the ideas of a6 and c5 and b5 appear, and a4 has.
I mean, obviously it's not your first choice, and you would like to play rook e1, let's say bishop f1 first, or f4 bishop f3. And the fact that you were kind of forced to play a4 there is not ideal, but it definitely isn't the stupidest thing in the position.
And a5, trying to make a virtue out of necessity.
Yes,
Look at this, a4, a5. clamping down.
Yeah, I wonder what the reply to bishop f8 is, though, because black's play is very much based on the idea that the pressure against the e4 pawn forces white to make some uncomfortable decisions. I thought maybe he wants rook a4 here, but bishop d7 is going to be very awkward.
And by the way, rook a4 is a very richy move.
Yeah, it is. But,
I mean,
Vishy actually chooses not to even play bishop f8. Goes knight b4 instead, which is also actually another facet to why you perhaps don't want to play a4 this early, because now the knight has this square and it cannot easily be chased away by a2, a3. And it will get supported by c7, c5 very
Exactly.
often.
But I did like the point you were about to make, which was like bishop f8. Attacking the pawn on e4, opening up, and
you can actually protect it with rook a4. It's not a good move, but you can actually do this.
Yeah, exactly. This kind of hidden defense of the pawn on e4. But knight b4 was, in fact, Vishy's reaction to a5. And again, this all-important game for first place, as tomorrow we'll go into the blitz. Knight b4, what do you think about these apples?
You actually are intending to play c5, and maybe not even necessarily follow it up with d6, d5. I think you play c5, and then you want to bring the bishop over to the c6 square. I go c5 here. You probably play knight f3. Let's say bishop d7.
I see.
And put it on c6. Put the other one on f8. Exert as much pressure as possible against the e4 pawn first, and then we will ask ourselves: do we want to push d6, d5? Do we want to keep it this way?
And it's not so easy with the pawn on a5 to push the knight away from b4. Wow, I find that fascinating. And Richie, well, he has his own approach.
He played a 4.
F2, F4.
He really does have his own brand of chess, right?
Really?
A4, A5, F2, F4.
Right?
No, F4, it actually is a kind of weirdly, it's a defensive move, because you want to play bishop f3, but you want to do it with the bishop not in front of your f2 pawn, because that would be awkward.
Okay.
So you're playing a 4 to meet bishop f8 with bishop f3. And that also gives you the e2 square for the knight on d4 if it gets chased away now. So if you want to play c5, I suggest you probably do it here.
Okay, I like it.
But now, maybe knight b3.
Because now the knight doesn't want to go to f3 and step on the bishop's toes.
We want to continue preserving the f3 square for the bishop. So bishop f8, bishop f3, for instance. And you know, sometimes you can maybe even launch into some g4, g5 ideas. The knight from b3 could go, in an ideal scenario, g2, c4, e3 or something.
That's a lot of highfalutin maneuvering there.
Very much so, yeah.
I warmed up to your earlier suggestion to just pound as much as you can on the e-pawn. But one of the things also maybe with the move
c5
f4,
play, by the way.
Move is that maybe the desirable d5 before you put your bishop on f3, right? How would this?
These are very sharp. I think they're very concrete. I'm not prepared without sort of analyzing
with the engine and everything move by move. It does seem like white, that is to say, has put a lot of time in playing this move advance on the queen side a4, a5. Whether it shows a return or not, it's a lot of tempi for
absolutely
a questionable, and of course bishop f5 is dream scenario for black.
Yeah, this is maybe very playable. If you don't play e5, then perhaps the previous play becomes less easy to justify.
Right. Exactly. All right. We're going to keep our eye on this absolutely key matchup. Alejandro, turn it over to you. What has caught your eye?
Well, we have a couple of other great games. Fabi against Shevchenko. I always like to see when players use their pet line against one of these top players. I always like to see what they come to the game with, because we have another Chebanenko type Slav, and Shevchenko has been using this KG move order, which I also like to use as well. In this e3 Slavs, instead of going e6 like almost everybody does, allowing knight h4, trapping the bishop, and then theory just begins.
Explodes, yeah.
You play the move a6, which transposes to a Chebanenko Slav with the move e3 and bishop f5. This is a common way of playing as well, and ton of theory here. Queen b3 has been tried. We just saw the move knight e5 in the game between Duda and Shevchenko, I want to say. Yes.
Duda and Shevchenko a couple rounds ago was 95. Queen b3 very main line, bishop e2, and then bishop d3 has been played. Bishop d3 immediately has been played. Tons of moves. a4, not the most common move, but an idea. The point is that after e6, you have to go a5. If you don't go a5 anytime soon, Black gets a5 in himself, and this semi-Slav structure with the bishop out and this knight coming to b4, totally fine for the black side. So you need to prove some advantage, and the way that you can do it is by playing a5. And look at what happens to the structure on the queen side for Black. Completely controlled. You play b6, fractured structure, but is White fully developed? Not so much, right? So Black takes advantage of that, puts the pawn on c5, takes 2 tempi to do so. The knight comes to c6, will hit the pawn on a5, will also more comfortably hit the pawn on d4. So it challenges White to solve the issues in the center. Currently we have the move c takes d5, both sides taking a little bit of time for their opening moves because both pawn takes d5 and knight takes d5 lead to significantly different positions. Fascinating opening struggle here between Fabi and Shevchenko.
Thank you for that, Alejandro. And just looking at the game between Radek and Wesley So, it's one of those Catalans which I really don't understand. Is bishops of opposite color Catalan. It just looks to me like Black's life is too easy here. But maybe I'm wrong.
But who knows about these positions is Wojtaszek.
Yes.
Because Wojtaszek has had exactly this position, but with the black pieces against Kovalenko.
So he believes it for Black.
He believes in it for Black. Let's see what he does with White.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that. But I'm just saying that for Wesley, it feels like he's gotten out of the opening scot-free.
It's not entirely like this, though, because the slight spatial advantage that White has, I started off thinking this can never be anything at all.
Right.
But then the more you watch strong players play these types of positions, the more you realize that it's actually kind of trickier than you think, because White starts by trying to gain some space on the king side. You don't immediately play e4, but you do play h4, and eventually I think the ambitious plan here is to push e4, e5 eventually.
With your pawn on h5?
Yeah, but maybe with the pawn on h5. And then you go for, if the bishop from g2 can be transferred over to b1, you get this diagonal ideas with creating a battery on the b1, h7 diagonal. Knight, if you play e3 here, playing h2, h4, and then perhaps knight h2, knight g4 if Black replies with g6 and h5. And the point is, it's very unclear where Black's counterplay is, because if White manages to control both the c5 break and specifically the e6, e5 break, which generally White manages not to allow, or at least not to allow in any kind of a favorable setting, Black's position is forever solid. But White does have those kind of creepy crawly ideas of improving on the king side and eventually pushing. And I've seen these positions being lost with Black, and it kind of surprises me every single time.
Without any obvious mistake.
Yeah, like you shuffle, and then suddenly something starts happening, and weirdly you're not entirely prepared for it. I've seen this happen, and yeah, as I mentioned, it surprises me every single time, but less so than
you're getting used to seeing these accidents happen. Yeah, queen d6. Not necessarily tickling this pawn, but maybe prepping a quick assault, if I could put it that way, against the pawn on d4. Okay, we'll keep our eye on this game. Very important for Wesley So. He wants, Wesley So, this to say, he wants to enter the blitz as close as he can to this man, Vishy Anand. And by the way, the players are following our lines, bishop f8. A moment ago, before the move bishop f8, I thought to ask about d5, e5, knight e4. Vishy said bishop f8,
good enough, yeah.
And I like this. Anything to be said for rook b8, maybe playing to put the bishop on b7?
It's slower. I think getting the bishop to the long diagonal is
imperative.
Yeah, the question is whether e5 is playable here. I think the reason you might pause before playing bishop d7 is you might be worried this works for White, right? d5, f8, you have to take with the rook because knight f6 has no squares. And now either the bishop f4 immediately or bishop b7 followed by bishop f4.
Oh, I love d5.
What?
Yeah, and he's gone d6, d5. I thought if maybe this is what he wanted to play, but it took me a bit to realize what he wants after e5.
Yeah.
e5, bishop f5 is the point.
e5,
bishop f5.
I like this move.
Ooh, oh, that's well spotted, Peter.
This is the
that
point,
is nice. I mean, your instinct reaction is, hey, he's hitting my knight. Where's my knight going? But bishop f5 preparatory before moving the knight makes all the difference in the world. Bishop f5.
Yeah, and then
sweet move.
And I think it's the same reply to taking on d5, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just such a strong threat.
I think you probably want to get a pair of knights off the board, but I'm not even sure entirely about that. Like, if white has to take on d5 previous move, because this looks borderline unplayable to me. e5, bishop f5, I don't like it all for white. I don't see what the next move is. If you have to play rook f2, it gets hit very, very hard.
I was actually just on that note, where I was looking at is I wanted to make sure that there was no, how do you say, issues against black's king, because there is...
Just bishop takes g7, yeah.
Yeah, there is a missing pawn, I want to say, a missing g pawn.
But I mean, with this amount of central control, there's never going to be any attack on the king's side.
Exactly. That's what the judgment call is, and our lifetime matchup between them.
Once again,
not so many.
Not very many games, and yeah, so far clearly going in Richard's favor. 1-2, drew 2, and 0 losses until today. But yeah, a potentially risky position for white strategically there. And once again, we come back. Yeah, we get back to
the importance of this match.
Yes, it is our outright leaders of the tournament finally facing each other in round 9 of 9. Today.
Does that mean in the Blitz they'll be playing
I think
also in the last
I think
rounds
there's been separate drawings.
There's separate drawings for the Blitz, yes.
Gotcha. Thank you for that, Alejandro. We do have e5 on the board.
Interesting.
Vishy
I guess he does want to play rook
pausing.
f2. I guess he does want to play rook f2. It looks very awkward, but
bishop
I don't
f5,
imagine
rook
anything
f2.
else.
94,
we take with the
take
bishop,
it.
I guess. Yeah, and we play bishop e3 here, and we claim we've...
I'm not like... I get this, but what do you play against knight, like d4?
Yeah, I was wondering about throwing in d4 somewhere, maybe here, yeah?
Right now.
Yeah, right now.
d4, efdc, yeah. Yeah, this looks strong, yeah.
E1 is a real issue. If I ever take on f6 and you take on c3, I don't want to see a rook landing on my back rank.
So that means you have to move the knight.
And that's
But that allows knight
happiness.
e4 with a very, very heavy tempo, right?
Well, okay,
that's how life works.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you want me to do?
Bobby Fischer, sometimes to get squares, you got to give them.
That's how, I don't know,
that's how it works.
Goes, but okay.
I mean, even queen d7 here, I think, is very, very...
You're being too fancy. Come on.
I think here...
Come on.
I think it works. I think it works. I think it's a good move.
Come on.
I actually think maybe d4 knight a4 is a better try, weirdly. It's such a horrible square, but at least we're attacking the opponent's.
It's all
It is a tickle. And you got 2 units hanging.
Yeah. But honestly, even if I have to play knight d7 here, I'm not entirely unhappy, because I don't really care about the b7 pawn having made so much progress in the center.
You can also put it on d5.
Yeah,
put it on d5. Put it on d5.
b8.
First of all, don't make Yasser happy. Nobody wants to make Yasser happy.
Every day, all I ask is that the two of you, when you wake up in the morning, you should ask yourself, how can we make Yasser happy today? that's all I can ask for.
This is my every morning for the past like 3 weeks.
Is the suggestion here that we don't?
No.
Incredible.
Good point. Yeah. Knight d5. Wait a minute. My spidey sense is tingling here.
Knight ac5. I guess we can play knight e3 maybe.
Knight.
But this becomes a mess. Yeah, this becomes
right?
a very, very unclear mess. And this is what you're looking for with white, because at least here you're not obviously behind.
We do have bishop f5 and rook f2 on the board,
this was clearly going to happen.
Vishy's intention when he played d5 was to.
Yeah.
I mean, but it feels like, as white, if you've allowed your opponent to put the bishop on f5 in such a nice manner, that this should be favorable for black. I mean...
yeah, the big question here, I think knight e4 does allow white to stabilize to a very large degree. I don't think white is worse after knight e4, bishop e4, followed by bishop e3. So if you want to play for more than equality, I think it has to be d5, d4, and then it becomes massively, massively dependent on how these complications come out. Yeah,
help me out on this one just a little bit. So you go bishop e3, you hit my c5 pawn, I go b6. You stabilized rook d2, this kind of a thing. But I've got the
Queen
two
e2,
bishops.
Queen e2, maybe with the idea of g4 and just picking up the pawn on e4.
Queen e2 with the
The bishop on f8 is very restricted. The pawn on e4 is somewhat weak. I'm not saying white is necessarily doing very well, but I can see how this could be okay. I don't know what the evaluation is, but I can see how this is not that bad.
Any trades on d1?
Yeah, no,
stops
I'm probably
g4.
picking black, yeah, but I don't think it's horrible. Like I will play, I don't know, rook fg2, and then maybe knight d5, trade a pair of knights. I have a very nice blocker on e3.
All right, we have a lot to look at, so I'll stop
Okay,
you.
please.
94 rook e2 is really bad for black.
Knight e4, rook e2?
Yeah, you can't play this as black.
Knight e4, rook e2. Stop. Right here.
Yeah.
Wow.
And knight takes d5 is a threat, I guess, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. Fair.
Wow. Okay.
Very, very fair.
Yeah, d4 is so strong that...
And Wesley.
Vishy, yeah.
Well, we're so used to him being on first place.
Vishy did play the best move, d5, d4. This is exciting. What have you got for us, Alejandro?
A little bit of a miss, but still a great position here. Well, things are really heating up in this King's Indian between Duda and Korobov. Korobov, when he's on fire, he is just a beautiful player. Active play, just loves his positions. This tournament, he's been a little bit of a dud. He hasn't really gotten his positions. He hasn't been able to calculate properly. And this one in particular, let's analyze what's going on back here, where the position was still very interesting. Typical King's Indian, you can see that white expanded, we're calling it alpha zero style these days, with h4, h5, h6, entombing this bishop on h8. It doesn't have any moves. But white hasn't castled. This pawn made it all the way to a3, kind of a counter play on the other side of the board. And you could take on b2, you can take on d5, the game kind of goes on. Instead, he took on e4, which to me is a tremendously weird strategical decision to give the e4
I don't
square.
understand this at all, yeah.
Especially because you don't have to take it anytime soon. And here, Duda actually missed a chance, surprisingly, to just finish the game. This configuration is so awkward that the move c5 threatening bishop c4 just wins.
Bang.
That's it. There's just nothing you can do. You go bishop c4 next move, and then you take on c6, and you just can't save this king. It's just too awkward to move it out of g8, and you can't interpose with a bishop on e6 on time or comfortably. Instead, the move b4 was played, which is still very, very strong because you can just play c5 at some point soon. It's not like it's going away. And I think sensing danger, Korobov put the rook on f4, sacrificing the exchange. Of course, nobody takes that and opens the bishop. c5 instead now played, bishop c4 coming, queen takes g5 on the board, and simply d takes c6. And as I was mentioning, this is such a deadly threat. It's not a check, it just wins the game. Pawn takes d6 can be thrown in. You can start with check, king f8, c takes d6. You're threatening d7, you have to play bishop d7, there's no other move. And now you could try to get the rook with knight e2 or something like that, but the most precise, b5, sorry, open more things for your rook. If you take on b5, you're going to have to contend with queen d5 very soon. Black's position is just falling apart. Can't create any threats with this dead bishop, with this dead knight. Yes, you have two major pieces, but this bishop is just controlling both of them as it defends the f2 square perfectly. White in a commanding position, Duda favorite to win this one to finish off the Rapid in Poland for him.
I'm sure he actually analyzed this when he played the move b4, that he wanted to play b5, probably not realizing, as you were pointing out, Alejandro, that the immediate c5 was even more effective. But boy, yeah, I mean, just the King's Indian getting killed in this particular moment.
And there was a moment of like high comedy there on Alejandro's screen for a second. If you go back to that line after knight g4, specifically the moment where white takes on e4, and stop there. Look at the first line there. I disappeared, okay? It was saying c6, c5 is the best move in this position.
So that you didn't have to face c5.
For a second there, it was claiming the position is so bad.
It's back.
Yeah, the position
c5
is so
the best.
bad, but you kind of have to play c6, c5. You still resign, obviously, but like as an indication of just how bad things have gotten.
Right. Yeah.
The engine is saying, please, please, please stop c4, c5. I'm dying here.
Yeah, a lot of things have gone wrong, unfortunately, here for Anton. As
He hasn't really been himself in this tournament.
You know, one of the most fascinating players that over the years I've gotten to watch was Vladimir Kramnik. And Vladimir was furnishing a house with his victories against the King's Indian. He was just killing the King's Indian in so many ways. Garry Kasparov stopped playing the King's Indian against Kramnik. Then Kramnik, he played it himself. And won an extraordinary game. Was it against Gusti? No, I'm trying to remember. I thought it was a Dortmund tournament where he ended up playing A5. And he suddenly was playing the black side of the King's Indian like a connoisseur. It was
there was a very specific line which until that moment was considered to be very safe and actually much better for White, and he had a novelty there, which I think he had very high expectation of actually getting against my friend Gusti, and yeah, Gusti didn't react to it properly and lost with White. I think I know which game it is.
Exactly. What game do I have? This is David.
This is another one we haven't looked at yet. This is the Gavrilescu Aronian game, where once again Gavrilescu plays the same quiet Scotch-like position. Yeah. And Levon, instead of what Vishy has done, Levon actually just played bishop d3, d6, saying let's play a game of chess. I don't care about equalizing on the spot.
Right.
And yeah, it's now an endgame which, you know, White managed to trade off a lot of pieces, but it's a very sharp endgame because the pawn d5 is weak and Black's entire structure on the queen side is weak.
Also very weak. Yep.
And normally this, you know, when you start talking about a position in those terms, it normally ends up with weaknesses kind of getting traded off,
right,
and equalizing each other. But I'm not sure this is happening here because I can't find a comfortable way for White to make a move. Bishop
okay,
d3
I play
looks
bishop
okay.
g3.
Yeah,
I'll
but
just defend.
knight d3 is very annoying, I think.
Knight e3, so you got a little tickles on the that.
Maybe rook f2 works. I wanted to go rook b8 here, and b3 c4 is definitely not what. e6 exists. Yeah, so maybe I'm blundering a lot. Yeah.
Ooh,
e6 exists.
Properly timed.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if White were actually okay, but
I would have never thought of this move. It might be a good move.
What?
But I wouldn't have thought of it. Bishop f2 was played.
Yeah, would have been difficult for me to
make it, yeah?
Yeah, that wasn't on my radar either.
Because of how weak e5 is. Like, in general, I understand the idea of solving the issues tactically by perhaps luring the knight away from the e5 square by attacking c5. But he takes and something like bishop c7 here. I think what he's claiming, and maybe this is correct, is that if you just play e6 here, fe, put the knight on e4, this type of a structure you probably hold with White in general. In particular, if the pawn on c5 doesn't immediately get traded for the pawn on b2,
exactly,
like after c5, c4 here, for instance. But yeah, I can understand the idea of the move. It probably wouldn't have been my first choice, but I understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, he's running into a bit of trouble though, because I like the engine continuation. It's also the Aronian continuation. Take
takes from b8,
and then rook b8.
Yeah, rook b8 is cleaner, yeah.
You did that nicer, a moment ago you were really thumping the table because you wanted to get rook b8 in.
Yeah, we want to provoke b3 and play c4 in response.
Precisely.
And your plan of playing knight e4 and protecting b2 with c3 was very clever. And by playing rook b8, Levon is saying,
really crossed me up.
I'm not going to give you time to do that. And this is very clean, yeah. This is very clean.
That's high class play going on here. We'll keep an eye on this one. What about, and he played b3.
He played b3, bc, but now he is in trouble because...
now he's suffering. The bishop is really...
Bishop c7 coming in now. We still have even back rank issues here, meaning that...
On top of everything else.
On top of everything else.
Yeah, rook b4, rook b2, but rook b4, rook takes c4. Looks like Levon for choice there. Let's continue our walk around the room here. What do we got in this one?
This is quiet-ish
versus Kirill.
Yeah.
Is this a London? No. What am I saying?
There's a bishop on gave a whole lecture. Come on.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. A whole lecture.
Correct.
We were there.
We were there.
At least I was.
I mean, I recorded in my diary. I was there. Alejandro gave a lecture.
Diary.
H2, H3.
I think
how's our boy Fabi doing?
I mean, this looks fine for Black, right?
Yes.
I think, yeah, I'm actually picking black here. I think the bishop on c1 is such an uninspiring
and the pawn on
piece.
a5 is not helping. It's not. I mean, the rook.
I mean,
on a good day,
castles. Long-term a6 is a weakness, but that's pretty long.
Wait a minute, right? If I get to go castles, rook on f8 to b8, and I shut down, and not allowing b2, b3.
No, I don't like this for black, for white.
No,
I don't like this.
Yeah, but I know what you're saying. If the bishop maintain some connection to the pawn on a6, it could be a long-term weakness. I don't. Fabi worse with white. I mean, after a dozen moves, come on.
It hasn't really been his tournament, right? It doesn't feel like he's on fire or he's bringing all these ideas.
Yeah.
Some lackluster event.
Exactly.
So far, yeah.
So far,
There's still two more days and 18 more games to go.
Yeah.
18 blitz games.
Yeah,
I
we
love
should
that.
go back to this game. Yeah,
I want to go back to Vichy.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, just because they actually have been following our line. D5, D4 when we left it. The knight went to A4. Look, you've got 2 units hanging. What are you going to do? Not the move knight D5. I think, wasn't knight D5?
Knight D5 was Alejandro's suggestion. Yeah, I was arguing for knight D7, saying that protecting the pawn.
I will admit that I was arguing for knight D5, completely blundering the C5 pawn.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Wow, we've got a confession booth on site. Peter, anytime you need to, absolve yourself of all.
Myself, yes,
yeah.
I will.
Now you know how to do it.
D4,
D3. Yes.
Yeah, D3 is a very, very logical move here because you want to generate threats against the white position while white hasn't finished development
Precisely.
yet. C takes, knight takes, D3 will very much invite C5, C4 as a follow-up. After rook D2 here, I'm even looking at the idea of going knight takes C5 first, D7 takes C5.
Wow.
F, E, and now C4 because I don't want to allow knight D4. Basically, I'm only doing this to stop knight D4 from happening.
But if you ever do get your opportunity to play queen D4 check,
Because,
you'll be rubbing your hands in glee.
This is, like the old masters. Like there's so much material stuck on the queen side doing nothing that I feel quite confident just starting to give away material just to generate as much initiative as possible. C takes D3 not forced. You can make an argument for C3 instead.
I like this position for white. Let me just
for white.
Yes, I'm a pawn up. But I don't like giving up the initiative, and you're going to crush me badly.
I think you do need to play bishop b3. If you he's played c4. This is a very interesting position, and I was ready to discuss it, but instead he played c2, c4, which is an interesting take on the move c3, which says it's less about attacking the knight on b4, and it's more about stopping c5, c4, and not allowing anything to happen on this diagonal. Yeah, very interesting option. Very interesting option.
That's quite the visual move for me.
F6.
I love f6.
We need to open up something
here.
And f6 is my first impression. I don't know if it's the best move in the position. There is definitely other options as well. But my first idea here is, with the pawn on d3, seemingly completely safe for the time being, I want central files opened up.
You're dreaming
post haste,
knight c2 would be combined with an open e file with rook. I like f6.
I think f6 is a very logical move. There might be something stronger, but that's my first impression.
Okay, a double capture will expose the bishop. So,
yes.
No,
you can play something like bishop d2. Or bishop b3 is once again a sacrifice, right? Because knight c2 is very awkward. Yeah, I don't think you will like the outcomes of those lines with the d3 pawn still surviving.
Absolutely not.
I'm not sure.
By the way, the one drawback of f6, if I ever get to play bishop d5 check,
yes,
good things could happen.
But I'm not sure. I actually, this is why I kind of like provoking bishop c2 with either bishop b3 or bishop d2. But yeah, it's a mess. Vichy has 11 minutes against 13-ish for Richard, so he will take his time here. He understands the critical position.
Absolutely.
I suspect c4 would have come as a bit of a surprise.
Yeah,
right. It's not the first, or the most obvious option. There's also bishop e6. Weirdly, maybe is not stupid instead of f6.
Yeah, well, c4 is not.
Looks like he's looking at the option of going knight b6, I guess.
Kind of.
Yeah, that's how the motion of his hand.
I just want to say Vichy is a great experienced grandmaster, so I'm not going to criticize him. But for the young people in our audience, don't go to play a move and not play it. Be certain of your move before you put your hand over the board, because all you're doing is telegraphing your move to your opponent, and your opponent's sitting there saying, well, where can that knight move? And they immediately start looking at knight b6.
Yeah, this
because
it's a
revealed yourself.
Yeah, it's a good piece of general advice, slightly weakened by us just having watched a 5-time world champion
yes, exactly.
do it on our screen. But,
right. There you
but
go.
I agree with the general tone of your comment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't.
Or you might
because
become,
all you're doing is revealing your hand.
Yeah.
Essentially, is what's going on there. And
don't ever do that, or you might become a 5-time world champion.
Yeah, exactly. And the nice part there is if you've got a good zinger kind of move, you don't go to play the zinger, think for 3 minutes. Now your opponent's ready for your zinger, right?
Yeah.
So do it, calculate, clear.
Agree,
and bang. Otherwise, being a fight, who wants that? Well, a 5-time world champion, come on.
Yeah, knight b6 is an interesting option because it sort of revives the white pieces a little bit by, you can take on c5 here. And I think you probably should.
With which knight?
Knight a c5, I would say.
Knight a takes c5, okay.
Yeah. And I'm not sure what he wants in reply, because yes, you can win the c4 pawn back, but I think the trade of c5 for c4 maybe makes white's life a bit easier.
I'm not sure.
Because it brings the knight on a4 back into the game, right?
I won't argue that, but in some ways, the move c4, I was thinking that the move c4 was designed to keep this diagonal closed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that.
Right? So like when I saw the move knight b6, I understood that Vishy was thinking that, oh, well, maybe on a good day, like the queen might show up on d4, somehow get on that diagonal. So knight a4 takes c5. I agree, this knight offsides now in the game, but can I take advantage of exploit this moment? Just let's
what
have
if I take
look.
on c4? What is the problem with taking on c4?
I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure.
Here I want to go knight b3.
Okay.
And kick your queen away from the most important diagonal. Now I want to play
at a5
maybe bishop e3 if I can.
Bishop e3 if you can.
Knight c2, bishop takes b6.
It's getting very messy.
Yeah, who knows what this is?
It's been a mess for some time.
If at the end of these lines you have to take a b,
yes,
I suddenly have this passer.
I see this very gleeful.
I suddenly have this passer on a6.
Yeah.
Like you can take on a1 here. My plan is to play knight g2. Here as well, my plan is to play knight g2.
Right. Okay, and
yeah,
Ali,
it's a mess. Who knows?
Ali asked a very salient question. What if I take on c4?
Yeah, I have no idea what my move here is, to be honest.
Rook a4, perhaps?
Rook a4,
Rook
maybe.
A4.
Bishop e4 is something maybe I'm not...
What?
It looks very bad. Bishop e4 actually looks horrible. Yeah, I don't want that.
Bishop e4.
I do want to trade some pieces. I just think it kind of loses to bishop c5, bishop takes e4, and queen d4. And
right.
Yeah, that position I hate. That position I really, really hate.
Rook a4 can I go d2?
Whoa.
g2.
Whoa.
Rook b4.
Rook b4, bishop g4.
Rook. Whoa. Have you ever had that feeling that you've lost control?
I feel I'm getting too fancy.
Rook
it just doesn't work.
Yeah, I think you're overdoing it here a little bit. Yeah.
But it was fun.
It was fun while it lasted, yeah?
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Alejandro, throwing the patties there, Rook.
Yeah, that didn't work.
But man, you were so close on this one.
He's gone knight a5 instead. This move I don't really like. Yeah.
Best move, by the way.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, knight a c5, knight c4 was lost.
Just lost.
Less lost, a -3 or something.
Because?
I don't know, things.
No moves, yeah. Just
things.
I guess you just can't.
Rook a4, queen b6 was important.
Rook a4, queen b6.
It holds the knight, attacks your knight, and you don't have knight a4.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Knight a5.
Knight a5 on the other hand.
It would be very difficult for me to make this move because like you continue sidetracking your pieces. But yeah, it gets to c6 and it's a very good square.
That's a good square. Yeah.
It's a very good square.
Well, it's not on c6 yet. It's the knight on b4.
Also true.
My goodness, chess is hard.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is really, but it's kind of one-dimensional too, though, isn't it? I mean, if I sidestep, like, the threat, I don't know.
But we've also protected the pawn on c4, and as we've been talking about.
Look, I'll throw it down there. I want to get rid of this bishop on b7.
I'll get rid of this knight.
I think we go knight c3.
Knight back to c3.
Whoa.
I think we're actually, I think we're setting up this perimeter.
Really?
And now we want to kind of slowly come out of the corner. Bishop d2, queen f3, stabilize that way. I don't know.
I don't have the zen of the position. I'm going to rely upon Vichy. Knight takes a4. Get rid of that knight. He's done it.
Yep.
And do we recapture with the rook or the queen?
Panel of experts, right?
The sound of experts really willing to commit. Committing wholeheartedly to their opinion.
Right. Right.
I don't know.
No, seriously, this is a confused. Alejandro, have you been able to keep your eye on something else than this game?
Absolutely. We have the game between Gavrilescu and Aronian. I'm just going to point out what's going on. 1 minute for white, 21 minutes for black. And that's probably the least of his worries. Materials equal, but this pawn on e6, not exactly an asset, a little bit more of, just toast. It's dead. I will pick it up one day. And this rook on c4, a monster, attacking on a4, attacking on c2. This rook is stuck defending e6 for now. This bishop will do whatever it wants in the position. This knight is completely controlled. The game is over.
Right.
I mean, it's just over. Black is winning this endgame, no matter how you see it. And the huge time advantage here for Levon. Highly expect him to take this one home. And meanwhile, somebody that's not exactly doing that is Fabi. Fabi with the white pieces has gotten his rook stuck on g3. He's not losing according to the engine. He does have some pressure with the knight on b6, and there are hanging pawns that you can think about long term, bishop c3 coming, blah, blah, blah. But his position with the rook on g3 cannot be objectively good.
No.
And 9 minutes against 7 means that this will be a mess at some point. Hugely fascinating fight. I'm kind of concerned about the fact that this game is not over. This game is pretty much over. Queen b3 check. I guess king f7 is forced. He'll play king d2 to defend this rook. And then...
Or rook f1.
Or rook f1.
Rook
whatever.
F7. Rook f7 is forced. Rook f7.
King f8, I assume, yeah.
I think you play king f8. I mean, if you let this rook hang forever, you're going to let it
One day.
hang out. Yeah, this is just... It's very lost. I mean, black has no activity. This is very lost. Fabi in an interesting position. And the only other game remaining is Radek against Wesley. We hyped this up as an interesting position in which white has chances. I don't think that's changed very much, but materials even further reduced means that
all the rooks are off the board.
I think Wesley's favored to draw this one, but still plenty of chess ahead. So let's go back and focus on the mess that Vichy has against Richie. Queen a4 was played just to show us what the correct answer was. The engine's saying 0, so it's just a mess for them as well. White currently up a pawn, but I don't even know what's happening in this position. Rook e6 is the engine's stop move, but many other moves that black can play keep the evaluation around the same.
Just because it's such an important part of the discussion, f7, f6?
Yes, f7, f6 in this particular position.
Bishop d2 or knight c6.
It likes, bishop d2 taking on b4. Remember, the knight c6 is a problem.
I got that, yeah.
And if you play, you can also play knight c6 immediately. The idea is that if you take, bishop takes, hits the rook. So you don't really have the time to do all that you want to do, because taking on e5 doesn't produce enough threats. And white is just much better in this position. So f6, not the correct move in this position. It really wants to play rook e6, take control of that square first, maybe even transfer the rook somewhere else as well. So rook e6 or queen b6. In general,
it's about the c6 square.
Get a little more control over the c6 square. Doesn't necessarily mean that you control it for sure, but that you don't allow such easy access for the white pieces. I think that's what this couple of moves is about, because you are going to get ready to put this knight on c2. I know that it's a controversial decision to put the knight on c2 or not, but rook b1, d2 is kind of an issue in so many different positions when the queen is not getting hit, when rook takes d2 doesn't hit the queen, that it's worth it to put the knight on c2 according to the engines. Huge mess. And this one's over as we predicted. Duda beat Anton Korobov, finishing up on what I think is a pretty good day for Duda, as he just beat Levon, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
I think he drew the first one.
I think he drew the first one. Yeah, let me check.
Yeah, a draw win-win. That's certainly very, very nice. The more I look at look at what you're suggesting there, rook e6 really does get my vote after all. Controlling the c6 square. Again, the desirable f6. I mean, you attracted me.
It's a quiet
Peter.
move. I think it's not that easy to play simply because it doesn't really create a threat as far as I can see. It gives white time to play perhaps bishop d2, which is something that white pretty much always wants in this position.
Absolutely.
Opening up the rook on a1, controlling the d3 pawn slightly better, and so on. Perhaps creating some ideas of bishop takes before. Although giving the c5 square for the bishop on f8 is often very double-edged. Yeah. So rook e6, I don't think it's a very, very natural move, but Vishy is kind of good at chess. He played bishop d7 though, which is, I mean, bishop d7 is a much more understandable decision.
Yeah, I think so, right?
Right.
Yeah, like it does something. It does something immediately, and you do want to do something
Takes
immediately.
control over the c6 square.
Yeah, the queen very quickly goes back to d1, of course. You can't self-pin on c6. And I assume he wants to play something like f6 here, because you do want to open the central files. Without the central files, your counterplay,
desperately.
It stalls a little bit, because knight c2 alone doesn't really win you very much.
Right. But again, if black successfully opens up the e file, these pieces on the queen side, the knight on a5, the rook on a1, may not return.
Yeah, this is what you're playing for with black, obviously. Yeah. Trying to demonstrate.
Rook e6, by the way.
He played rook e6 here.
Hits a pawn.
Yeah, actually, very prosaically wants to take on a6, I guess.
I'm thinking even rook e6
even Yasser didn't see this pawn. Even Yasser didn't realize there's a pawn hanging there.
I thought he was going to go queen h4, rook h6, and make some counterplay.
I'm not sure.
Alejandro says, "Hey man, why don't you win a pawn? Knight takes a6."
Bishop d2 looks kind of strong against this.
Yeah, this is actually the engines hate the way that Vishy has played, but okay, it was a very complicated position.
Very complicated.
Yeah, bishop d2.
Should he have played f6 though?
No, queen b6 was.
Queen b6.
Yeah, they think f6 still needs a little bit of preparation. It's not even that clear what f6 accomplishes for you. In many cases, you'll take a pawn, but by that point, white's gotten in bishop d2. They've gotten in queen f3, and the opening of the central file, specifically the f file, benefited who exactly?
Yeah, I can definitely imagine this being the case. Like, you play bishop d2 here, just as a kind of an illustration. Takes. Even if we disregard the fact that rook e5 runs into bishop f4 potentially, just go queen f3 here. It just becomes kind of anybody's game, right?
3 results, no question about it.
Rook a f1 following about to come in, and the pawn on a7 still makes every endgame kind of tricky for black to play, and so on.
Well, if you're not playing f6.
He's played rook e6, bishop d2 very quickly replied by Richard, understandably. If you take on a6 here, I assume maybe even something quiet like bishop c3 is good. You could think about f5, but f5 rook e6, I don't know what that does.
Well, the d pawn's hanging. Let me again try to persuade you to give up the dark square bishop. So
I do love how computers play chess nowadays. It's such a Yasser way of playing chess. Knight takes a6, rook f3.
Knight take with the bishop still on d2.
Yes.
Yeah, because
that way you get an extra tempo, because knight b4, I'll take on b4, take on d3. You can't do that.
Right. These computers are good.
Yeah, because they like pawns, right?
They like pawns.
They like pawns.
I'm gonna go give Stockfish like
an honorary membership. And this one is over.
Levon.
As predicted, Levon just cruised through the endgame.
Yeah, David is getting some very, very, very valuable lessons. Just don't want to take too much out of the sails. I mean, sometimes when you have a really bad outing against these top players, you think to yourself, well, academia, school isn't so bad. Yeah, the scholarships at SLU are on tap.
No, he's actually going to Mizzou.
No kidding. Oh, okay.
Not this year, but next year.
We do have some moves in the Vishy game. He did take on a6.
Rook f3 has not been played. Bishop d5,
Bishop d5.
Rook b6 on the board. Yeah, also logical.
Yep.
You won the bishop on d5. But now, he goes bishop c3, but after knight b4, if white takes on b4, white still needs to deal with a very annoying threat of bishop c5, which gives black some tempi compared.
Okay.
I guess you go knight b3 here. You do want to stop bishop c5 kind of in as hard a fashion
I
as
really
possible.
like knight b3. It does so many things.
Yeah. It does.
Bishop c3 played. Vishy kind of reached for knight b4, and I think he spotted knight b3 now.
Well, there's no choice.
He doesn't really have a choice.
Yeah, that knight on a6 needs to come back in the game. I mean, White's taking over in the center, not to mention the fact that the pawn on d3 is an issue suddenly. Maybe he could recapture on b4 with the rook.
Yeah,
I mean,
but then after b2, b3, the pawn on d3 is gone. Right?
b3 is a funny move though, because you'll never move the knight again.
Well, I mean, I will eventually get it out via c6. I think. I don't think you will blacken forever.
With his bishop on d5 is so
dominant. But also, I think you can probably afford to just, if we put this on the board, bishop b4, rook b4. I think I can probably afford to take on d3, allow you rook takes b2.
Okay.
Takes, knight c6, for instance. White is definitely better. The question is how much. Knight c6 with a kind of a slight trick there of bishop c6, bishop f7. Right?
Wait, does bishop f7 work immediately?
And
king f7, e6 or something?
Yeah.
Might, yeah, I was wondering.
And then queen d5, king f6, queen g5 picks up the queen.
Oh, cute.
Oh,
very, very cute.
You don't want the rook.
Nah, I don't want no rook.
No stinking rook.
I don't want no stinking rook.
That was a famous comment by Larry Christensen. He was doing a commentary on the ICC. And it was like, nah, I don't want no stinking rook. I was going for the bait. And it became a meme. Vishy in trouble as Richie is really driving home the fact that he's the one in the driver's seat.
4a4 in the 4 knights.
Not H.
None of your d4 or bishop b5 or any of that central play.
No, a4 grabbing
is where it's
space.
Yes.
We do have knight b4 on the board. Bishop takes b4 and b3 ideas. Bishop takes b4, queen takes d3.
I wonder what he's considering really, because bishop takes b4 looks like he's just gone f5.
Wow.
He also doesn't want your stinking rook.
Exactly.
He doesn't want no stinking nothing.
Right. Again,
I love it.
Richie, the moment you see f5, by the way,
it's a very Richie move.
It's a very Richie move.
It's a very Richie move.
You go, you want to take my bishop on d5, which is a great bishop to take, right?
But it gives you such a beautiful little center. Well, little, not very little.
That's a monster.
That's a monster center, yeah.
Queen takes d3, e6 on
I actually considered going bishop f5
and he's done it.
In this position.
He's done it. The monster center.
But yeah, a bishop b5, so he doesn't.
He doesn't want to see any knight c4 ideas. He wants to, in fact.
Now after d6, it's just going to be so difficult to challenge this setup. I mean, you can start with queen f3 as well. I'm not sure we need to even put it on d6 just yet. We can play
something
queen f3.
about queen f3 is attractive, right?
Yeah.
Just maintain.
Because maybe we want to play e6 later.
Right?
Like rook e1, e6, and just give mate on the king side.
Or even f6, e6. Yeah.
I'm guessing we should go c4.
Alejandro's warming up over here too. Hey guys, let me in on the action.
Man, I'm a grandmaster and I have an engine. Watch out.
Give me that f6.
Yeah,
what a game, by the way.
Yeah, this is a great game.
Queen f3, and Vishy's kind of on the back foot here. He's dreaming of c4 and bishop
c4
c5.
is in.
C4's in?
c4 is in.
And now we have a choice, because we can play d6 and say, that
your bishop's not coming out.
That bishop's never coming out.
Really? Because d6, I think I play f6 and I pray.
Well, but your prayers are not going to be answered, right? Queen d5 check, and then ef, and then there's going to be some kind of a mate somewhere. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. But also from the aesthetic perspective, just going like rook, king h1, and then e6, and then just giving mate.
You were telling me that about the Sicilian way. You play f4, but you also play king h1. You just tuck your king away, so there are no bishop c5 issues. I like that move, Peter.
Absolutely, absolutely. So it's a very solid option, and you don't even. I was kind of in my mind connecting the idea of not playing d6 with the idea of just sacrificing this rook on f2, but you don't have to. You can just play rook ff1 if you want.
I mean, deep
breath anyway. Yeah.
Deep breath, and he's played f6, a move that you just hope isn't going to cost you your king side.
I wonder if he wants to take with the rook after ef. I don't think EF is happening, but I wonder if he wants to go rook f6, bishop f6, queen f6, because that bishop is just so valuable.
I would say with a near certainty he is ready to part with the exchange. And
we'll see in a moment. GF, I currently don't see how we get mated, but I get the feeling you just don't play GF.
You might reject GF if you see knight takes c4.
Yeah. This is what the conclusion is. Actually
knight c4 and rook a7, or
no, queen g4, queen
check.
c4.
Queen g4 check. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. You just pick up everything.
Yeah,
gotcha.
You pick up black's center.
Yeah. In the meantime, the Catalan will be drawn, so we don't have to go there.
Yeah, we
again,
definitely
it's
do not
just a
have to
draw.
go
rook takes f6.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. But even sort of.
By the way, I just have a feeling
conceptually this is just kind of nicer.
Much
even though Vichy's been on the back foot and there's been so many ways for White's advantages to increase, he's still there. He's throwing the patties, and it's not.
No, it's not clear at all. Actually, the engines objectively said EF was bad.
Okay.
And that you should play knight c6 first.
But yeah, he's got knight c6 here, and I expected him not to take on f6 here. Bishop takes dc, and you have to make a precise, because it looks like rook f7 is the most natural move in the position.
Right.
Protecting a7, moving the rook away. But after queen e4, you struggle protecting the pawn on c4. You actually can't protect the pawn on c4.
Oh no, and this was drawn as expected.
And we do have rook f7.
He has played rook f7. So what's the reply to queen e4?
Queen e4, there's a very clever rook b5. The idea is that if you take on c4, rook c5 somehow ends up picking up your c6
pawn. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And
the game continues.
And that's the kind of move that you're desperate to play as black, because you're thinking to yourself, if I can get my rook behind the pawn.
Yeah. Or maybe even get queen d5 in. I thought the idea was queen c4, queen d5, which maybe also is not idiotic. I don't know.
Yeah. As long as this d3 pawn survives for the next dozen or so moves,
it's not great, but this definitely represents an improvement in his fortunes. Yeah, even though you
rook a4, he does the same thing, but with the rook.
But the queen stays on the f3 square.
I would be terrified d2 wins.
Rook b5, and rook b takes f5. This is now kind of
mess.
A mess.
Hold on.
What does happen after rook b5? Bishop c5 also an idea.
Bishop c5 is another idea.
I don't know why we're pushing the rook to f1. I don't really, I actually want the back rank to be as unprotected as possible. I don't know if I...
Because I thought I was pinning the rook. That's why I played Bishop c5.
That explains many things.
Many things. That's what it was all about.
Many things. I think after rook b5, Richie will just play g4. Knowing Richie, he just kind of blitzes out g4. But then after rook c5, he has to think again. Yeah, rook b5 played.
Rook b5, he's asking the questions, is Vichy.
No way you can take on c4, right?
I think you can actually, because you lose the bishop, but you're not worse.
Rook takes c4.
Rook b5. We take on f5 twice. You go g2. I go takes, rook ff1. White is definitely not worse there, but you're probably also not winning.
Wow.
The c pawn will cost you the bishop.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. You can't play queen d8, queen c8. That's not playing for a win.
No.
I don't think that's playing for a win.
I don't either. I was hoping that queen e2, but then I saw that you would not play rook to c1, which would allow bishop to d6.
Yeah, rook fc1 is always
you would play rook fc1, and that one.
But that kind of bails. You get the feeling this is a draw, because 2 against 2, the rooks probably don't win against the queen. Even if the entire queen side disappears, there's enough counterplay there potentially for that to be a draw.
The problem with the desirable g4.
It depends on pawn configurations. But also, it's a very, very committal decision to make on 2 minutes. You have other moves here. You can still play queen e4, which is clearly worse here with the rook on a4 than it was with the rook on a1. But it's still a move you can make, because e1 is protected, so you are never really in danger of blundering some mates on the background.
And a good thing, too.
Never say never.
Goes f6. This move I kind of discounted. But yeah, it protects the pawn on the5 by moving it to a safer square. Yeah, I can see the reasoning behind this. I want to play queen d5 here as black. No, he goes rook c5. He says, I'm in no hurry. I don't need to commit to anything just yet.
Well, he's defending his pawn on c4.
And attacks c6 as well.
Not yet.
But it puts pressure on it.
Yeah, eventually. And fg is not really a threat yet, and it's difficult to actually make it a threat. And even if you provoke or quote-unquote force black to play g7, g6. You're not going
Queen
to be that...
G4
Yeah,
is
Queen G4. Queen G4 actually attacks the C4 pawn as well. So the question is, can we...
Well, I like the idea of letting you capture the pawn on g7.
But then you get mated, unfortunately.
Do I?
Right?
Well, if I go rook takes c6.
Yeah, rook c6, FG.
FG.
Yeah. Bishop goes to... Oh, shoot.
Yeah, where?
Yeah.
Rook f7, queen f3 check will pick up a rook at the very least.
H5, destabilizing the queen.
Yeah.
Wow.
He says g4 is a good square. I don't want it.
Yeah, the engines say it's a massive blunder, unfortunately.
Oh no.
Queen g6.
Queen g6.
It looks
because it threatens queen f7.
Oh. Yeah,
queen g6 threatens queen f7.
He goes queen e6 with similar ideas, but that's much weaker because queen d5 now exists.
Yeah, which didn't exist in the previous turn. And no,
he played queen d6.
Not the d6. The
oh,
d5 Vichy.
He's done it.
No.
And he had to resign instantly.
Oh.
A one-move blunder in an unbelievable
in an
game.
unbelievably tense position.
Yes.
Yeah.
What was
after
the
queen d5 we take on c4. I assume white is playing for a win, but yeah, maybe this is somehow holdable for black. I'm not sure. It looks kind of meh, but the game continues. Yeah, you can play bishop c5 or bishop d6 or something. Yeah.
I mean, the game starts.
The game doesn't continue. It actually starts.
Yeah, the game starts. It starts anew.
It doesn't continue.
It flares
and it flares anew.
Oh,
yeah.
But for Richie, what a marvelous win as he knocks his rival down and he climbs to.
He is 1 point behind.
1 point
He's
behind.
1 point behind Vichy.
What is
with blitz to come? Yeah.
What is going on here?
What? Fabi's managed to make a mess.
Fabi's doing
1, 2, 3,
okay.
4.
Fabi's doing okay. He'll take on h5, take on d5. Black will take on a5 at the end, and something like rook c6 will make a draw. That's my prediction.
That was
a very bold prediction on like 2 seconds.
And more or less, he kind of did it. Knight
Also,
takes
you can
d5,
keep all the heavy pieces on the board. You can go knight takes d5. I don't know if it's stronger or not than rook takes d5.
Well, something to be said. No, king f7. Sorry, knight takes d5, bishop a5. Oh, this no. Can I see that again? Knight takes d5, bishop takes a5.
Yeah, he's taken with a knight. Yeah, I would like to pick up the pawn on a5.
f5.
I can also throw in g6. I don't know if I need. No, g6 knight f6 check.
No, that's helping me.
Yeah, we take on a5.
I think that's helping me. Rook f5 ideas.
I can play g6 now. After rook f5, I will play g6. I think
so too.
Yeah, I feel
weakening
like
the.
It's not really weakening my king with the rook on a7 controlling most of the important squares. I think
especially a dark square bishop, right?
Yeah, and the dark square bishop, which eventually, yeah.
I'm very curious about this.
You're on point with rook f5. Even rook f7 is actually playable.
I don't like rook f5.
Yeah. Well, I wonder why both of you are so in love with this, but.
What?
It's the American school of chess.
Him and Fabio.
Oh, him and Fabio. Yes.
It's the American school of chess. We went to the same summer camp.
Yes.
Yeah. Rook. And 14 seconds against 20, as you can see on your screen, which is obviously a huge factor here.
By the way, rook f7 I could take twice, right? I take on f7, take on a6.
Yeah,
I don't think it's rook f7. I think it's g6.
Rook f8.
Rook f8.
Knight e7, rook takes e7 is important, but it works.
Wow, fancy.
That is a move. Yeah.
That is.
Obviously, knight e7.
Entirely unafraid. Yeah. And black is now better. The question is whether it's enough because white is very active.
Pawn down.
Yeah, rook c6 kind of forces bishop b4. I mean, forces is a strong word, but heavily invites bishop b4. He goes king g2. Rook b. I would just play rook b7 here. I think we need to shed the pawn on a6.
Get some activity as well, right?
And activate the rook. Still feels like in
general. Draw.
I think white generally holds these positions quite often because of how active the knight on d5 is.
I don't know. The rook and bishop usually make a good combination.
I actually kind of like c4 because rook c6, rook b7.
Yeah, he wants to play rook b7 next move. Do we play king g3 here so that rook takes b2 is not a check?
Yes.
I think that's a very good idea.
I think he wants rook d7 now. Yeah, he wants rook d7. This is why he played c4.
I like rook d7 a lot.
Because it kicks the knight out because there's a bishop.
It's a very clever sequence, c4, because now the rook takes d5 defends the bishop on a5.
Yeah, rook e5 expected. We probably throw in king f7, question mark?
Exclamation?
Just to kind of pass the move again, because we don't.
No, I am more like bishop d2.
Well, you can go rook b7 now if you wanted
king
to.
f7.
Yeah, king f7 is understandable. f3, f4.
Now I like bishop d2. Ooh, bishop d. 8.
Yeah, he wants to have access to the f6 square, also covers e7 so that there are no
I like
checks.
it.
It's fine, yeah. King
Rook
of 3.
rook b7.
Now we go rook b7. Now is the time.
And now it looks like
Black is
making a lot of progress.
Progress. Wow.
Yeah, that's very good play by Shevchenko.
No question about it.
He is a very
Kirill.
strong blitz player, yeah. He's a very, very strong blitz player.
Wow.
93, yeah, we can take on b2, give a check.
Go rook b3 too, yeah?
Yeah, we can go start with rook b3, but
I
after
guess-
king e4, I don't know, or king g4, I don't know what that
I'm
does.
just getting out of the pin. I just don't know how.
Bishop f6, I didn't like giving the a5 square to the rook. I'm not sure I think this is great. I thought preventing the rook from landing on a5 was kind of important, yeah.
Agreed.
Because now the pawn on a6 actually is...
I like the bishop on d8.
Yeah, I thought it was very well placed on d8. We didn't need to commit to a square just yet. We could have just made a move.
But here
and
he
now
goes.
we go king e4. Yeah.
King e4 only move, but I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, rook b4. We can even go back. Yeah.
That's the problem with force moves.
Yeah.
Is sometimes
this is clever,
they
by the way,
tend to
because
be
he wants to
good.
take on b2 with the bishop, and the c4 pawn will not be hanging, so it survives on c3. This is clever by Kirill. Yeah. Now he goes bishop. He gains some time, and then he takes on b2. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. From what we've seen of him in this tournament, and also in general, he's not in the business of repeating in an extra pawn.
Position. Yeah, I don't think so.
No. I don't think he's in the business of repeating here.
Well, but he's definitely been going about his business in a very admirable way. He's
this is a
played
very
this
nicely played
ending
game. Yeah.
almost as if. Whoa.
KG. G4, knight of 5.
KG.
Yeah, we can take on b2 now.
Bishop takes b2. We have a rook takes
Yeah, because
a6.
the forks on d6 make it very, very awkward to try and take with the rook. So I think the rook needs to stay on b4, and the pawn on b2 needs to be off the board by this point. just take it.
The bishop is also hanging, so.
Yeah. Also that, yeah. I don't know why we're
encouraging the king to go up, even to g4 at this point.
At this point, you just want your king out of the way.
This is the first move I really disagreed with. I think weakening the
and
c4.
especially because knight d6 check and knight c4 suddenly exists. Yes.
Yeah, I think maybe he wants. He has like dreams of king g4, maybe
mating the guy.
Yeah, putting the bishop back on f6, going g6 h5 mate. But I think that's a bit too fancy.
Well, king g4 h5, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
what are we saying?
That's the
king g4 h5 just.
It has to go to e4.
Yeah.
But still, like you go king e4 and bishop b2, you go knight d6, you take on c4, you take on a6, and that 2 against 1 on one side, you generally don't lose very much.
I agree.
Just a second. Okay, he has gone king e4, but why did king g4 lose?
h5?
h5
king
check.
takes h5.
g6 check. The rook is not on a6
Yeah,
yet.
you haven't played rook a6 yet.
Sorry,
Yeah,
of
the rook
course.
is not on a6 yet. It's kind
And
of
he
relevant.
has gotten in his knight d6 check.
Yeah.
I think
And the issue
that's
is
going to be a
after
draw.
king e6, after king e6, you can even take on a6 first, and then perhaps discover.
That's
Okay, but you're taking on c4
fancy.
is pretty easy.
Yeah, that's
But
also.
taking on c4 immediately.
Yeah, I think Fabi holds now. Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know if he's worse anymore.
Well, I mean, it's 2 against 1. Yeah, king e7. Like you take 2, but you lose h3, right?
It takes 2.
Like bishop f6 here, and play sort of continues. But yeah, the activity of the pieces will be such. Like
And
they
he's
can
done it?
start giving checks. Yeah.
Like maybe knight e3, no?
Also knight e3.
Knight e3.
Knight e3 actually preserves.
Preserves the pawns, right?
Preserves the pawn. Yeah, but the king on e7, you can't actually keep
Yeah.
You can't keep the pawn on a6 alive. Very nicely spotted by Fabi. Yeah.
He
This
did.
will be a draw.
Yes.
Rook b4 check, king f3, rook b3, king e4. I'm saying, yeah, like, see? I'm very...
See, I am a professional.
Yes. Yes.
See. Wow, what an eventful round 9, I have to say.
A little bit of a narrow escape there for Fabi. He was under pressure the entire game, but kept it under control.
It seems so. And for Kirill, it's like once he won the junior championship, he's in this tournament. Now you can see. I mean, he literally outplayed Fabi with the black pieces.
He had much the better of this game with the black pieces against
Fantastic.
Fabi, which is not easy.
More decisive games. 3 out of the 5 games were decisive for this round 9. And boy, did our leaderboard
I want to see the leaderboard. I want to see where we stand going into the Blitz. We're done with the Rapid.
I love the applause from the audience.
Much
That's
deserved.
really endearing. I remember I went to Riga. Michael Tall played in the Interzonal, and it was packed theaters. And whenever Michael won the game, it's so incredible. Not only did the audience applaud, they stood.
Yeah. Standing ovation.
And it was like they had these silence, things in Russian. But they didn't help. I mean, the audience could care less about the arbiter hitting a silence button.
I have my own favorite story on this topic, but it's kind of longish.
Okay.
We might
but it's wonderful. When, I mean, it for chess players that you come off the stage with a big gleeful
and mine was like the point of the story was, this is what we have remaining. Yeah, the rapid portion is over. Vishy is still leading, but his lead was cut severely by the surging Richard Rapport. And 18 rounds of Blitz await us in the next couple of days. 5+2 Blitz with a normal scoring system, meaning that the same 18 points are at stake. Potential tie breaks, which look more likely now than they perhaps did when Vishy was leading by 5 points or something.
And look at that leaderboard.
It's actually
pretty
funny.
cool.
It's funny, yeah. 14, 13,
14,
12,
13,
11, 10.
Yeah.
The first
nine. Kirill, they're ruining it, man.
Right. You needed that 8. But there it is. Very nice. Vishy, Richard, Duda, Wesley, Levon, all in the mix. Fabi, that's a 5 points. 18.
It's a lot.
Fabi's got a lot of ground to make up. Almost makes me wonder about our predictions. I had Wesley so.
You're doing fine. You're doing. I took Fabi, and I'm feeling.
Still on the outside with Wesley.
How am I doing?
Did you have Duda? Who did
I have Duda? I guess I did.
Look at that.
Look at that guy. I mean,
look at that clown.
But the guys who had Richard, oh man.
Speaking of the man, he's currently in second place and in Warsaw with Cristian.
Thank you, Alejandro. We are indeed with the man of the hour here in Warsaw, Richard Rapport. Richard, a topsy-turvy day for you. You started off blazing hot with this game against Wojtaszek. After that, you cooled off against Wesley, but you finished strong against Vishy Anand. Describe your feelings as well as the way you approached today's rounds.
Oh, well, hard to describe them, actually. I thought +1, which I ended up making before the day. It would be a decent result. Obviously, if you look at the tournament situation, it was very important to score against Vishy because he was just running away with it. But of course, I feel a little bit bitter about this, because he's such a legend, and what he has done here, I mean, it's just incredible. Even against me, I think he had very good winning chances. Pretty much out of the opening, but still, I mean, maybe he should have even had more points than he did, which is crazy.
It's still competition in the end, but let's start with this moment in the first round of today against Wojtaszek when you play this move, bishop to d3. Tell us about this one.
This is a nonsense move, actually, of course. I figured I played bishop b5, bishop c4 already, so why not to play bishop d3? No, I had actually games here in Warsaw in Rapid and Blitz. I think I beat Kirill Shevchenko here in the last round, and I think I drew with Wolokitin. Is bishop d3, so it's pretty much aiming to get kind of a hybrid with the c3 ideas,
C3 or some Rui Lopez stuff.
But maybe to play castles first, just in case, Andrew Kivan not to show cards immediately with c3. So this is the idea. Now, how I came to this is that Levon told me a story about e4 c5, bishop d3, like that this is the stupidest move, and Tal lost some game here with black, and I thought, I can do better.
You can improve on that.
Yeah, I can improve on that, yes, so I can knight f3 and then bishop d3. Of course, not, too proud of this, but, this is what I...
Now, over dinner last night, you told me that you have a lot of these, let's say, nonsensical weapons in your arsenal. Is it still the case, and are you going to employ more in the Blitz, even more nonsensical ones in the Blitz?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm trying to, of course, partially hide some prep, but also just to have some fun. And I feel like, getting some offbeat positions are the way to have it, at least for me. Yeah, but actually this game against Radek turned out to be very classical. So
Quite smooth indeed.
Yeah. And then after that I played a very normal line, yeah, King's Indian, and I...
Actually, let's go through that one, because that one was just simply wild.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I was doing very well. Okay, this is a main line, but I was doing, really well. I think he kind of tricked himself at some
Second
point.
try, you were trying
here.
The King's Indian. Did you have any doubts about going for the King's Indian?
No, I play this very frequently in short attempt controls, so I... Yeah, and here he just tricked himself with a4. Basically, that after a4, when I do this g5, h5 thing, yeah, if the pawn was still on a3, he just goes knight h2 and I can resign. But here I have knight d4 and his queen is kind of trapped, yeah. So I ended up having a huge advantage. I mean, look at this position, yeah, like a5, like I just up a pawn, amazing structure, yeah. And then I ended up losing this. Of course, at the end I just blundered in one move.
Even more time on the clock.
Yeah, no, I had this position actually. It's completely winning probably. Here, yeah, rook b7. And then I felt like I have bishop d7 is just a piece up, but I have, some counterplay, but I also thought bishop e6 is very good. And then I played queen e6 and just completely forgot about queen g5, and it's immediately game over, like there was no way back. So this was not such a pleasant feeling.
So you just completely,
I mean,
g5 was a blind spot at this point.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I mean, it's something that I brought with me from Bucharest, obviously, so. But, you know, bishop d7 would have been just an extra piece, yeah, and I have 5 minutes, so at this point I didn't feel like I was, you know, kind of forced to blunder. But this is what happens.
So you know you're winning, then you lose in a couple of moves. How do you recover going into the final game against Viswanathan Anand?
Yeah, you know, I've been in this situation a couple of times already, where kind of winning is the only result that matters. Yeah, I mean, of course, there is also second place in the tournament, but still, I am white, and this game worth double, yeah? So I should try. So I played this. I decided to play another nonsense move a4. I don't even know what's the idea of this one. Yeah, I saw this Fun Forest Brothers.
A4 is at move
4, I think. Yeah.
Oh, all the way back.
Yeah. So I saw this Fun Forest Brothers were doing this a4, yeah, but I just don't really understand what's the point of it. But I thought, okay, why not? And he ended up responding relatively sloppy. Of course, he's perfectly fine, but he didn't like punish me for playing a4. So we got this position, which is kind of a classical Fyodorish thing, yeah, where he's got a better version, obviously, because of my early a4. He has the knight b4 jumps and everything, but overall the line is supposed to be bad. And then I did this, what everyone is doing, and how they don't equalize. It's pretty impressive, because I've seen many games and I play as black. So here, of course, this f4 it shouldn't be played exactly for what the reason for what happened in the game, but I know many games with f4 ideas, so I went for it anyway. And then I was thinking, okay, I'm already worse, great. And then he tricked me with this great idea, bishop f5. Intermezzo, it's very nice because he played bishop f8 first to go out of e takes f6 tempo. And then rook f2, yeah, and here was critical moment, knight a4. And he should have played d3 here, yeah, I clearly think so. He should have sacked the piece, and I don't know what I would have done, because if I do something with the c pawn, he will go knight e4. And if I take the piece, well, dc2 takes and c4 is coming, it just looks an enormous compensation.
Did you guys get to discuss this position after the game?
Yeah, he just calculated knight e4, rook e2, I think, but I mean, I told him I think d3 is very strong. But okay, it's not an easy move to make, because at this point it doesn't seem like he's in, you know, a kind of danger.
You're changing the
Yeah, and d3 is kind of an all-in move, right, because he can just lose. So it's, I understand that maybe he didn't feel like it was the situation was calling for it. Anyway, afterwards I feel like, yeah, it was of course a completely strange position, as you can see, with these knights on the rim and bishop on b7, very strange. But I felt like, okay, I'm not maybe worse anymore. And then later on, okay, I'm pawn up and I have great structure, right? So I consolidated, and I mean, I think I missed the win, which I couldn't believe at this point.
It was indeed completely winning, and it seems like this maybe f5 was a little.
No,
bit
here I wanted to
strange.
take on b4, and I didn't see after queen d3. I mean, rook b4, queen d3 was happening with something to a4, like rook a4 maybe. I think I didn't see exactly it. But and knight b7, I thought queen b6. It's not so clear, but
worried about the knight.
Yeah, I mean knight b7 I can play, because rook b7 is bishop f7 check. So like this I saw actually, but.
This is pretty.
Yeah, like, but I thought that, you know, like the pawn on d6 might not survive, but obviously it does. So anyway, but after f6, it was an incredible moment. Knight c6 just finishes the game, and bishop takes dc, and I get the same as in the game, just his rook is completely cut. And then I, for some reason, I discovered this knight c6 after I took e6, like immediately. And then, of course, it's not winning that much anymore.
It's not the same anymore.
Yeah,
No.
and then I was just about to misplay in the time scramble here. And okay, Queen G6 was winning, I guess, yes. And I played
Queen to E6, and now
yeah,
after
Queen
to
D5. I was very happy about this endgame. Obviously, this is what also bothered him, but we stopped here like C7. But Bishop C5 is extremely strong, and I can't maintain the rook on F2. Yeah, it has to move, and I will give something up either on.
Goes to B6.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just Bishop C5 was just a blunder, but okay, we were short on time, and luckily for me, and okay, it's really unpleasant, but he just blundered Queen takes F7. Yeah. Which I spotted, surprisingly.
Richie, I would say quite a successful trip so far in the first 3 days. 1 point behind leader going into the blitz section. How would you assess your chances?
I think last time I was here in Warsaw, I lost 160 points in blitz, so that speaks for itself. Maybe I'll make it to 200, or hopefully not. Yeah, I will try my best, but I don't have high expectations at this point. I will just, it's blitz, and for me, like even with 5 minutes on the clock, I can lose from piece up. Yeah, but when it comes to blitz and you start with 5 minutes, okay, what kind of expectations can I have? Yeah.
Always entertaining, always a pleasure to watch your games. We'll see you tomorrow, Richie.
Yeah.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Richie. Did he miss any opportunity to insult himself? The last time I was in Warsaw, I lost 150 points. Dude's in second place. He just beat his closest rival.
Second place with one draw. One draw in this tournament.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. I mean, talk about swinging for the fences. Richie, comeback kid.
Yeah.
And here we have a very nice moment. A lot of the children were invited on stage to actually do selfies with their heroes, Peter, and you can see a lot of them are shy, though. One person, but that might be Levon.
That's Levon.
Yeah.
The guy with a really bright shirt. The guy with a really bright shirt. Who do you think that is?
He's crowding out the children from getting close. I mean, this is terrible. Get out of here, Levon. Come on. But that's very, very nice. I like that.
It is, yeah.
It's always, when I see a lot of children at a chess tournament, I'm very, very happy. I think that chess has a bright future, thanks to the children being there. And one more time, let's take a look at the predictions after the rapids are finished.
Nobody got first and second, so we're really bad at this. But outside of that, Anastasia and I, we got our boy Duda there on third, 2 points behind the leader, so he has everything to play for going into the last 18 rounds of Blitz. Plenty of tournament to play for.
The last 18 rounds. And let's go to Warsaw for final thoughts with Anastasia and Cristian.
Well, guys, another fantastic day of chess here in Warsaw, Poland. A lot of topsy-turvy games, but in the end, it is the Tiger of Madras that's going into the blitz section with a 1-point lead. And we know as the times get faster, he gets better. So we're definitely going to have to wait and see what he's going to be bringing tomorrow to the tables. And of course, Richie Rapport, Wesley So, always within striking distance, always in contention to win the whole event. It's going to be a fantastic 2 days of blitz action. Anastasia, how about yourself?
Yeah, it was a great day, and actually impressed by Richie Rapport and his victory in the last round. We all know that Richard is going to play a marathon. He played in Bucharest, he continues in Warsaw, he'll go to Norwich, so of course we have to root for him. We have to admit that he will have a really tough period, a lot of chess lately. So I was also impressed by play of Kirill Shevchenko today, who scored 2 out of 3. By the way, didn't lose any game today, so he showed his strengths finally. I think he feels more confident today. So let's see what he will do in the blitz section, because he's known to be as a good blitz player. So looking forward for the day for tomorrow.
He's a fantastic blitz player. Actually, we have so many great blitz players in this competition. We're going to have a lot of fun in the next couple of days. Guys, back to you in the studio in St. Louis.
Yes, we are indeed. Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Cristian. Final thoughts of this very eventful day, Alejandro?
Well, I am glad that Vichy finished at the top there in the Rapid. Of course, we combined scores, so there's no particular prize for winning the Rapid. The tournament continues. But in some ways, as a commentator, also happy that there is a little bit less of a gap there, and we have everything to play for starting tomorrow. It's a brand new time control, 5+2, none of this rapid stuff. They're going to be fast and furious, no time to recover from losses, tilt abound. I'm excited for the Blitz. I always love calling it, and I'm going to have a lot of fun calling it with you guys tomorrow, same time.
Thank you, Alejandro. Indeed, that's going to happen. All tomorrow at same time, same channel. Thank you for joining us. Goodbye from St. Louis.
See you then.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.